Introduction of Celtic Scotland, A History of Ancient Alban, Volume 1, History and Ethnology. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. Introduction. The name of Scotia or Scotland, whether in its Latin or its Saxon form, was not applied to any part of the territory forming the modern kingdom of Scotland till towards the end of the 10th century. Prior to that period, it was comprised in the general appellation of Britannia or Britain, by which the whole island was designated in contradistinction to that of Hibernia, or Ireland, that part of the island of Britain which is situated to the north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, seems indeed to have been known to the Romans as early as the 1st century by the distinctive name of Caledonia, and it also appears to have borne from an early period another appellation, the Celtic form of which was Albu, Alba, or Alban, and its Latin form Albania. The name of Scotia, however, was exclusively appropriated to the island of Ireland, which was emphatically Scotia, the patria or mother country of the Scots, and although a colony of that people had established themselves as early as the beginning of the 6th century in the western districts of Scotland, it was not till the 10th century that any part of the present country of Scotland came to be known under that name, nor did it extend over the whole of those districts which formed the later kingdom of the Scots till after the 12th century. From the 10th to the 12th or 13th centuries, the name of Scotia, gradually superseding the older name of Alban or Albania, was confined to a district nearly corresponding with that part of the lowlands of Scotland which is situated on the north of the Firth or Forth. The Scotia of these centuries was bounded on the south by the Firth of Forth, on the north by the Moray, Firth, and River Spey, on the east by the German Ocean, and on the west by the range of mountains which divides the modern county of Perth from that of Argyll. It excluded Lothian, Strathclyde, and Galloway on the south, the great province of Moravia or Moray, and that of Cathanesia or Caithness on the north, and the region of Argathelia or Argyll on the west. Subsequently, the name of Scotia extended over these districts also, and the kingdom by degrees assumed that compact and united form which it ever afterwards exhibited. The three propositions: first, that Scotia prior to the 10th century was Ireland, and Ireland alone; second, that when applied to Scotland it was considered a new name superinduced upon the older designation of Alban or Albania; and third, that the Scotia of the three succeeding centuries was limited to the districts between the Forth, the Spey, and Drummalbin, lie at the very threshold of Scottish history. The history of the name of a country is generally found to afford a very important clue to the leading features in the history of its population. This is remarkably the case with regard to the history of Scotland, and the facts just indicated in connection with the application of its name at different periods throw light upon the corresponding changes in the race and position of its inhabitants. They point to the fact that, prior to the 10th century, none of the small and independent tribes which originally occupied the country, and are ever the characteristic of an early period in their social history, or of the petty kingdoms which succeeded them, were sufficiently powerful and extended or predominated sufficiently over the others to give a general name to the country. And they point to a great change in the population of the country and the relative position of these kingdoms to each other in the 10th century, and to the elevation by some important revolution of the race of the Scots over the others, whose territory formed a centre round which the formerly independent petty kingdoms now assumed the form of dependent provinces, and from which an influence and authority proceeded that gradually extended the name of Scotia over the whole of the country, and incorporated its provinces into one compact and coextensive monarchy. The great natural features of a country so mountainous and intersected by so many arms of the sea as that of Scotland seem at all times to have influenced its political divisions and the distribution of the various races in its occupation. The aboriginal territories of the savage tribes of Caledonia appear to have differed little from those of the petty kingdoms which succeeded them, and the latter as little from the subsequent provinces of the monarchy. The same great leading boundaries, the same natural defences, are throughout found occupying similar position and exercising a similar influence upon the internal history of the country, while amidst the numerous fluctuations and changes which affected the position of the northern tribes towards the southern and more civilized kingdoms of Britain, the two ever showed a tendency to settle down upon the great natural bulwarks of the south of Scotland as their mutual boundary, to which, indeed, the independent position of the northern monarchy in no slight degree owed its existence. Where the great arm of the western sea, forming the Solway Firth, contracts the island to comparatively narrow breadth, not exceeding 70 miles, a natural boundary was thus partially formed, which had its influence at the very dawn of Scottish history. But if during the occupation of the island by the Romans, who placed their trust more in the artificial protection of a rampart guarded by troops, the comparatively level ground in this contracted part of the country presented facilities for such construction, the great physical bulwark of the Cheviot Hills had an irresistible attraction to fix the boundary eventually between the Solway and the Tweed, where that chain of hills extending between them proved so effectual a defence to the country along the whole of its range that every hostile entrance into it was made either at the eastern or the western termination of that mountain chain. Farther north is the still more remarkable natural boundary where the eastern and the western seas penetrate into the country in Firths of Forth and Clyde, and approach within a comparatively short distance of each other, separating the northern from the southern regions of Scotland by an isthmus not extending 35 miles in breadth. This was remarked as early as the first Roman invasion of Scotland, when the historian Tacitus observes that these estuaries almost intersect the country, leaving only a narrow neck of land, and that the northern part formed, as it were, another island. Proceeding farther north, the great series of the mountain ranges, stretching from the southwest to the northeast, present one continuous barrier, intersected indeed by rivers forming narrow and easily defended passes, but exhibiting the appearance of a mighty wall, which separates a wild and mountainous region from the well-watered and fertile plains and straths on the south and east, and while the latter have been at all times exposed to the vicissitudes of external revolution and the greatly more important and radical change from the silent progress of natural colonization, the recesses of the highlands have ever proved the shelter and protection of the descendants of the older tribes of the country, and the limit to the advance of a stranger population. The territory which forms the modern Kingdom of Scotland is thus thrown by its leading physical features into three great compartments. First, the districts extending from the Solway, the Cheviots, and the Tweed on the south to the Firths of Forth and Clyde on the north. Secondly, the low country extending along the east coast from the Forth as far as the Moray Firth, and lying between the sea and the great barrier of the Grampians. And thirdly, the highland or mountainous region on the northwest. In each of these great districts, natural boundaries are again found exercising their influence on the subordinate political divisions. In the first of these great compartments, the lofty range of the Cheviots, which forms the southern boundary and presents a steep face to the north, extends from the Cheviot Hill on the northeast, by Carterfell to Peelfell on the southwest, and from thence a range of hills, sometimes included in the general name of the Cheviots, separates the district of Liddesdale from that of Teviotdale, and has its highest point in the centre of this part of the island, in a group of hills termed the Lowthers, where the four great rivers of the Tweed, the Clyde, the Annan, and the Nith take their rise. From thence it extends westward to Loch Ryan, separating the waters which pour their streams into the Solway Firth from those which flow to the north. From the centre of this range a smaller and less remarkable chain of hills branches off, which, running eastward by Sutra and Lammermoor, end at St. Abb's Head, at the entrance to the Firth of Forth, separating the tributaries of the Tweed from the streams which flow into the Firth of Forth. In the centre of the island, a barren and hilly region divides the districts watered by the rivers flowing into the East Sea from those on the west coast. The same natural boundary which separated the eastern from the western tribes afterwards divided the kingdom of the Strathclyde Britons from that of the Angles. At a subsequent period, the province of Galwea from that of Ladonia in their most extended sense, and now separates the counties of Lanark, Ayr, and Dumfries from the Lothians and the Merse. Galloway, in its limited sense, was not more clearly separated by its mountain barrier on the north from Strathclyde than were the Pictish from the British races by the same chain, and the earlier tribes of the Selgovae and Novantae from the Danii. In the other two great compartments, situated on the north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, two great mountain chains and two large rivers formed the principal landmarks in the early history of the social occupation of these districts. These two principal mountain chains were in fact the great central ridges from which the numerous minor chains proceed, and the rivers flow in opposite directions, forming that aggregate of well-watered glens and rocky defiles which characterize the mountain region of Scotland, till its streams, uniting their waters into larger channels, burst forth through the mountain passes and flow through the more fertile plains of the lowlands into the German Ocean. The first of these two great mountain chains was known by the name of the Mouth, and extends in nearly a straight line across the island from the eastern sea near Aberdeen to the western sea at Fort William, having in its centre and at its western termination the two highest mountains in Great Britain, Ben na Muick Duck and Ben Nevis. The second great chain, less elevated and massive in its character, but presenting the more picturesque feature of sharp conical summits, crosses the other at right angles, running north and south and forming the backbone of Scotland. The great wind and water sheer which separates the eastern from the western districts, and the rivers flowing into the German Ocean from those which pour their waters into the western sea. It is termed in the early records of Scottish history Dorsum Britanniae, or Dom Alban, the dorsal ridge or backbone of Scotland. It commences in Dumbartonshire and forms the great separating ridge between the eastern and western waters from south to north, till it terminates in the Ord of Caithness. These two mountain chains, the Mouth and the Drummobin, the one running east and west, the other south and north, and intersecting each other, thus divided the country north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde into four great districts, two extending along the east coast and two along the west, while each of the two eastern and western divisions were separated from each other by the Mouth. The two eastern divisions are watered by the two great rivers of the Tay and the Spey, and their tributaries, the one flowing south and the other north from these mountain chains. The two western divisions are intersected by those arms of the sea, or lochs, which form so peculiar a feature in the West Highlands. The lesser mountain ridges which proceed on either side of the mouth and separated the various streams which flow into the two great rivers from each other terminate as the waters enter the plains of the lowlands and present the appearance of a great barrier stretching obliquely across each of the two eastern districts and separating the mountain regions from the plain. But although this great barrier has an appearance as if it were continuous mountain range, and is usually so considered, it is not so in reality, but is formed by the termination of these numerous lesser ridges, and is intersected by the great rivers and their tributaries. This great barrier forms what was subsequently termed the Highland Line, and that part of which extends across the southeastern district from Loch Lomond to the eastern termination of the mouth was known under the general but loosely applied name of the Grampians. Within is a wild and mountainous region full of the most picturesque beauty, which, as the ever-varied combination of mountain, rock, and stream can afford, but adapted only for pasture and hunting, and for the occupation of a people still in the early stage of pastoral and warlike life. Well, every stream which forces its way from its recesses through this terminating range forms a pass into the interior capable of being easily defended. Throughout the early history of Scotland, these great mountain chains and rivers have always formed important landmarks of the country. If the mouth is now known as the range of hills which separate the more southern counties of Kilcardine, Forfar, and Perth from those of Aberdeen and Inverness on the north, it was not less known to the Venerable Bede in the 8th century as the steep and rugged mountains which separate the provinces of the southern from those of the northern Picts. If Alban now separates the county of Argyll from that of Perth, it formed equally in the 11th century the mountain range which separated Argyll from Scotia, and in an earlier period the boundary between the Picts and the Scots of Dalriada. The river Spey, which now separates the counties of Aberdeen and Banff from those of Moray and Nairn, was for 3 centuries the boundary between Scotia, or Scotland proper, and Moravia, or the great province of Moray. The Tay, which separates the districts of Strathern and Gowrie, formed for half a century the limit of the Anglic conquests in the territory of the Picts, and at the very dawn of our history interposed as formidable a barrier to the progress of the Roman arms. The fourth, which for 3 centuries was the southern boundary of Scotia, or Scotland proper, during the previous centuries separated the Pictish from the British population. The tract of country in which the frontiers of several independent kingdoms, or the territories in the occupation of tribes of different race, meet usually forms a species of debatable land, and the transactions which take place within its limits afford in general a key to much of their relative history. Such were the districts extending from the River Tay to the minor range of the Pentland Hills and the River Esk, which flows into the Firth of Forth on the south. These districts fall naturally into 3 divisions: the region extending from the Tay to the River Forth and containing part of Perthshire was included in that part of the country to which the name of Alban, and afterwards that of Scotia, was given. The central district between the rivers Forth and Carron consisted of the whole of Stirlingshire and part of Dumbartonshire, and belonged more properly to Strathclyde. The region extending from the Carron to the Pentlands and the River Esk on the south comprised the counties of West and Mid Lothian, and was attached to Northumbria. But all 3 may be viewed as outlying districts having a mixed population contributed by these neighbouring races. Situated in the heart of Scotland, having around it tribes of different races, and subsequently the 4 kingdoms of the Picts, the Scots, the Angles, and the Britons, surpassing the other districts in fertility, and possessing those rich courses which are still distinguished as the finest agricultural districts of Scotland, This region was coveted as the chief prize alike by the invaders and the native tribes. The scene of the principal Roman campaigns, it appears throughout the entire course of Scottish history as the main battlefield of contending races and struggling influences. Roman and barbarian, Gael and Cymry, Scot and Angle contended for its occupation, and within its limits it formed the ever-shifting boundary between the petty northern kingdoms, till in the memorable 9th century a monarchy was established, of which the founder was a Scot, the chief seat Skene, and the revolution was accomplished, which it is difficult to say whether was more civil or ecclesiastical in its character, but which finally established the supremacy of the Scottish people over the different races in the country, and led to their gradual combination and more intimate union in the subsequent kingdom of Scotland. The kingdom of the Scots soon extended itself over these central plains. Its monarchs usually had their residence within its limits, and the capital, which had first been Skene on the left bank of the Tay, eventually became established at Edinburgh, within a few miles of its southern boundary. During the few succeeding centuries of Scottish rule, after the establishment of the Scottish monarchy in the 9th century, it remained limited to the districts bounded by the Firth on the south, the mountain chain called Alban on the west, and the Spey on the north. The Scots had rapidly extended their power and influence over the native tribes within these limits, but beyond them, on the north and west, they held an uncertain authority over wild and semi-independent nations, nominally dependencies of the kingdom, but in reality neither owning its authority nor adopting its name. It was by slow degrees that the peoples beyond these limits were first subjugated and then amalgamated with the original Scottish kingdom, and it was not till the middle of the 13th century, when the annexation of the Western Isles by Alexander III finally completed the territorial acquisitions of the monarchy, that its name and authority became coextensive with the utmost limits of the country, and Scotland was consolidated in its utmost extent of territory into one kingdom. The early history of Scotland thus presents itself to the historian in 5 distinct periods, each possessing a character peculiar to itself. During the first period of 3 centuries and a half, the native tribes of Scotland were under the influence of the Roman power, at one time struggling for independent existence, and another subject to their authority, and awaking to those impressions of civilization and of social organization, the fruits of which they subsequently displayed. A period of rather longer duration succeeded to the Roman rule, in which the native and foreign races in the country first struggled for the succession to their dominant authority in the island, and then contended among themselves for the possession of its fairest portions. The third period commences with the establishment of the Scottish monarchy in the 9th century, and lasted for 2 centuries and a half, till the Scottish dynasty became extinct in the person of Malcolm II. There then succeeded, during the 4th period, which lasted for a century, a renewed struggle between the different races in the country, which, although the Scoto-Saxon dynasty, uniting through the female line of the blood of the Scots and the Saxons, succeeded in seating themselves firmly on the throne, cannot be said to have terminated in the general recognition of their royal authority till the reign of David I. The 5th period, consisting of the reigns of David I, Malcolm IV, William the Lion, and Alexander II and III, was characterized by the rapid amalgamation of the different provinces and the spread of the Saxon race and of the feudal institutions over the whole country, with the exception of the Highlands and Islands, and left the kingdom of Scotland in the position in which we find it when the death of Alexander III in 1286 terminated the last of the native dynasties of her monarchs. During the first 3 periods of her early history, Scotland may be viewed as a purely Celtic kingdom, with a population composed of different branches of the race popularly called Celtic. But during the subsequent periods, though the connection between Scotland with her Celtic population and Lothian with her Anglic inhabitants was at first but slender, her monarchs identified themselves more and more with their Teutonic subjects, with whom the Celtic tribes maintained an ineffectual struggle, and gradually retreated before their increasing power and colonization, till they became confined to the mountains and western islands. The name of Scot passed over to the English-speaking people, and their language became known as the Scotch, while the Celtic language, formerly known as Scotch, became stamped with the title of Irish. What may be called the Celtic period of Scottish history has been peculiarly the field of a fabulous narrative of no ordinary perplexity, but while the origin of these fables can be very distinctly traced to the rivalry and ambition of ecclesiastical establishments and church parties, and to the great national controversy excited by the claim of England to a feudal supremacy over Scotland, still each period of its early history will be found not to be without sources of information, slender and meagre as no doubt they are, but possessing indications of substantial truth from which some perception of its real character can be obtained. Before the early history of any country can be correctly ascertained, there is a preliminary process which must be gone through, and which is quite essential to a sound treatment of the subject, and that is a critical examination of the authorities upon which that history is based. This is especially necessary with regard to the early history of Scotland. The whole of the existing materials for her early history must be collected together and subjected to a critical examination. Those which seem to contain fragments of genuine history must be disentangled from the less trustworthy chronicles which have been tampered with for ecclesiastical or national purposes, and great discrimination exercised in the use of the latter. The purely spurious matter must be entirely rejected. It is by such a process only that we can hope to dispel the fabulous atmosphere which surrounds this period of Scottish history, and attempt to base it upon anything like a genuine foundation. The first to attempt this task was Thomas Innes, a priest of the Scots College in Paris, who published in 1729 his admirable essay on the ancient inhabitants of Scotland. In his essay he assailed the fabulous history first put into shape by John of Fordham and elaborated by Hector Boece, and effectually demolished its authority, but he attempted little in the way of reconstruction, and merely printed a few of the short chronicles upon which he founded in an appendix. Lord Hales, who in 1776 published his Annals of Scotland from the accession of Malcolm III, surnamed Canmore, to the accession of Robert I, abandons this period of Scottish history altogether, with the remark that his Annals commence with the accession of Malcolm Canmore, because the history of Scotland previous to that period is involved in obscurity and fable. The first to attempt a reconstruction of this early history was John Pinkerton, who published in 1789 an inquiry into the history of Scotland preceding the reign of Malcolm III, or the year 1056, including the authentic history of that period. It is unquestionably an essay of much originality and acuteness, and Pinkerton saw the necessity of founding the history of that period upon more untrustworthy documents, but they were to a very limited extent accessible to him. The value of the work is greatly impaired by the adoption to an excessive extent of a theory of early Teutonic settlements in the country and of the Teutonic origin of the early population, and by an unreasoning prejudice against everything Celtic, which colors and biases his argument throughout. Pinkerton was followed in 1807 by George Chalmers with his more elaborate and systematic work, The Caledonia, based, however, to a great extent upon the less trustworthy class of the early historical documents, which had been tampered with and manipulated for a purpose. He, too, was possessed by a theory which influences his views of the earlier portion of the history throughout, and where John Pinkerton could find nothing but Gothic in the Goths, George Chalmers was equally unable to see anything but Welsh and the Cymry. In 1828, the first volume of History of Scotland by Patrick Fraser Tyler appeared, which he continued to the accession of James VI to the throne of England. But Tyler not only abandons this early part of the history as hopelessly obscure, but also a great part of the field occupied by Hales in his Annals, and commences his history with the accession of Alexander III in 1249. In 1862, a very valuable contribution to the early history of Scotland was made by the late lamented Mr. E. William Robertson in his Scotland under her early kings, in which the attempt is once more made to fill up the early period left untouched by Hales and Tyler. It is a work of great merit and exhibits much accurate research and sound judgment. Such is a short sketch of the attempts which have been made to place the early history of Scotland upon a sound basis and to substitute a more trustworthy statement of it for the carefully manipulated fictions of Fordham and the still more fabulous narrative of Hector Boece and his followers prior to the appearance of Mr. Burton's elaborate history of Scotland from Agricola's invasion to the extinction of the last Jacobite insurrection, the first edition of which appeared in 1867, and the second in which the early part is revised and much altered in 1873. These works, however, are all more or less tainted by the same defect, that they have not been founded upon that complete and comprehensive examination of all the existing materials for the history of this early period, and that critical discrimination of their relative value and analysis of their contents, without which any view of this period of the annals of the country must be partial and inexact. They labor, in short, under the twofold defect, first, of an uncritical use of materials which are authentic, and second, of the combination with these materials of others which are undoubtedly spurious. The early chronicles are referred to as of equal authority, and without reference to the period or circumstances of their production. The text of Fordham's chronicle, upon which the history, at least prior to the 14th century, must always, to a considerable extent, be based, is quoted as an original authority, without adverting to the materials he made use of and the mode in which he has adapted them to a fictitious scheme of history. And the additions and alterations of his interpolator power are not only founded upon as the statements of Fordham himself, but quoted under his name in reference to his original versions of the events. The author has elsewhere endeavored to complete the work commenced by Thomas Innes. He has collected together in one volume the whole of the existing chronicles and other memorials of the history of Scotland prior to the appearance of Fordham's chronicle, and has subjected them, as well as the work of Fordham, to a critical examination and analysis. He now proposes to take a farther step in advance, and to attempt in the present work to place the early history of the country upon a sounder basis, and to exhibit Celtic Scotland, so far as these materials enable him to do so, in a clearer and more authentic light. By following their guidance and giving effect to fair and just inferences from their statements, unbiased by theory or partiality, and subjected to the corrective tests of comparison with those physical records which the country itself presents, it is hoped that it may not be found impossible to make some approximation to the truth, even with regard to the annals of this early period of Scottish history. It may be said that this task has been rendered unnecessary by the appearance of Mr. Burton's History of Scotland, which commences the narrative with the invasion of Agricola, and claims the two fundamental qualities of a serviceable history, completeness and accuracy. But with much appreciation of the merits of Mr. Burton's work as a whole, the author is afraid that he cannot recognize it as possessing either character so far as the early part of the history is concerned, and he considers that the ground which the present work is intended to occupy remains still unappropriated. It remains for him to indicate here at the outset the materials founded upon by the previous writers which he considers of questionable authority, or must reject as entirely spurious. Among the first to be rejected as entirely spurious is the work attributed to Richard of Cirencester de situ Britanniae et Statenoamquas Romani ipsi in ea insula edificarant. It was published in 1757 from a manuscript said to be discovered at Copenhagen by Charles Julius Bertrand, and was at once adopted as genuine. The author at a very early period came to the conclusion that the whole work, including the itineraries, was an impudent forgery, and this has since been so amply demonstrated, and is now so generally admitted, that it is unnecessary to occupy space by proving it. The whole of the Roman part of Pinkerton's inquiry and of the elaborate work of Chalmers is tainted by it, and what is perhaps more to be regretted, the valuable work of General Roy on the military antiquities of the Romans in Britain, published in 1793. He says in his introduction, "From small beginnings it is, however, no unusual thing to be led imperceptibly to engage in more extensive and laborious undertakings, as will easily appear from what follows. For since the discovery of Agricola's camps, the work of Richard of Winchester having likewise been found out in Denmark and published to the world, the curious have thereby been furnished with many new lights concerning the Roman history and geography of Britain in general, but more particularly the north part of it. And by this unfortunate adoption of the forged work by General Roy, there has been lost to the world, to a great extent, the advantage of commentary of one so well able to judge of military affairs. Horsley's valuable work, the Britannia Romana, was fortunately published in 1732, before this imposition was practiced on the literary world, but Stuart has not been equally fortunate in his Caledonia Romana, published in 1845, the usefulness of which is greatly impaired by it. Among the Welsh documents which are usually founded upon as affording materials for the early history of the country, there is one class of documents contained in the Myvyrian archaeology which cannot be accepted as genuine. The principal of these are the so-called historical triads, which have been usually quoted as possessing undoubted claims to antiquity under the name of the Welsh triads, and the tale called Haynes Taliesin, or the History of Taliesin, and a collection of papers printed by the Welsh Manuscript Society under the title of the Iola Manuscripts. These all proceeded from Edward Williams, one of the editors of the Myvyrian Archaeology, published in 1801, and who is better known under the bardic title of Iola Morganwg. The circumstances under which he produced these documents, or the motives which led him to introduce so much questionable matter into the literatures of Wales, it is difficult now to determine, but certain it is that no trace of them is to be found in any authentic source, and that they have given a character to Welsh literature which is much to be deplored. In a former work, the author, in reviewing these documents, merely said, "It is not unreasonable, therefore, to say that they must be viewed with some suspicion, and that very careful discrimination is required in the use of them." He does not hesitate now to reject them as entirely spurious. Among the first to be rejected as entirely spurious is the work attributed to Richard of Winchester, De situ Bithyniae et Setinoamquas Romani si in ea insula aedificaverunt. It was published in 1757 from a manuscript said to be discovered at Copenhagen by Charles Julius Bertram, and was at once adopted as genuine. The author, at a very early period, came to the conclusion that the whole work, including the itineraries, was an impudent forgery, and this has since been so amply demonstrated, and is now so generally admitted, that it is unnecessary to occupy space by proving it. The whole of the Roman part, Pinkerton's inquiry, and of the elaborate work of Chalmers is tainted by it, and what is perhaps more to be regretted, the valuable work of General Roy on the military antiquities of the Romans in Britain, published in 1793. He says in his introduction, "From small beginnings it is, however, no unusual thing to be led imperceptibly to engage in more extensive and laborious undertakings, as will easily appear from what follows. For since the discovery of Agricola's camps, the work of Richard of Cirencester having likewise been found out in Denmark and published to the world, the curious have thereby been furnished with many new lights concerning the Roman history and geography of Britain in general, but more particularly the north part of it, and by this unfortunate adoption of the forged work by General Roy, there has been lost to the world, to a great extent, the advantage of the commentary of one so well able to judge of military affairs. Horsley's valuable work, the Britannia Romana, was fortunately published in 1732. Before this, imposition was practiced on the literary world. But Stuart has not been equally fortunate in his Caledonia Romana, published in 1845, the usefulness of which is greatly impaired by it. Among the Welsh documents which are usually founded upon as affording materials for the early history of the country, there is one class of documents contained in the Myvyrian archaeology which cannot be accepted as genuine. The principal of these are the so-called historical triads, which have been usually quoted as possessing undoubted claims to antiquity under the name of the Welsh triads, the tale called Haynes Taliesin, or the History of Taliesin, and a collection of papers printed by the Welsh Manuscript Society under the title of the Iola Manuscripts. These all proceeded from Edward Williams, one of the editors of the Myvyrian Archaeology, published in 1801, and who is better known under the bardic title of Iola Morganwg. The circumstances under which he produced these documents, or the motives which led him to introduce so much questionable matter into the literature of Wales, it is difficult now to determine. But certain it is that no trace of them is to be found in any authentic source, and that they have given a character to Welsh literature which is much to be deplored. In a former work, the author, in reviewing these documents, merely said, "It is not unreasonable, therefore, to say that they must be viewed with some suspicion, and that very careful discrimination is required in the use of them." He does not hesitate now to reject them as entirely spurious. It will, of course, be impossible to write upon the Celtic period of Scottish history without making a large use of Irish materials, and it is difficult to overestimate the importance of the Irish annals for this purpose, but these too must be used with some discrimination. The ancient history of Ireland presents the unusual aspect of the minute and detailed annals of reigns and events from a period reaching back to many centuries before the Christian era, the whole of which has been adopted by her historians as genuine. The work of Keating, written in Irish in 1640, a translation of which by Dermot O'Connor was published in 1726, may be taken as a fair representation of it. The earlier part of this history is obviously artificial and is viewed by recent Irish historians more in the light of legend, but there is nothing whatever in the mode in which the annals of the different reigns are narrated to show where legend terminates and history begins, and there is a tendency among even the soundest writers of Irish history to push the claims of these annals to a historical character beyond the period to which it can reasonably be attached. For the events in Irish history, the annals of the Four Masters are usually quoted. There is a certain convenience in this, as it is the most complete chronicle which Ireland possesses, but it was compiled as late as the 17th century, having been commenced in 1632 and finished in 1636. The compilers were four eminent Irish antiquaries, the principal of whom was Michael O'Clery, whence it was termed by Colgan the Annals of the Four Masters. These annals begin with the year of the deluge, said to be the year of the world, 2242, or 2952 years before Christ, and continue in an unbroken series to the year of our Lord 1616. The latter part of the annals are founded upon other documents which are referred to in the preface, and from which they are said to be taken, but the authority for each event is not stated, and some of those recorded are not to be found elsewhere, and are open to suspicion. The earlier part of the annals consists simply of a reduction of the fabulous history of Ireland into the shape of a chronicle, and except that it is thrown into that form instead of that of a narrative, it does not appear to the author to possess greater claims to be ranked as an authority than the work of Keating. He cannot therefore accept it as an independent authority, nor can he regard the record of events to the 5th century as bearing the character of chronological history in the true sense of the term, though no doubt many of these events may have some foundation in fact. The older annals stand in a different position. Those of Tigernach, Innisfallen, and the Annals of Ulster are extremely valuable for the history of Scotland, and while the latter commence with what may be termed at the historic period in the 5th century, the earlier events recorded by Tigernach, who died in the year 1088, may contain some fragments of genuine history. The subject of this work will be most conveniently treated under 3 separate heads or books. The first book will deal with the ethnology and civil history of the different races which occupied Scotland. In this inquiry, it would be of advantage that we should start with a clear conception of the knowledge which the Romans had of the northern part of the island and of the exact amount of information as to its state and population which their possession of the southern part of it as a province affords. This will involve a repetition of the oft-told tale of the Roman occupation of Scotland, but this part of the history has been so overloaded with the uncritical use of authorities, the too ready reception of questionable or forged documents, and the injurious but baseless speculations of antiquaries, that we have nearly lost sight of what the contemporary authorities really tell us. Their statements are no doubt meagre and may appear to afford an insufficient foundation for the deductions drawn from them, but they are precise, and it will be found that, though they may compress the account of a campaign or a transaction into a few words, yet they had an accurate knowledge of the transactions, the result of which they wished to indicate, and knew well what they were writing about. It would be necessary, therefore, carefully to weigh these short but precise statements, and to place before the reader the state of the early inhabitants of Scotland, as the Romans at the time knew them and viewed them, not as what they, by argument from other premises, they can be made to appear. This will lay the groundwork for an inquiry into their race and language, and an attempt will then be made to trace the history of these different races, their mutual struggle for supremacy, the causes and true character of that revolution which laid the foundation of the Scottish monarchy, and the gradual combination of its various heterogeneous elements into one united kingdom, and thus by more complete and critical use of its materials, to place the early history of the country during the Celtic period upon a sounder basis. The second book will deal with the early Celtic Church of Scotland and its influence on the language and culture of the people. The ecclesiastical history of Scotland has shared the same fate with its civil history and is deeply tainted with the fictitious and artificial system which has perverted both. But the stamp of these fables upon it less easily removed. It has also had the additional misfortune of having been made the battlefield of polemical controversy. Each historian of the Church has viewed it through the medium of his ecclesiastical prepossessions, and from the standpoint of the Church party to which he belonged. The Episcopal historian feels the necessity of discovering in it his diocesan episcopacy, and the partisan of Presbyterian party considers the principles of his church involved in maintaining the existence of his early Presbyterian culdees. One great exception must be made, however, in Dr. Reeves' admirable edition of Adam Nam, Lives of St. Columba, which has laid the foundation for a more rational treatment of the history of the early church in Scotland. The subject of the third and last book will be the land and people of Scotland. It will treat of the early land tenures and social conditions of its Celtic inhabitants. The publication of the Brehon Laws of Ireland now enables us to trace somewhat of the history and character of their early tribal institutions and laws, and of their development in Scotland into those communities represented in the eastern districts by the Thanagese and in the western by the clan system of the Highlands and Islands of Scotland. End of introduction. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Advance of the Romans to the Firths of Forth and Clyde. As early as the 6th century before the Christian era, and while their knowledge of northern Europe was still very imperfect, the Greeks had already become aware of the existence of the British Isles. This comparatively early knowledge of Britain was derived from the trade in tin, for which there existed at that period an extensive demand in the East. It was imported by sea by the Phoenicians and by their colony, the Carthaginians, who extended their voyages beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and was subsequently prosecuted as a land trade by their commercial rivals, the Greek colonists of Marseille. A Greek poet writing under the name of Orpheus, but whose real date may be fixed at the 6th century, mentions these remote islands under the name of the Ionian Isles, but in the subsequent century they were known to Herodotus as the Cassiterides, or Tin Islands, a name derived from the chief article of the trade through which all report of their existence was as yet derived. In the 4th century they are alluded to by Aristotle as two very large islands beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and while the name of Britannia was now from henceforth applied, especially by the Greek writers, to the group of islands of whose number and size but vague notions were still entertained, the true principal islands appear for the first time under the distinctive appellations of Alban and Ierne. Polybius, in the 2nd century before Christ, likewise alludes to the Britannic Islands beyond the Pillars of Hercules and to the working of the mines by the inhabitants. Besides these direct allusions to the British Isles, we have preserved to us by subsequent writers an account of these islands from each of the two sources of information, the Phoenician voyages and the land trade of the Phocians of Marseille, in the narratives of the expeditions of Himilco and Pytheas. Himilco was a Carthaginian who was engaged in the Phoenician maritime trade in the 6th century, and the traditionary account of his voyages preserved by a comparatively late writer, Festus Rufus Avienus. In his poetical description of the world, written from the account of Himilco, he mentions the plains of the Britons and the distant Thule, and talks of the sacred isle peopled by the nation of the Hiberni and the adjacent islands of the Albaones. Pytheas was a Massilian. His account of his journey is preserved by the geographer Strabo, and appears to have been received with great distrust. He stated that he had sailed round Spain and the half of Britain, ascertained that the latter was an island, made a voyage of 6 days to the island of Thule, and then returned. From him Strabo, Diodorus, Siculus, and Pliny derived their information as to the size of the islands, and his statement made known for the first time the names of 3 promontories, Cantium or Kent, Belerium or Land's End, and Orcus, or that opposite, the Orkneys. But all the existence of the British Isles was thus known at an early period to the classic writers under specific names, and some slender information acquired through the medium of the early tin trade as to their position and magnitude. It was not till the progress of the Roman arms and their lust of conquest had brought their legions into actual contact with the native population that any information as to the inhabitants of these islands was obtained. The invasion of Britain by Julius Caesar in the year 55 before the Christian era, although it added no new territory to the already overgrown empire of the Romans, and was probably undertaken more with the view of adding to the military renown of the great commander, for the first time made the Romans acquainted with some of the tribes inhabiting that to them distant and almost inaccessible isle, and added distinctness and definiteness to their previously vague conception of its characteristics. Its existence was now not merely a geographical speculation, but a political fact in the estimation of those by whom the destinies of the world were then swayed, an element that might possibly enter into their political combinations. The conquests of Julius Caesar in Britain, limited in extent and short-lived in duration, were not followed up. The policy of the subsequent emperors involved the neglect of Britain as an object of conquest, and while it now assumed a more definite position in the writings of Greek and Roman geographers, they have left us nothing but the names of a few southern tribes and localities which do not concern the object before us, and a statement regarding the general population which is of more significance. Caesar sums up his account by telling us that the interior of Britain was inhabited by those who were considered to be indigenous, and the maritime part by those who had passed over from Belgium, the memory of whose emigration was preserved by their new insular possessions, bearing the same name with the continental states from which they sprang. He describes the country as very populous, the people as pastoral, but using iron and brass, and the inhabitants of the interior as less civilized than those on the coasts. The former he paints as clothed in skins, and as not resorting to the cultivation of the soil for food, but as dependent upon their cattle and the flesh of animals slain in hunting for subsistence. He ascribes to all those customs which seem to have been peculiar to the Britons. They stained their bodies with woad, which gave them a green color, from which the Britons were termed verites and caruli. They had wives in common, they used chariots in war, and Caesar bears testimony to the bravery with which they defended their woods and rude fortresses, as well as encountered the disciplined Roman troops in the field. He mentions the island of Hibernia as less than Britannia by 1/2, and about as far from it as the latter is from Gaul, and an island termed Mona in the middle of the channel between the two larger islands. Strabo and Diodorus Siculus have preserved any additional accounts of the inhabitants which the Romans received during the succeeding reigns of Augustus and Tiberius. They describe the Britons as taller than the Gauls, with hair less yellow and slighter in their persons, and Strabo distinguishes between that portion of them whose manners resembled those of the Gauls and those who were more simple and barbarous and were unacquainted with agriculture. Manifestly in the inhabitants of the interior, whom Caesar considered to be indigenous. He describes the peculiarity of their warfare, their use of chariots, and their towns as enclosures made in the forests, with ramparts of hewn trees. He mentions the inhabitants of Ierne as more barbarous, regarding whom reports of cannibalism and the promiscuous intercourse of the sexes were current. Diodorus gives a more favorable picture of the inhabitants who were considered to be aborigines of the island, and attributes to them the simple virtues of the pure and early state of society fabled by the poets. He alludes to their use of chariots and their simple huts, and adds to Strabo's account that they stored the ears of corn underground. He represents them as simple, frugal, and peaceful in their mode of life, those near the promontory of Belerion or lands, and he describes as more civilized, owing to their intercourse with strangers. Thus all agree in distinguishing between the simple and rude inhabitants of the interior, who were considered to be indigenous, and the more civilized people of the eastern and southern shores, who were believed to have passed over from Gaul. It was not till the reign of Claudius that any effectual attempt was renewed to subject the British tribes to the Roman yoke, but the second conquest under that emperor speedily assumed a more permanent character than the first under Julius Caesar, and the conquered territory was formed into a province of the Roman Empire. During this intervening period of nearly a century, we know nothing of the internal history of the population of Britain, but the indications which have reached us of a marked and easily recognized distinction between two great classes of the inhabitants, and of the progressive immigration of one of them from Belgium, and the analogy of history, lead to the inference that during this period, ample for such a purpose, the stronger and more civilized race must have spread over a larger space of the territory, and the ruder inhabitants of the interior been gradually confined to the wilder regions of the north and west. The name of Britannia having gradually superseded the older appellation of Albion, and the latter, if it is synonymous with Alba or Alban, becoming confined to the wilder regions of the north, lead to the same inference. As soon as the conquests of the Romans in Britain assumed the form of a province of the empire, all that they possessed in the island was termed Britannia Romana, all that was still hostile to them Britannia Barbara. The conquered tribes became the inhabitants of a Roman province subject to her laws and sharing in some of her privileges. The tribes beyond the limits of the province were to them Barbari, and attention to the application of these terms affords the usual indication of the extent of the Roman province at different times, and if the history of the more favored southern portion of the island must find its earliest annals in the Roman provinces of Britain, it is to the Barbari we must turn in order to follow the fortunes of the ruder independence of the northern tribes. It will be necessary, therefore, for our purpose, that we should trace the gradual extension of the boundary of the Roman province and the advance of the line of demarcation between what was provincial and what was termed barbarian, till we find the independent tribes of Britain confined within the limits of that portion of the island separated from the rest by the Firths of Forth and Clyde. It was in the year of our Lord 43, and in the reign of the Emperor Claudius, that the real conquest of Britain commenced under Aulus Plautius, and in 7 years after the beginning of the war, a part of the island had been reduced by that general and by his successor into the form of a province, and annexed to the Roman Empire, a result to which the valor and military talent of Vespasian, then serving under these generals and afterwards emperor, appears mainly to have contributed. In the year 50 under Astorius, and perhaps his successor, the Roman province appears to have already extended to the Severn on the west and to the Humber on the north. Beyond its limits on the west were the warlike tribes of the Silures and the Ordovices, against whom the province was defended by a line of forts drawn from the river Sabrina or Severn to a river which cannot be identified with certainty, termed by Tacitus the Antona. On the north lay the numerous and widely extended tribes of the Brigantes, extending across the entire island from the eastern to the western sea, and reaching from the Humber, which separated them from the province on the south as far north, there seems little reason to doubt, as the Firth of Forth. Beyond the nation of the Brigantes, on the north, the Romans as yet knew nothing save that Britain was believed to be an island, and that certain islands termed Orcades lay to the north of it, but the names even of the more northern tribes had not yet reached them. It is to the war with the Brigantes that we must mainly turn in order to trace the progress of the Roman arms and the extension of the frontier of the Roman province beyond the Humber. The Romans appear to have come in contact with the Brigantes for the first time in the course of the war carried on by Publius Astorius, appointed governor of Britain in the year 50. That general had arrived in the island towards the end of summer, and the barbarians, or those of the Britons still hostile to the Romans, believing he would not undertake a winter campaign, took advantage of his arrival at so late a period of the year to make incursions into the territory subject to Rome. Among these invading tribes were probably the Brigantes, but the general, by a rapid and energetic movement, put the enemy to flight, and it was on this occasion that the province was protected against the western tribes by a chain of forts, having defeated the powerful nation of the Iceni, who endeavored to obstruct his purpose by an attack from a different quarter, and who were destined at a subsequent period to place the Roman dominion in Britain in the utmost jeopardy. Astorius reduced the tribes within the limits of the subjugated territory to entire obedience, and now turned his attention to more aggressive measures against those beyond its boundary. His first attack was directed against the hostile tribes of the west, and he had penetrated into their mountain territory nearly as far as the sea, when he was obliged to turn his steps towards the north by the threatening aspect of the powerful nation of the Brigantes, whom, however, on this occasion he soon reduced to subjection. Those he found in arms were cut to pieces, and the rest of the nation submitted. On again turning his steps towards the west, he found the nations of the Silures and Ordovices assembled under the command of the celebrated native chief Caractacus, and a great battle took place in which the discipline of the Roman troops prevailed over the acknowledged bravery of the natives, even although the latter occupied a well-chosen position of unusual strength. The army of Caractacus was defeated, his wife and daughter taken prisoners, while he himself fled for protection to Cartismandua, queen of the Brigantes, but the queen, being then at peace with the Romans, delivered him up to them. On the death of Ostorius, which took place in the same year, Aulus Didius was sent to Britain as the next commander, and under him a more prolonged war with the Brigantes commenced, which throws some light on their internal condition. After the defeat and death of Caractacus, the most distinguished native leader was Venusius, a brigantine who belonged to a sept of that nation termed by Tacitus the Eugantes. He had married Cartismandua, the queen of the whole nation, and while this marriage subsisted, had remained equally faithful to the Romans. Dissensions, however, arose between them. Venusius was driven from his throne, and his brother, with the rest of his kindred, seized by the queen, who raised Veloctus, his armor-bearer, to her throne and bed. This quarrel led to a civil war between the adherents of Venusius and those of the queen, and this great nation became divided into factions. That part of the nation which adhered to Venusius, and which there is reason to believe consisted of the more northern tribes, was from that time in active hostility to the Romans. They had attacked Cartismandua, who was only enabled to maintain her position by obtaining the assistance of the Roman army. The short but significant expressions of Tacitus show that the war was not an easy one for the Romans, and that they could do little more than maintain their own ground and the position of their ally. We hear no more of this war till after that great insurrection of the Roman provincials under Boadicea or Bandiuca, queen of the Incentii, which shook the Roman power in Britain to its foundation and had nearly resulted in their entire expulsion from the island. A struggle such as the language of the historian shows this to have been must necessarily have been a vital one on both sides, and hence when the Roman arms eventually prevailed, the result produced a firm consolidation of their power in that part of the island which formed the Roman province. The immediate subject before us, the extension of the Roman power towards the north and the gradual advance of the northern frontier of the province, renders it unnecessary for us to dwell with any minuteness upon their contests with the native tribes in other quarters. It is sufficient to notice that Veranius succeeded Aulus Didius, but died within the year, and that under Suetonius Paulinus, one of the most distinguished of the Roman commanders in Britain, and the governor by whom the great insurrection of the Iceni was finally quelled, the western tribes were finally brought under the dominion of the Romans. We find the Brigantes again in hostility to the Romans during the government of Vettius Bolanus, which commenced in the year 69. Venusius appears to have maintained an independent position and a hostile attitude towards the Romans throughout, and a lengthened civil war had continued to prevail between his adherents and that part of the nation which remained subject to Cartismandua, and in this war the Romans once more took part under Vettius Bolanus. Venusius was at the head of a powerful army, and the subjects of the queen flocked daily to his standard. Cartismandua was reduced to the last extremity and invoked the protection of the Romans, who sent troops to her assistance. The war was prosecuted with varied success. Many battles were fought, but Venusius succeeded in obtaining the throne of the whole nation. Under Petilius Aurelianus, the successor of Vettius Bolanus, who was sent by the Emperor Vespasian to reduce the Brigantes, the war was brought to a conclusion. With the assistance of a powerful army, which struck terror into the natives, he attacked the whole nation of the Brigantes, and after a struggle in which various battles were fought and much slaughter took place, he subjected the greater part of the extensive territory in the possession of that powerful nation to the Romans. This conquest was maintained by his successor Julius Fontinus. It was during this war with the Brigantes, in which the Roman troops had probably frequently approached the more northern portion of their territories, that the Romans became aware of the name of the people who occupied the country beyond them, and acquired some information connected with these more northern and hitherto unknown districts. They now learned the existence of a people to the north of the Brigantes, whom they termed Caledonii Britanni, or Caledonian Britons. The western sea which bounded them they termed the Caledonius Oceanus. The war under Vettius Bolanus had, it was supposed, reached the Caledonian plains. On the conclusion of the war, the Roman province approached the vicinity of the Silva Caledonia, or Caledonian forest. They now knew of the Promontorium Caledonii, or promontory of Caledonia, by which they must have meant the peninsula of Kintyre. From thence could be seen the islands of the Hebrides, 5 in number, and they had heard reports of a singular state of society among their inhabitants. It was reported that they knew nothing of the cultivation of the ground, but lived upon fish and milk, which latter implies the possession of herds of cattle. They had, it was said, one king who was not allowed to possess property, lest it should lead him to avarice and injustice, or a wife, lest a legitimate family should provoke ambition. In short, they learned that there existed among this new people a state of society similar to that which Caesar reported to have found among the indigenous inhabitants of the interior of Britain. The Orkneys they already knew by report. The name of Thule was familiar to them as an island whose situation and attributes were entirely the creation of imagination. The geographers knew of it as a remote island in the northern ocean, the type of whatever was most northern in the known Western world, as the expression Hyperborean had been to the Greeks. The poets applied it as a poetical appellation for that part of Britain which remained inaccessible to the Roman arms, the seat of the recently known Caledonian Britons, and which, from the deep indentation into the country of the Firths, of Forth and Clyde, and the narrow neck of land between them, presented the appearance, as it were, to use the words of Tacitus, another island. The peculiar customs of the ruder Britons were attributed to these inhabitants of the poetic Thule. They are termed Caruli, or green, from the woad with which they stained their bodies, and they are said to have fought in chariots. Such was the state of Britain, and such the knowledge of the Romans, now possessed of its northern districts and tribes, when, in the middle of the summer of the year 78, Julius Agricola arrived to take the government of Britain. The frontiers of the Roman province had been extended over the western tribes of Wales, and advanced beyond the Humber to the north till they embraced the greater part of the territories of the Brigantes, and its northern limit certainly touched upon the Solway Firth in the northwest, while it did not probably fall much short of the Firth of Forth on the northeast. The present southern boundary of Scotland seems to have represented the northern limit of the Roman province at this time, and Agricola was thus first to carry the Roman arms within the limits of that part of Britain which afterwards constituted the kingdom of Scotland. Agricola had every circumstance in his favor in commencing his government which could tend to a distinguished result, and the consciousness of this probably led him to desire to add the wild and barren regions of the north to the acquisitions of Rome, a design which could not be justified on any considerations of sound policy, and for which, in encountering natives apparently of a different race, there was little excuse. He had already served under 3 of the governors of Britain, 2 of these, Pertilius Cerealis and Suetonius Paulinus, among the most distinguished. He was familiar with all the characteristics and peculiarities of a war with the British tribes. He had acquired no small renown for military talent and success, and had given evidence of those enlarged conceptions of policy and views of government which could not but greatly affect the state and progress of the province under his charge. The appointment of a new governor seems generally to have been a signal to the persevering hostility of the British tribes to strike a blow for their independence, till practical experience of the qualities of their antagonists showed them whether success was likely to attend the prosecution of the war, and accordingly the first year of a new government appears always to have been marked by the insurrection of one or more of the subjugated tribes. On the arrival of Agricola, he found the western nation of the Ordovices in open insurrection. The summer was far advanced, and the Roman troops stationed at different quarters expected a cessation of arms during the rest of the year, but adopting the policy of Suetonius Agricola, at once drew the troops together, and attacking the enemy, the Ordovices were defeated in battle and entirely crushed for the time. Agricola, still having the example of Suetonius before him, followed up his advantage and accomplished what the latter had attempted, the subjugation of the island of Mona, or Anglesey. Peace being restored, Agricola now directed his attention to a better administration of the province and to the introduction of those measures most likely to lead to the consolidation of the Roman power and the quiet submission of the inhabitants of the province. Justice and moderation were the characteristics of his government, an equal administration of the laws, and the removal of those burdens and exactions which pressed most heavily upon the natives could not but in time have the desired effect. As soon as the summer of the next year arrived, Agricola proceeded to carry into execution his deliberately formed plan for the subjugation of the northern tribes who had hitherto maintained their independence and indeed had not as yet come into hostile collision with the Roman power in Britain. He appears to have directed his course towards the Solway Firth and slowly and steadily penetrated into the wild country which stretches along its northern shore, and brought the tribes which possessed it under subjection. These tribes seem to have formed part of the great nation of the Brigantes, a portion of whose territories had remained unsubdued by his predecessor Pertilius Cerealis. He surrounded the subjugated tribes with forts and garrisons, and the remains of the numerous Roman camps and stations which are still to be seen in this district, comprising the counties of Dumfries, Kirkcudbright, and Wigtown, attests the extent to which he had penetrated through that country and garrisoned it with Roman troops. Between the hills which bound Galloway and Dumfriesshire on the north and the Solway Firth on the south, the remains of Roman works are to be found in abundance from the Annan to the Cree, and surround the mouth of every river which pours its waters into that estuary. The great and extensive nation of the Brigantes was now entirely included within the limits of the Roman province, and Agricola saw before him a barren and hilly region which divided it from the northern tribes, still comparatively unknown except by name to the Romans, and with whom their arms had not yet come in contact. The following winter was devoted to reducing the turbulent character of the nations recently added to the province to the quiet submission of provincial subjects. The policy adopted was the effectual one of introducing a taste for the habits and pleasures of civilized life. He encouraged them to build temples, courts of justice, and houses of a better description. He took measures for the education of the young. The natives soon began to study the Roman language and to adopt their dress, and by degrees acquired a taste for the luxurious and voluptuous life of the Romans, of which the numerous remains of Roman baths which have been discovered within the limits of the Brigantian territory afford no slight indication. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Advance of the Romans to the Firths of Forth and Clyde. The third year introduced Agricola to regions hitherto untrodden by Roman foot. He penetrated with his army through the hilly region which separates the waters pouring their floods into the Solway from those which flow towards the Clyde. He entered a country occupied by new nations and ravaged their territories as far as the estuary of the Traveus or Tay. His course appears, so far as we can judge by the remains of the Roman camps, to have been from Annandale to the strath of the river Clyde, through Lanarkshire and Stirlingshire, whence he passed into the vale of Strathern by the great entrance into the northern districts during the early period of Scottish history. The ford of the Firth at Stirling and the pass through the range of the Orkills formed by the glen of the River Allan and reach as far as where the River Tay flows into the estuary of the same name. The country thus rapidly acquired was secured by forts which, says the historian, were so admirably placed that none were either taken or surrendered, and these we can no doubt still recognize in the remains of those strong Roman fortified posts which we find placed opposite the entrance of the principal passes in the Grampians, the stationary camps of Beauchastel at the pass of Leny, Dealgan Ross at Comrie, Vendock at the pass of the Almond, the camp at the junction of the Almond and the Tay, and the fort at Ardargy. These obviously surround the very territory which Agricola had just overrun, and are well calculated to protect it against the invasions of the natives from the recesses of the mountains into which the Roman arms could not follow them, while the great camp at Ardoch marks the position of the entire Roman army. In consequence of these posts being thus maintained, the Roman troops retained possession of the newly acquired territory during the winter. Agricola, with his usual policy, took measures still further to secure the country he had already gained before he attempted to push his conquest farther, and the position of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, and the comparatively narrow neck of land between these, presented itself to him as so remarkable a natural boundary that he fixed upon it as the frontier of the future province. The fourth summer was therefore spent in securing this barrier, which he fortified by a chain of posts from the eastern to the western Firth, from the shores of the Forth in the neighbourhood of Barrowstowness to Old Kilpatrick on the Clyde. These forts extended westward at intervals of from 2 to 3 miles. In front of them stretches what must have been a morass, and on the heights on the opposite side of the valley a similar range of native hill forts. Having thus secured the country he had already overrun, Agricola now prepared for the subjugation of the tribes which lay still farther to the north. The formidable character of this undertaking, even to the experienced Roman general, may be estimated by the cautious and deliberate manner in which he prepared for a great struggle. And in the position in which he then found himself, the conception of such a plan must have required no ordinary power of firm determination. Before him, the more northern regions were protected by a great natural barrier formed by 2 important arms of the sea, which in any farther advance he must leave behind him. Between these 2 estuaries he had drawn a line of forts as the formal boundary for the time of the province. Beyond them, at the distance of not many miles, were the forts he had placed the year before the last, in which a few of the troops maintained themselves in the precarious possession of a district he acknowledged to be still hostile. On one side the rough line of the Fifeshire coast stretched on the north side, Bodo Tria, or the Firth of Forth, into the German Ocean. On the other, a mountainous region was seen tending towards the Caledonian or Western Ocean, and the northern horizon presented to his view the great range of the so-called Grampians, extending from the vicinity of the Roman stations in one formidable array of mountains towards the northeast as far as the eye could reach. Of the extent of the country beyond them, of the numbers and warlike character of the tribes it recesses concealed, of whether the island still stretched far to the north, or whether he was at no great distance from its northern promontories, of whether its breadth was confined to what he had already experienced, or whether unknown regions, peopled by tribes more warlike than those he had already encountered, stretched far into the eastern and western seas, he is yet knew nothing. His first object, therefore, was to form some estimate of the real character of the undertaking before him. With this view, and in order to ascertain the character of the western side of the country before him, he in the 5th summer crossed the Firth of Clyde with a small body of troops in one vessel, and penetrated through the hostile districts of Cowal and Kintyre till he saw the western ocean, with the coast running due north, presenting in the interior one mass of inaccessible mountains, the 5 islands of the Hebrides, and the blue shores of Ireland dimly rising above the western horizon. The character of the country on the west being thus ascertained, he determined to make his attack by forcing his way through the country on the east, and fearing a combination of the more northern tribes, he combined the fleet with the army in his operations. Having crossed the former in the beginning of the 6th summer to explore the harbours on the coast of Fife, he appears to have had his army conveyed across the Bow d'Otria, or Firth of Forth, into the rough peninsula of Fife on the north side of it, and to have gradually but thoroughly acquired possession of the country between the Firths of Forth and Tay, while his fleet encircled the coast of Fife and penetrated into the latter estuary. The appearance of the Roman fleet in the Firth of Tay, making their way, as it were, into the recesses of the country, naturally caused great alarm among the natives, and in order to compel Agricola to abandon his attack on this quarter, they took up arms and assailed the forts which had been placed by him in the country west of the Tay in the 3rd year of his campaigns. That this movement was well devised appears from the proposal of many in Agricola's army to abandon the country they had just subdued, and fall back upon the line of forts between the Firths of Forth and Clyde. Agricola was at this time probably near the entrance to the river Tay into its estuary, and the large temporary camp on the east bank of the Tay opposite Perth, termed Grassy Walls, may have been his position. Instead of adopting this course, he resolved, trusting to the security of the forts against any attack, to meet the maneuver of the natives by prosecuting his attack upon the country extending from the east coast north of the Tay to the range of the so-called Grampians, and in order to prevent his army from being surrounded in a difficult country by overwhelming numbers, he marched forward in 3 divisions. His course, judging from the view his biographer Tacitus gives of his tactics, must have been nearly in a parallel line with the river Tay, his march being on the east side of it, and the enemy rapidly returning from the west to oppose him. The position of the army in its forward march in 3 divisions is very apparent in the remains of the Roman camps in this district of the country. There is a group of 3 in a situation remarkably applicable to his design and his position. The camp at Cupar Angus, which is farthest to the north of the 3, probably contained the main division of the army. Within little more than 2 miles to the southeast is the camp at Lenstrose, termed Cammuir, to cover the country to the east, and as the enemy immediately apprehended were not in that quarter, in it he placed the 9th Legion, which was the weakest. At an equal distance on the southwest, and overlooking the river Tay, was another camp, of which a strong post still remains, and which obviously guarded the passage of the river. The enemy, having learnt this disposition of the Roman army, resolved to make a night attack upon its weakest division, and appeared to have crossed the river, passed the main body in the night, and suddenly fallen upon the 9th Legion. The camp at Lenstrose has only one gate on the side towards the larger camp at Cupar Angus. On the opposite side the rampart is broken in the centre by the remains of a morass. The enemy forced their way through the gate, having taken the Romans by surprise, and an engagement commenced in the very camp itself, when Agricola, having received information of their march, followed closely upon their track with the swiftest of the horse and foot from the main division of the army, overtook them about daybreak, and attacked them in the rear. The natives were now between two enemies, and a furious engagement ensued till they forced their way through the morass and took refuge in the woods and marshes. The Romans were now as much elated by this successful contact with the enemy as they had before been alarmed, and demanded to be led into the heart of Caledonia. The natives attributed their defeat to the fortunate chance for the Romans of their being hemmed in between two forces, and prepared for a more vigorous struggle in the following year. A general confederacy of the northern tribes was formed and ratified by solemn assemblies and sacrifices, and the two contending parties, separated for the winter, prepared for a vital contest when they resumed operations next year. This campaign had lasted for 2 seasons, and Agricola probably returned to the camp at Grassy Walls for winter quarters. The 3rd season was destined to determine whether the Romans were to obtain possession of the whole island, or whether the physical difficulties of the mountain regions of the north and the superior bravery of its inhabitants were at last to oppose an obstacle to the further advance of the Roman dominion. Agricola commenced the operations of this year by sending his fleet, as soon as summer arrived, down the coast to the north to operate a diversion by creating alarm and ravaging the country within reach of the ships. He then marched forward with his army nearly on the track of the preceding year, and crossed the river Isla till he reached a hill called by Tacitus Mons Grampius, on which the assembled forces of the natives were already encamped under the command of a native chief, Calgacus, whose name is indelibly associated with the great battle which followed. On the peninsula formed by the junction of the Isla with the Tay are remains of a strong and massive vallum called Cleven Dyke, extending from the one river to the other, with a small Roman fort at one end, and enclosing a large triangular space capable of containing Agricola's whole troops, guarded by the rampart in front and by a river on each side. Before the rampart a plain of some size extends to the foot of the Blair Hill, or the Mount of Battle, the lowest of a succession of elevations which rise from the plain till they attain full height of the great mountain range of the so-called Grampians, and on the heights above the plain are the remains of a large native encampment called Buzzard Dykes, capable of containing upwards of 30,000 men. Certainly no position in Scotland presents features which correspond so remarkably with Tacitus's description as this, and we may suppose the Roman army to have occupied the peninsula protected by the rampart of the Cleven Dyke in front, and Calgacus's native forces to have encamped at Buzzard Dykes. These two great armies would thus remain opposed to each other at the distance of about 3 miles, the one containing the whole strength of the native tribes still unsubdued, collected from every quarter, and amounting to upwards of 30,000 men in arms, while the youth of the country, and even men in years, were still pouring in, and resolved to stake the fortunes of their wild and barren country upon the issue of one great battle. The other, the Roman army, of veteran troops flushed with past conquest and confident in the well-proved military talent of their general, the one on the verge of their mountain country and defending its recesses as it were their last refuge, the other at the termination of the extensive regions they had already won from the Britons, and burning with desire to penetrate still farther, even to the end of the island. Between them lay the Muir of Blair, extending from the rampart at Meekly Hour to the hill of Blair. On the east both armies were prevented from extending in that direction, or from outflanking each other, by the river Isla. On the west a succession of morasses, moors, and small lochs extends towards the hills, and in this direction the battle eventually carried itself. Such was the position of the two armies when the echoes of the wild yells and shouts of the natives, and the glitter of their arms as their divisions were seen in motion and hurrying to the front, announced to Agricola that they were forming the line of battle. The Roman commander immediately drew out his troops on the plain. In the center he placed the auxiliary infantry, amounting to about 8,000 men, and 3,000 horse, formed the wings. Behind the main line, and in front of the great vallum or rampart, he stationed the legions, consisting of the veteran Roman soldiers. His object was to fight the battle with the auxiliary troops, among whom were even Britons, and to support them, if necessary, with the Roman troops as a body of reserve. The native army was ranged upon the rising grounds, and their line as far extended as possible. The first line was stationed on the plains, while the others were ranged in separate lines, the acclivity of the hill behind them. On the plain the chariots and horsemen of the native army rushed about in all directions. Agricola, fearing from the extended line of the enemy that he might be attacked both in front and flank at the same time, ordered the ranks to form in wider range, at the risk even of weakening his line, and placing himself in front with his colours. This memorable action commenced by the interchange of missiles at a distance. In order to bring the action to closer quarters, Agricola ordered 3 Batavian and 2 Tungrian cohorts to charge the enemy sword in hand. In close combat they proved to be superior to the natives, whose small targets and large unwieldy swords were no match for the vigorous onslaught of the auxiliaries. And having driven back their first line, they were forcing their way up the ascent when the whole line of the Roman army advanced and charged with such impetuosity as to carry all before them. The natives endeavored to turn the fate of the battle by their chariots, and dashed with them upon the Roman cavalry, who were driven back and thrown into confusion. But the chariots, becoming mixed with the cavalry, were in their turn thrown into confusion, and were thus rendered ineffectual, as well as by the roughness of the ground. The reserve of the natives now descended and endeavored to outflank the Roman army and attack them in the rear, when Agricola ordered 4 squadrons of reserve cavalry to advance to the charge. The native troops were repulsed, and being attacked in the rear by the cavalry from the wings, were completely routed, and this concluded the battle. The defeat became general. The natives drew off in a body to the woods and marshes on the west side of the plain. They attempted to check the pursuit by making a last effort and again forming, but Agricola sent some cohorts to the assistance of the pursuers, and surrounding the ground while part of the cavalry scoured the more open woods, and part, dismounting, entered the closer thickets. The native line again broke, and the flight became general, till night put an end to the pursuit. Such was the great battle at Mons Gambius, and such the events of the day as they may be gathered from the concise narrative of a Roman writing of a battle in which the victorious general was his father-in-law. The slaughter on the part of the natives was great, though probably as much overstated when put at 1/3 of their whole army as that of the Romans is underestimated, and the significant silence of the historian as to the death or capture of Calgacus, or any other of sufficient note to be mentioned, and the admission that the great body of the native army at first drew off in good order, show that it was not the crushing blow which might otherwise be inferred. On the succeeding day there was no appearance of the enemy. Silence all around, desolate hills, and the distant smoke of burning dwellings alone met the eye of the victor. But notwithstanding his success, he evidently felt that, with so difficult a country before him, and a native army probably reassembling in the recesses of a mountain region, which, if gained, would manifestly be impossible to retain, and knowing too somewhat better what the great barrier of the so-called Grampians was, both to the invading and the native army, he was in no condition to follow up his advantage. The attempt to subjugate the northern districts was substantially abandoned, and Agricola appears to have crossed the Tay and led his army to the country which he had overrun in the 3rd year, and whose inhabitants are now termed Horesti. Having taken hostages from them to prevent their joining the hostile army, he returned to his winter quarters south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde with his troops, while he directed his fleet to proceed along the coast to the north till they had encircled the island. This voyage the fleet accomplished, coasting round Britain till they reached the True Luncian harbour in the south, and then returned to their station in the Firth of Forth, giving certain proof of its insular character and some indication of the extent and nature of the still unsubjugated country. In the course of their voyage they passed and took possession of the Orcades or Orkneys in name of the Roman Empire, and they saw the peak at a distance island to the north, at which they concluded might be the hitherto mysterious and unvisited Thule. They described as peculiarly remarkable that great feature of Scotland, the long locks or arms of the sea penetrating into the interior of the country and winding among its mountains and rocks. Thus terminated what proved to be Agricola's last campaign in Britain. Whether he resolved to renew the contest for the possession of the barren region of the north, or had practically abandoned the attempt, we know not, as the jealousy of the Emperor Domitian recalled him, ostensibly for a better command, as soon as this great battle was known in Rome. There is no doubt that he seriously contemplated the subjugation of Ireland and its annexation to the Roman Empire. Had he remained to fulfill this intention, the colour of the future history of these islands might have been materially altered. As it was, the fruit of his successes was lost, and the northern tribes retained their independence. The result of his campaign was that no permanent impression was made on the country beyond the Tay, the limit of his third year's progress. Such is the conception which we think may be fairly formed of Agricola's campaigns in Scotland from a careful and attentive consideration of the condensed narrative by Tacitus, taken in combination with an accurate examination of the physical features of the country. They form too important a feature at the very threshold of the history of the country, and have been too much perverted by careless consideration of the only record we have of them, and the intrusion of extraneous or spurious matter, to be passed over in less detail. Agricola's successor Lucullus was put to death on a trifling excuse by the tyrant Domitian, and the entire country, which had formed the scene of these campaigns since the first, appears to have fallen off from Rome and resumed its independent state, the Roman province being again limited to the boundary it possessed on the north when Agricola assumed the government. One result, however, was to add greatly to the knowledge the Romans possessed of the island and its inhabitants, and to give them a practical acquaintance with the tribes inhabiting Caledonia, and hitherto known to them only by report as the Caledonii Britanniae. The expression of Tacitus in his narrative sufficiently indicates that they were to be distinguished from the other Britons as a different race, at least in some sense or degree, as the new nations, with whom Agricola first came in contact in his third campaign. This and similar expressions are applied to the tribes he encountered during that and the subsequent years of his government, and the arguments of the historian as to whether the inhabitants of the island were indigenous or an immigrant population show that while the Romans observed considerable difference in the physical appearance of the different races, they were not aware of any great distinction in their language. Tacitus considers the question of origin as its affects the inhabitants viewed as one nation. He says that the red hair and large limbs of the inhabitants of Caledonia might infer a German descent, the swarthy features and crisp hair of the Silures, as well as their situation, which, in erroneous notion of the position of Britain, was supposed to be opposite Spain, an origin from that country, but the other Britons in all respects resemble the inhabitants of Gaul. His remarks have generally been viewed as if he considered that the Britons consisted of three distinct races, and that there were traditionary accounts of their respective origins, but this is entirely to misapprehend the bearing of his statements. They are arbitrary inferences merely drawn by himself from the difference in the physical appearance of different parts of the nation whose origin he is treating as a whole, and the general conclusion he comes to is that, notwithstanding these appearances, the whole country received its population from Gaul, differing in this respect from the earlier account of Caesar, who pronounces the inhabitants of the interior to be indigenous. As one ground for this general conclusion, Tacitus adds that their language did not greatly differ from that of Gaul, which implies that there could have been no very marked or striking difference of language among themselves. He says that the Britons possessed the same audacity in provoking danger and irresolution in facing it when present, the former quality in a greater degree, while the latter imputation in the main is disproved. So far as the northern tribes are concerned by the narrative of the historian himself, which follows this statement in his life of Agricola, he observes one of the peculiar customs of the Britons among the Caledonians, the fighting in chariots, which was now apparently confined to the ruder tribes of the north, but it is remarkable that he alludes neither to the practice of their staining their bodies with woad, nor to the supposed community of women among them. He shows that, in the wedge-like shape attributed to Britain by previous writers, Caledonia was excluded as still unknown to them. In the language put by the historian into the mouth of the Caledonian leader, Cal Gacus, he implies in the strongest manner that the tribes embraced in the designation he usually gives them, or of inhabitants of Caledonia, were the most northerly of the British nations, that no other people dwelt beyond them, and that they neither cultivated lands, mines, nor harbors, and that he knew of no state of society among them resembling the promiscuous intercourse of women, as he mentions their children and kinsfolk, their wives and sisters, in language only consistent with the domestic relation in greater purity. He also implies that their normal condition, that of small communities or civitates, who were independent of each other and only united in one common action by a formal confederacy among themselves. The fruit of Agricola's campaigns being thus so speedily lost to the Romans, and the Caledonian tribes having, so far as subjugated by him, resumed their independence immediately after his recall, matters appear to have remained in the same state in other respects till the reign of the Emperor Hadrian. On his accession in the year 117, the Britons would seem to have threatened an insurrection, but of what really took place during the interval of 36 years between the recall of Agricola and the commencement of his reign we know nothing. In the year 120, Hadrian visited Britain in person, when he appears to have put down any attempt at insurrection, and having adopted, or rather originated, the policy of defending the frontiers of the Roman Empire by great ramparts, he fixed the limits of the province in Britain at a line drawn from the Solway Firth on the west of the mouth of the river Tyne on the east, and constructed a great barrier designed to protect it equally against the incursions of the barbarians or independent tribes to the north of it, and the revolt of those included within the province. It consists of 3 parts: a stone wall strengthened by a ditch on its northern side, an earthen wall or vallum to the south of the stone wall, and stations, castles, watchtowers, and roads for the accommodation of the soldiery who manned the wall, and for the transmission of military stores. These lie, for the most part, between the stone wall and earthen rampart. The stone wall extends from Wallsend on the Tyne to Brownness on the Solway, a distance of 73.5 English miles. The earth wall falls short of this distance by about 3 miles at each end, not extending beyond Newcastle on the east and terminating at Dykesfield on the west. The result of the most recent examination of the wall is that the whole is undoubtedly the work of Hadrian. Hadrian thus made no attempt to retain any part of the country conquered by Agricola in his last campaigns, but withdrew the frontier in one part, even from where it extended prior to Agricola's government, in order to obtain a more advantageous line for his favorite mode of defense. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Roman province in Scotland. The Romans had now acquired more detailed information regarding the number and position of the tribes of Caledonia, their names, the situation of their towns, and the leading geographical features of the country. These are preserved to us, as they existed at this time, by the geographer Ptolemy, and his account of the north part of the island has apparently been compiled from the itineraries of the Roman soldiers, the observations made from the fleet in its circuit round the island, and the reports of those who had penetrated into the interior of the country. From these and other sources of information, he lays down the position of the prominent features of the coast, the headlands, bays, estuaries, and mouths of the rivers, and the position of the towns in the interior by giving the latitudes and longitudes of each. These degrees of longitude, however, are subject to a double correction. First, he places the island into northern A latitude, and secondly, his degrees of longitude are less than the true degree, and therefore the number of degrees stated between two places is greater than they ought to be. Besides this, he has fallen into the extraordinary error of turning the country north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde to the east instead of to the north. This error mainly affects that part of the country between the Solway and the Clyde on the west, and the Wear and the Forth on the east, the coast on the west being unduly expanded, and that on the east proportionably contracted. Beyond the Firths of Forth and Clyde, the effect of this strange error is to alter the points of the compass, and to substitute north for west, east for north, south for west, and west for south. The former error does not much affect the accuracy of the relative distances of places near each other. The latter, with the distortion of the distances and relative position of the localities which it creates, can be corrected without difficulty, and the part of the map reconstructed as if this error had not been fallen into. Where the country is unaffected by these mistakes, his accuracy is so great when compared with the face of the country that his localities can be laid down, with some rare exceptions, with considerable confidence. Ptolemy places the Ituni Aestuarium on the west and the mouth of the river Vedra on the east, nearly opposite each other, and there is little difficulty in identifying the former with the Solway Firth and the latter with the river Wear. It is between these points and the river Tay that the distortion of the country takes place, the north shore of the Solway Firth being continued in the same northern line with the west coast of England instead of stretching to the west at right angles to it, the Mull of Galloway being his northern point, and the northern part of Scotland made to extend towards the east. The effect is that in the remaining part of his description the word east must be understood as really north, and that the east coast from the Wear to the Forth is too much circumscribed in distance, while the distances on the western side of the country are proportionably made too great. It is remarkable that the part of the country thus affected by this extraordinary mistake should be exactly the scene of Agricola's campaigns, and it appears strange that the more northern part of the country, the information as to which he must have derived from report, and the observation of the coast from the Roman fleet, should surpass in accuracy that part of the country so often and so recently traversed by Agricola's troops, with regard to which his means of correct knowledge might be supposed to be so much greater. We are almost led to attribute more simple truth and force to the remark made by Tacitus that it frequently happened that in the same camp were seen the infantry and cavalry intermixed with the marines, all indulging their joy, full of their adventures, and magnifying the history of their exploits, the soldier describing in the usual style of military ostentation the forests he had passed, the mountains he had climbed, and the barbarians whom he put to the rout, while the sailor, no less important, had his storms and tempests, the wonders of the deep, and the spirit with which he conquered winds and waves, than we should otherwise suppose. if it could be inferred that Agricola's soldiers had reported exaggerated itinerary distances and magnified the country they had traversed and the difficulties they had overcome, and further had believed that in the second campaign, while the rest of the country was unknown to them, they were marching north instead of west, the mistake would be precisely accounted for. It seems almost to add force to this conjecture that in the very scene where this emulation between the army and the navy is recorded to have taken place, and where a whole summer was spent in subjugating a comparatively small territory, the peninsula between the Firths of Forth and Tay, the distance was still more greatly exaggerated, and the area of the peninsula increased beyond all proportion. Be this as it may, let us follow Ptolemy round the coast, keeping in view that he designates a headland by the Greek term and the Latin promontorium, a firth or estuary by the Greek term, and estuarium, a bay or sea lock by Greek term, and sinus, and the mouth of a river by the Greek term, or by the Latin fluvia ostia, by correcting Ptolemy's mistake and restoring the country between the Wear and Solway on the south and the Tay on the north to its proper proportion, we can identify the mouth of the river Alonus and with that of the Alni or Allen in Northumberland, while the next point mentioned by Ptolemy in proceeding along the coast towards the north, the Bodaria estuary, is obviously the Bodotria of Tacitus or Firth of Forth. Directly opposite to Bodaria, Ptolemy placed the Clota estuary or Firth of Clyde, and the space between the two, neck of land on which Agricola placed his line of forts, is correct in distance. Between the Ituna estuary or Solway Firth and the Clota or Clyde, Ptolemy has three of the rivers flowing into the Solway, the Novius or Nith, the Deva or Dee, and the Iena estuary or that of the Cree. They can be easily identified, though the intermediate distances are too great. He mentions the river Luce by the name of the Abravanus, the promontory of the Novantae or Mall of Galloway, the Rerigonius Bay or Loch Ryan, and Vindogara Bay or that of Ayr. Proceeding northwards along the east coast, we find the peninsula of Fife unduly extended in breadth, but the great feature of the Tava estuary, which bounds it on the north, it is impossible to mistake. Its identity with the Taveas of Tacitus and the Firth of Tay is perfectly clear. The position of the mouth of the river Tina between the Bodaria and the Tava corresponds with the relative situation of the river Eden, which flows through the centre of Fife and enters the German Ocean near St. Andrews. Having now passed that part of the country affected by Ptolemy's mistake as to its direction, the relative distances correspond more closely with those of the places meant. North of the Tava or Tay is the river Leva, and farther north the promontory of the Taxali. These correspond in distance exactly with the mouth of the North Esk and with Carnard's Head, the northeast point of Aberdeenshire. Here the coast forms a bend in a direction at right angles, corresponding to the entrance of the Moray Firth, and proceeding along the south shore we have the river Kelnius or Devon, the Tuesis or Spey, and the Loxa or Lassie, and the Varar estuary or that part of the Moray Firth usually termed the Firth of Bowley and separated from it by the narrow channel at Cussack. After this, the distances, if measured in a straight line, are found to be too great, but if the windings of the coast, which is here greatly indented, are followed, they are sufficiently correct, showing that they are derived from the itineraries of coasting vessels, and that the Moray Firth had been in fact explored. Looking across the lowlands of Easter Ross, the first landmark noticed are the high hills on the north of the Dornoch Firth, and two stand prominently out, forming two sides of Strathfleet or Little Ferry, One of these great landmarks is noted as Ripa Alta, or the High Bank. Beyond these, to the north, is the mouth of the river Illa, corresponding in situation with the Helmsdale River, termed by the Highlanders the Uli. We have then 3 promontories noticed, the Veruvium, the Vervedrum, and the Orcus, or Tarvedrum. The editions of Ptolemy vary as to their relative positions, but it is impossible not to recognize the 3 prominent headlands of Caithness, the Noss Head, Duncansby Head, and Dunnet Head. On the west coast, proceeding north from the Firth of Clyde, Ptolemy notices the Lemononius Bay or Locke, which corresponds in situation with Loch Long, although the resemblance of name would almost lead us to infer that the geographer believed that Loch Lomond opened upon the sea. He next mentions the promontory early known to the Romans as that of Caledonia under the name of the Apidium promontory, which is obviously Kintyre. North of the Mall of Kintyre he places exactly in Crinan Bay, which must always have been a well-known shelter for vessels, the mouth of the longest river, where we now find the river Ad, known to the Highlanders as the Avon Fada, or Long River. Between Scotland and Ireland, Ptolemy places the 5 islands, which he terms the Ebidu, Ebedi, and the island of Manarina, but these islands are attached to his map of Ireland, to which country he held them to belong, and their situation is not affected by the great mistake he committed in the direction of Scotland. The most northerly of the 5 he terms Malleus, which is so obviously the island of Mull that it gives us a clue to the situation of the rest, and shows that the islands meant were those south of the point of Ardnamurchan. The remaining 4, placed in a line on the same degree of latitude and lying from west to east, are termed the 2 Abutas, Engarisena, and Epidum. The relative situation of the western Abuta towards Ireland corresponds closely with that of Isla, and the 2 Abutas were probably Isla and Jura. Scarba corresponds with the Engarisena, and the more distant Lismore with Epidum. These islands all lie in one line from southwest to northeast. Manarina corresponds in its position towards Ireland with the island of Arran. Beyond the point of Ardnamurchan, the western islands seem to have been comparatively unknown. No islands are mentioned which correspond with the Outer Hebrides, and the island of Skye seems only to have been known by name, as it is probably meant by Ptolemy's island of Scetis, which, however, he places apparently at random near the northeast promontory of Scotland. On the mainland 3 points only are noticed: the mouth of the Idus River, which is probably the river Carron flowing into Loch Carron, the Volsus Bay or Loch, which can only be the great arm of the sea termed Loch Broom, and the mouth of the river Nabarus, obviously the Navar, but these points must have apparently been taken from report, as it is difficult otherwise to account for his ignorance of the true position of Skye, and for the absence of all mention of the great headland of Cape Wrath, forming the northwest point of Scotland. Along the east coast he denominates the sea the Germanic Ocean, and along the west, from the Mull of Galloway to Dunnet Head, the Caledonian. Such is the wonderfully accurate notice of the salient features of the coasts of Scotland given by a geographer of the 2nd century, but his description of the tribes of the interior of the country and the position of what he denominates towns as compared with the physical appearance of the country is no less so. To these tribes Ptolemy assigns definite names, and to some the towns as compared with the physical appearance of the country is no less so. To these tribes Ptolemy assigns definite names, and to some the possession of what he terms in Greek and in Latin oppida. That these towns were not exclusively Roman stations is plain from their being mentioned as in a part of the country to which the Roman arms had not yet penetrated, neither could they have been simply the rude hill forts or primitive shelters in the woods, such as are mentioned by Caesar, for they are only to be found in the southern and eastern districts, and none are noticed as we approach the rude tribes of the hill country. They certainly implied a regularly fortified town in which the habitations of the natives were collected together and formed the great defenses of their territories, as we almost invariably find them placed near the frontiers of each tribe, or the great passes from one district to another. They would naturally form the main points of attack in any assault upon the tribe, and accordingly we usually find within the sphere of the Roman operations a Roman camp placed in the immediate vicinity of the remains of these towns, and the Roman stations or roads are useful in assisting the accurate identification of these within the range of their campaigns. A line drawn from the Solway Firth across the island to the eastern sea exactly separates the great nation of the Brigantes from the tribes on the north, but this is obviously an artificial line of separation, as it closely follows the course of the Roman wall shortly before constructed by the Emperor Hadrian. Otherwise it would imply that the southern boundary of three barbarian tribes was precisely on the same line, where nature presents no physical line of demarcation. There is on other grounds reason to think that these tribes, though apparently separated from the Brigantes by this artificial line, in reality form part of that great nation. These tribes were the Otalini, or Otadini, and Gadadini, extending along the east coast from the Roman wall to the Firth of Forth. They had three towns on the south, Curia and Bremenium, whose situations correspond with Carby Hill in Liddesdale, where there is a strong native fort, and opposite to it a Roman station, and High Rochester in Redesdale. Their northern frontier was guarded by the town of Alana, which is placed by Ptolemy in the Firth of Forth, and corresponds in situation with the island of Inchkeith. Farther to the west, the Selgovae, or Elgovae, occupied the county of Dumfries, being bounded on the north by the chain of hills of which the Lowthers formed the highest part, and extending along the shores of the Solway Firth as far as the river Nith. Their towns were Trimotium in the exact position where we find the remarkable Roman remains on the striking hill called the Baronswark Hill, Uxellum, corresponding in situation with the Wardlaw Hill in the parish of Caerlaverock, where there are the remains of Roman and native works, Gorda at Sanquhar in the upper part of the valley of the Kith, a name which implies that it was the site of an ancient care or native strength. The remaining town of the Selgovae, Carbantorigum, is placed by Ptolemy on the exact position of the remains of a very remarkable stronghold termed the Moat of lying between the Nith and the Dee. To the west of the Selgovae lay the tribe of the Novantae, occupying the modern counties of Kirkcudbright and Wigtown. Their towns were Leucopibia at Whitehorn, where there are the remains of Roman works, and the Rarigonium on the eastern shore of Loch Ryan, the fortified moat of which is still to be seen on the farm of Innermesson. North of the Selgovae and Novantae, and separated from them by the chain of hills which divides the northern rivers from the waters which flow into the Solway, was the great nation of the Demnonii, extending as far north as the river Tay. They possess south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde the modern counties of Ayr, Lanark, and Renfrew, and north of these estuaries the counties of Dumbarton and Stirling, and the districts of Menteith, Strathern, and Fothreve, or the western half of the peninsula of Fife. This great nation thus lay in the centre of Scotland, completely separating the tribes of the Otalini or Otadeni, Selgovae or Elgovae, and Novantae on the south from the northern tribes beyond the Tay, and were the Nova Gentis, or new nations, whose territories Agricola ravaged to the Tavis Orte in his third campaign. They possessed 6 towns, 3 south of the Firths and 3 north of them. Their towns in the southern districts were Colania, near the sources of the Clyde, a frontier but apparently unimportant post; Corea at Carstairs on the Clyde, near Lanark, which, from the numerous remains, both Roman and native, appears to have been their principal seat; and Vandogara on the river Irvine, at Loudon Hill in Ayrshire, where there are remains of a Roman camp, which was afterwards connected with Corea or Carstairs by a Roman road. In their northern districts the geographer likewise places 3 towns, Alana at the junction of the Allan with the Forth, a position which guarded what was for many centuries the great entrance to Caledonia from the south; Lindum at Ardoch, where the number of Roman camps and of hill forts which surround them indicates an important position; and Victoria, situated at Loch Orr, a lake in the western part of Fife, occupied by this nation, where there are the remains of a Roman station. On the east coast, the Vernacamis possessed the eastern half of Fife, or the ancient Fife exclusive of Fath Reeve, and the counties of Forfar and Kincardine. The only town mentioned is Orea, which must have been situated near the junction of the Erne with the Tay, perhaps at Abernethy. The nearest Roman station to it is at Ardargy, farther north along the coast, and reaching from the mountain chain of the Mount to the Moray Firth, where the Tixalli, who gave their name to the headland now called Kinnard's Head, their town Devana, is placed by Ptolemy in the strath of the Dee, near the pass of Ballater and close to Loch Davin, where remains of a native town are still to be seen, and in which the name of Devana seems yet to be preserved. West of the 2 tribes of the Venicamis and the Taxali, and extending from the Moray Firth to the Tay, Ptolemy places the Vacomagi, a border people who lay along the line separating the highlands from the lowlands. The remarkable promontory of Burgh Head on the south side of the Moray Firth, on which the ramparts of the early town are still to be seen, was one of their positions on which they had a town termed Alata Castra, or the Winged Camp. They had another town on the Spey near Boharm, termed Two Esses. Their frontier towns at the southern termination of their territory were Tamia, placed on the remarkable island in the Tay, termed Inch Tooth Hill, where numerous remains exist, and Benatia at Bacanti on the Almond, where a strong Roman station is overlooked by the commanding native strength on the Dunmore Hill. To the north and west of these tribes no further towns are mentioned, and as the Caledoniae extend on the west along the entire length of the territories of the Vagomagi, their eastern boundary formed the line of demarcation between the tribes of the more plain and fertile districts, who had advanced one step in the progress of social life in the possession, even at this early period, of settled habitations and determined limits, and the wilder tribes of the mountain region, among whom nothing deserving the name of town in its then acceptation was known to the Romans. Ptolemy states that the Caledonii extended from the Lamannonius Sinus, or Loch Long, to the Varar Estuarium, or Bewley Firth, thus ranging along the entire boundary of the highland portion of Scotland. On the west they had the remarkable chain of hills termed in the early historical documents Dorsum Britanniae, Drumlaban, or the backbone of Scotland, a native term apparently presented in a Greek form in Ptolemy and converted by his Latin translator, who, puzzled by the term, recognized in it only an unusual Greek word signifying an oak wood, into Caledonius Saltus, or Caledonia wood. That this range of hills was at all times a forest in the Highland acceptation of the term, having its southern termination at the head of Lochs Long and Lomond, there is no doubt. North of the Caledonii, on the other side of the Varar, or Beauty Firth lay the Cantii, or Decantii, possessing the whole of Ross-shire, save the districts on the west coast. Sutherland proper was possessed by the Lugi, or Merti, along the west coast from the Firth of Clyde. Northwards were the Epidii in Kintyre and Lorne. Beyond them the Creonis, or Creones, extending probably from the Linnhe Loch to Loch Carron. Beyond them the Caronones, occupying probably the western districts of Ross-shire. Beyond these again, in the west of Sutherland, the Carraini, and along the northern termination of Scotland, including Caithness and the northwest of Sutherland, were the Kernavii. Such were the northern tribes of Britain, as described by the geographer Ptolemy in the 2nd century, and such the knowledge of the Romans now possessed of their position and of the towns they occupied. Ere 20 years had elapsed since this description of the tribes of the barbarian portion of Britain was written, the frontier of the Roman province had been advanced from the wall between the Solway and the Tyne to the isthmus between the Forth and Clyde, the boundary destined for it by the sagacity of Agricola, early in the reign of Antoninus, who succeeded Hadrian in the empire in the year 138. The independent portion of the nation of the Brigantes had broken the bounds to set them by the wall of Hadrian, and overrun the territories of one of the provincial tribes, and thus drew upon themselves the vengeance of the Roman emperor. Lollius Urbicus was sent into Britain in the 2nd year of his reign, towards the end of the year 139, subdued the hostile tribes, and constructed an earthen rampart between the Firths of Forth and Clyde, thus advancing the frontier of the Roman province to the isthmus between these Firths, and again adding the immediate territory to the Roman possessions in the island. This wall between the Forth and Clyde remained from this time till the Romans left the island, the proper boundary of the province during the entire period of their occupation of Britain. The isthmus between the Forth and Clyde presents towards the west the appearance of a great valley, having the Campsie and Kilsyth hills on the north, and on the south a series of lesser rising grounds extending in a continuous line from sea to sea, while the hills on the opposite side recede as the valley approaches towards the east, till the view from the southern rising ground extends over the magnificent plain of the Carse of Falkirk, and with the upper part of the Firth of Forth stretching along its northern limit. The Roman wall was constructed along the ridge of the southern rising grounds, and the remains of this stupendous work have at all times arrested the attention of even the careless observer. This great work, as it presents itself to the inspection of those who have examined it minutely, consisted of a large rampart of intermingled stone and earth, strengthened by sods of turf, and must have originally measured 20 feet in height and 24 feet in breadth at the base. It was surmounted by a parapet, having a level platform behind it for the protection of its defenders. In front there extended along its whole course an immense fosse, averaging about 40 feet wide and 20 feet deep. To the southward of the whole was a military way, presenting the usual appearance of a Roman causewayed road. This great barrier extended from Bridgeness near Carridon on the Firth of Forth to Chapel Hill near West Kilpatrick on the Clyde, having at intervals about 2 miles small square forts or stations, which, judging from those that remain, amounted in all to 19 in number, and between them were smaller watchtowers. Such was this formidable barrier in its complete state, but it is not likely that it owed its entire construction to Lollius Urbicus. His work appears to have been limited to what was constructed of turf, and consisted probably only of the earthen rampart itself. Few, probably, if any, of the principal castella formed part of the original construction, as their remains indicate a more elaborate foundation. Numerous inscriptions have been found along the course of the wall, which show that the vallum, as it is termed, in these inscriptions had been constructed by the 2nd, the 6th, and the 20th legions, or rather by their vacillations. The first and last of these legions had been in Britain since the time of Claudius. The 6th was brought into the island of Hadrian. The inscriptions connect the work with the name of Antonius, and in one of the Lollius Urbicus has been found. This great work, guarded as it was by a powerful body of Roman troops, seems to have effectually protected the Roman province in its increased extent during the remainder of the reign of Antoninus. But the first year of a new emperor was, as usual, marked in Britain by an attempt upon the province by the northern tribes, and Calphurnius Agricola was sent to Britain to quell them. This was in the year 162. In the commencement of the reign of Commodus, 20 years later, the eruption was of a more formidable character. The nations on the north of the wall succeeded in breaking through the great barrier, slew the commander with a number of the soldiers who guarded it, and spread devastation over the neighboring part of the province. The war created great alarm at Rome, and Marcellus Ulpius was sent by Commodus against them, a general whose character, as drawn by Dio Cassius, peculiarly fitted him for the task, and he appears to have succeeded in repelling the invading tribes and terminating the war 2 years later. On the death of Commodus in the year 192, 3 able generals commanded the Roman troops stationed at the principal points of the boundary of the Roman Empire: Pescennius, Niger in Syria, Lucius Septimus Severus in Pannonia, and Clodius Albinus in Britain. And after the death of Pertinax and Didius Julianus, the short-lived emperors who had been put up and as speedily deposed by the Praetorian Guards, a struggle took place between the generals for the empire. Severus was proclaimed emperor at Rome, but he found himself at once in a position of great difficulty, for both of his rivals were formidable opponents. Both were in command of powerful armies devoted to them, and he could not proceed to attack the one without exposing the seat of the empire to be seized upon by the other, or remain at Rome without drawing upon himself the simultaneous attack of both. He therefore caused Albinus to be proclaimed Caesar, and his title confirmed by the Senate, and sent letters to him to invite him to share in the government, but recommended that he should make Britain the seat of his government, and devote himself to the care of that province. An example was thus for the first time set of the command of the troops in Britain being associated with the imperial dignity, which some of the succeeding commanders were not slow to imitate, and a separate interest created with reference to Britain, which tended to isolate it from the rest of the empire, and greatly affected the fortunes of both. It is unnecessary for our purpose to detail the struggle which now took place between Severus and Pescennius, Niger, and resulted in the defeat and death of the latter in the year 194. Severus then led his army into Gaul to attack Albinus, who promptly met him by crossing the channel with the British army, and in the Battle of Lyons, which issued, he also was defeated and slain in the year 197, and Severus found himself in possession of the undivided rule of the Roman world. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Roman province in Scotland. It would appear that Albinus, in the course of his government, had come to terms with the barbarians, or independent tribes of the north, for 4 years after this battle. We find the natives of the Meaeti now for the first time mentioned, threatening hostilities against the Roman province, and the Caledonii, who are accused of not abiding by their promises, preparing to assist them. The governor Virius Lupus, who had probably been sent in as Albinus's successor, being unable to obtain assistance from Severus in consequence of his being engaged in war elsewhere, appears to have been driven by necessity to purchase peace from the Meaeti at a great price, a circumstance which shows the formidable character which the independent tribes of the north still bore, and the extent to which they taxed the military ability and energy of the Roman governors to protect the province from their attacks. The great extent of the province and the difficulty experienced in defending it probably led to Roman Britain being now divided into two provinces. Herodian distinctly tells us that after the war with Albinus, Severus settled matters in Britain, dividing it into two governments, and Dio alludes to them under the names of Upper and Lower Britain. It is impossible now to ascertain the precise relative position of the two provinces, but the older province of Britain, formed in the reign of Claudius, seems to have been one, while the other probably embraced the later conquests of the Romans from the Humber to the Firths of Forth and Clyde, comprising mainly the great nation of the Brigantes with its dependent tribes. Dio states that the 2nd and 20th legions were stationed in Upper Britain, while Ptolemy places the one at Isca Silorum, or Caerleon, and both Ptolemy and the itinerary of Antonine place the other at Deva, now Chester. The 6th legion was stationed, according to Dio, in Lower Britain, and Ptolemy, as well as the itinerary of Antonine, place it at York, which is the only indication we have of the situation of the two provinces. These few meager and incidental notices are all that we possess of the state of the Roman occupation of Britain from the clear and detailed account given by Tacitus of Agricola's campaigns to the second great attempt to subdue the northern tribes, which we are now approaching. The one great feature of this intermediate period was the construction of the great rampart between the Firths of Forth and Clyde, and the fixing of that boundary as the frontier of the province, the line of separation between the provincial Britons and the barbarians or independent tribes. To the few emphatic words of the historian of Antoninus, the remains of the great work itself and the inscriptions found in its vicinity add confirmation and a definite locality, and the great boundary at the Firths of Forth and Clyde became from thenceforth the recognized and permanent frontier of the Roman province. While Severus remained at Rome after the defeat and death of Albinus, he received letters from the prefect of Britain announcing that the independent tribes had again broken loose and were in a state of open hostility, overrunning the province, driving off booty, and laying everything waste, and that it would be necessary for him either to send additional troops or to come in person to take steps for the protection of the province. The latter was the course adopted by Severus, accompanied by his two sons. From age and disease, traveling in a litter, he arrived in Britain in the year 208, and drawing his troops together from all quarters and concentrating a vast force, he prepared for war. His object in these great preparations was apparently not merely to repel the incursions of the enemy, but effectually to prevent them from renewing them by striking a severe blow and carrying the war, as Agricola had done before him, into their fastnesses and the interior of the country. When this war again drew the attention of the Roman historians to the state of the barbarian or hostile tribes, they found them in a very different situation from what they had been when so vividly painted by Tacitus and so minutely described by Ptolemy. Instead of their condition as described by the former, who only knew them as a number of separate and independent tribes inhabiting a part of Britain known by the name of Caledonia, and whom the imminence of the Roman invasion alone united into a temporary confederacy, they are now found combined into two nations bearing the names respectively of Caledonii and Meetii. For into these two, says the historian Dio, as abridged by Xenophilene, were the names of the others merged. The nation of the Meetii consisted of those tribes which were situated next the wall between the Forth and Clyde on the north, The Caledonii lay beyond them. The former inhabited the more level districts, or as the historian describes them, the plains and marshes, from which indeed they probably derived their name. The latter occupied the more mountainous region beyond them. There is no reason to suppose that the line of separation between them differed very much from that which divided the tribe of the Caledonii, as described by Ptolemy, from those on the south and east of them. The manners of the two nations are described as the same, and they are viewed by the historians in these respects as if they were but one people. They are said to have neither walls nor cities, as the Romans regarded such, and to have neglected the cultivation of the ground. They lived by pasturage, the chase, and the natural fruits of the earth. The great characteristics of the tribes believed to be indigenous were found to exist among them. They fought in chariots, and to their arms of the sword and shield, as described by Tacitus, they had now added a short spear of peculiar construction, having a brazen knob at the end of the shaft, which they shook to terrify their enemies, and likewise a dagger. They are said to have had community of women, and the whole of their progeny were reared as the joint offspring of each small community. And the third great characteristic, the custom of painting the body, attracted particular notice. They are described as puncturing their bodies so as to, by a process of tattooing, to produce the representation of animals, and to have refrained in order that what they considered an ornament should not be hidden. But in these descriptions it must be remembered that the Romans only saw them in summer and when actually engaged in war, and that, like the American Indians in their war paint, their appearance might be very different and convey a totally erroneous impression of their social habits from what really existed among them in their domestic state. The arrival of the emperor himself in Britain, and the vigorous preparations Severus at once made, caused great alarm among the hostile tribes, and they sent ambassadors to sue for peace. They had hitherto easily obtained it, but it was not Severus's intention to depart from his purpose of total subjugation, and he dismissed the ambassadors without a decided answer and without avowing his purpose, and proceeded with his preparations. When these had been completed, and a larger force collected than had ever yet been arrayed against them, Severus left his son Geta in the province, and taking his son Antoninus with him, he passed the fortresses and rivers which guarded the frontier, and entered Caledonia. Severus had seen that the nature of the country had hitherto, in the main, prevented the Romans from penetrating far, or their conquest from being permanent in the north. The numerous natural bulwarks, the wide-spreading woods, and the extensive marshes interposed almost insurmountable obstacles. What are now extensive plains, well-watered straths, and rich karsts must then have presented the appearance of a jungle or bush of oak, birch, or hazel, the higher ground rocky and barren, and the lower soft and marshy. If the native tribes were for a time subdued and their strongholds taken, they could not be maintained in such a country by the Romans, and the natives speedily regained possession. The policy adopted by Severus was the true mode of overcoming such obstacles, to open up the country and render it passable for troops by clearing the jungles, forming roads in every direction, and throwing bridges over the rivers so as to penetrate slowly with his troops and enable them to continue in possession of the districts as they occupied them in their advance through the country. There could not be a better illustration of what a war between the Romans and these outlying tribes at this time really was, and how Severus dealt with it, than a few extracts from a speech by the Duke of Wellington upon our war at the Cape with the Kafir tribes beyond the colony in 1852. He says, "The operations of the Kafirs have been carried on by the occupation of extensive regions which in some places are called jungle, in others bush, but in reality it is thick-set, the thickest wood that can be found anywhere. The Kafirs, having established themselves in these fastnesses with their plunder on which they exist, their assailants suffer great losses. They move away with more or less celerity and activity, sometimes losing and sometimes saving their plunder, but they always evacuate their fastnesses. Our troops cannot occupy these places. They would be useless to them, and in point of fact they could not live in them. The enemy moves off and is attacked again, and the consequence is, to my certain knowledge, under the last 3 governments, that some of these fastnesses have been attacked 3 or 4 times over, and on every occasion with great loss to the assailants. There is a remedy for these evils. When these fastnesses are stormed and captured, they should be totally destroyed. I've had a good deal to do with such guerrilla warfare, and the only mode of subduing a country like that is to open roads into it, so as to admit troops with the utmost facility. It is absolutely necessary that the roads should be opened immediately into these fastnesses. The only fault I can find with Sir Harry Smith's operation is that he has not adopted the plan of opening such roads after he had attacked and taken these fastnesses. I have, however, instructed him to do so in future, but it is a work of great labor. It will occupy a considerable time and can only be executed at great expense. It is to this period that the traces of the Roman roads beyond the wall must be attributed, and their remains, with those of the Roman camps beyond the Tay, enable us to trace Severus's route. He advanced to the northern wall by the road called Watling Street, repairing the fortifications of the stations as he passed. From the wall near Falkirk, a road proceeds in a direct line to Stirling, where the great pass over the Firth into the north of Scotland has always had its locality. From Stirling westward along the banks of the Firth, where now are to be seen the Flanders and Kincardine mosses, there must have extended one dense forest, the remains of which are embedded in these mosses, and there at some depth below the present surface are to be found remains of Roman roads. From the west of the district of Menteith to Dunkeld must have stretched a thick wood of birch and hazel, and from Stirling and Roman Road proceeds through Strathern to the junction of the Alban with the Tay. Crossing the Tay, it leaves the camp at Grassy Walls, which had been occupied by Agricola, and proceeds in the direction of a large camp near Forfar termed Battle Dykes. This camp is larger than any of those which may, with every appearance of probability, be attributed to Agricola, and is capable of holding a greater body of troops than his army consisted of. While, if the view we have given of his campaigns be correct, it lay beyond the limit of his utmost advance into the country. From the great camp at Battle Dykes, a line of camps, evidently the construction of one hand, and connected with each other by a continuation of the Roman road, extends at intervals corresponding in distance to a day's march of a Roman army through the counties Kincardine and Aberdeen, till they terminate at the shores of the Moray Firth. Severus is said by the historian Dio and Herodian to have entered Caledonia at the head of an enormous army, and to have penetrated even to the extremity of the island, where he examined the parallax and the length of the days and nights. It would appear from the silent witnesses of his march that he had opened up and occupied the country between the northern wall and the Tay, that he had then concentrated his army in the great camp of Battle Dykes, and leaving a part of his troops there to prevent his retreat from being cut off, had penetrated through the districts extending along the east coast till he had reached the great estuary of the Moray Firth, where the ocean lay extended before him, and he might well suppose he had reached the extremity of the island. During this march Severus is said to have fought no battle, his system of opening up the country and rendering it passable for his troops ensuring him its possession as he slowly advanced. But the natives appear to have carried on a kind of guerrilla warfare against the parties engaged in these works, assailing them at every advantage, and enticing them into the woods and defiles by every stratagem, so that although Severus's progress was sure, his loss is said to have been very great. The circumstance on his part, and the effect upon the natives of his success in penetrating to a point which no Roman invader had hitherto reached, or even attempted, led eventually to a peace, the principal condition of which was that the native tribes should yield up a considerable part of their territory to be garrisoned by Roman troops. The part ceded could hardly have been any other district than that extending from the northern wall to the Tay, a district which Agricola had likewise held to a limited extent in advance of the frontier he designed for the province, and this is confirmed by the existence of a temporary camp and a strong station at Fordingal, not far from where the river Tay issues from the lake of the same name. It appears to have been an outpost with any probability or with any support from authority, save this cession of territory to Severus. There is a similar camp and station at Vendoc, on the banks of the Alban, where it emerges from the Grampians, and a corresponding camp and station at Ardoch, which can be distinguished from Agricola's camp there. A part of the inhabitants of this district, too, made their appearance about this time in the Roman army, and 2 inscriptions found at Niederbayr on the Rhine, one of which is dated in 239, show that there were stationed there troops composed of the Horesti of the people who possessed Victoria as their chief seat, from which it would appear that Severus had enrolled bodies of the inhabitants of the ceded district among the Roman auxiliaries. These are all marks of Severus's occupation of this district, and as there are traces of Roman works on the Spey at Pidmain, on the line between the Moray Firth and Fordingal, it would appear that Severus, with a part of the army, returned through the hearts of the Highlands. Having thus concluded a peace with the Caledonii and Maetii, and compelled them to yield up to him a part of their territory north of the wall, to be occupied by his troops in advance of the frontier, Severus proceeded to reconstruct the wall between the Forth and the Clyde as the actual boundary of the province. He appears to have added the large fosse or ditch, to have placed additional posts along the wall, and to have repaired and strengthened the structure itself. Having completed this work and left the province thus once more protected, with the additional security of the occupation by Roman outposts of the ceded territory beyond the wall, he returned to York, leaving behind him Antoninus, whom he was apparently not desirous to retain with him in consequence of an attempt he had made upon his life in presence of the army, while conferring with the Caledonians regarding the treaty of peace in charge of the frontier. He had not remained long at York before the Maetii again revolted and were joined by the Caledonians, and he was only prevented from recommencing a war of extermination by his death, which took place at York in the year 211. Antoninus, as soon as he became, by the death of his father, possessed of the imperial power, being desirous to disembarrass himself of everything that could interfere with his perfect enjoyment of it, terminated the war by making peace with the barbarian natives, and receiving pledges of their fidelity, left the frontier of which he had remained in charge. Thus terminated the most formidable attempt which had been made to subjugate the inhabitants of the barren regions of the north since the campaigns of Agricola. And although the expedition was more successful inasmuch as the army penetrated farther into the country, it was equally unproductive of permanent result, and was not marked by the same brilliant feature of the defeat of the entire force of the hostile tribes in a pitched battle. There occurs again at this period a silence as to the relative position of the Romans and the barbarian tribes, till, after an interval of 75 years, the attention of the Roman historians is once more called to this distant part of the empire by the revolt and usurpation of the purple by Carausius in the early part of the reign of the Emperor Diocletian. In accordance with the custom now becoming frequent in the Roman Empire, Diocletian had associated with him in the government Maximian, and to whose share of the latter fell the western provinces of Gaul, Spain, and Britain. A new feature now took place in the history of these provinces. This was the appearance of 2 new barbaric nations destined to occupy an important position among the European kingdoms, the Franks and the Saxons, who now appeared in the British seas and ravaged the coasts of Gaul, Belgium, and Britain. In order to repress them and to protect these countries from their inroads, a Roman fleet was stationed at Caesariacum, or Bologna. Carausius, a native of the city of Menapia, in Belgium, who had risen to eminence in the Roman army, was appointed to command it, and soon distinguished himself in repressing the inroads of these new barbarian tribes. He was accused, however, of retaining the spoil he took from them, which he ought to have accounted for, and of encouraging them in their piratical expeditions, in order that he might secure for himself the booty they had taken. Maximian, in consequence, resolved to put him to death, but Carausius, having become aware of his intention, anticipated the resolution of the emperor by assuming the purple and taking possession of the provinces of Britain. He took with him in his revolt the fleet under his charge. The Roman soldiers in Britain obeyed him, and he increased his naval force by building numerous new vessels. A barbarian by birth and consequently connected with native tribes, he appears to have received the ready submission of the Britons as well as the support of the independent tribes, and Britain for the time assumed the appearance of a separate empire in which he maintained himself by his fleet. Maximian, after trying in vain to reduce him, at length concluded a peace, bestowing upon him the title of Augustus, and entrusting to him the care of those provinces he had already taken possession of. In the meantime, owing to the disturbed state of the empire and the revolt in Britain, Diocletian created Galerius Maximian and Constantius Chlorus Caesars. It appears that the latter, to whose share the provinces of Gaul, Spain, and Britain were assigned, resolved to wrest the provinces of Britain from the usurper, but of the particulars of this war we know nothing except what may be gathered from a few hints of the panegyrists. We ascertain from them that in the year 292 Constantius Chlorus had wrested Gaul from the influence of Carausius and besieged and taken possession of the harbour of Bologna, compelling Carausius to withdraw his ships to Britain, where his rule was popular, Constantius being unable to carry the war into Britain for want of vessels. The reign of Carausius was one of prosperity to the Britons, and his government vigorous, but it was terminated by his assassination by Electus, one of his followers who had conspired against him, and whose cause seems to have been mainly supported by the independent tribes. Electus had not been long in the enjoyment of his insular dominion when Constantius Chlorus, having now caused vessels to be made, sailed from Bologna to Britain 2 years after the death of Carausius. He is described as passing in a mist the British fleet which was cruising near the Isle of Wight, and landed in Britain when he marched upon London and his army under Aesculapius. Having followed Electus, a battle took place in which the latter was defeated and slain. It was found that after the battle that Electus had few Roman soldiers, and that his army consisted principally of barbarians who had been enlisted by him, and in whom, from the allusion by the panegyrist to a marked characteristic indicated by Tacitus as distinguishing them from the rest of the Britons, we can recognize the inhabitants of Caledonia. Britain had thus been separated from the rest of the Roman Empire for 10 years, 7 of which belonged to the reign of Carausius and 3 to that of Electus, and had for the greater part of that time been under the government of one who united an origin derived from the native tribes with the imperial authority. It almost seemed as if she was destined at the early period to commence her independent existence as a great maritime power, had the assassination of Carausius not altered the character of her fortunes. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Roman province in Scotland. The termination of this independent government was the signal for the independent tribes to break out into hostilities, and as they emerged from under the government of Carausius and Electus into their old position towards the Roman province, they now appear for the first time under the general name of Picts, one section of whom bore the name of Caledones. On the abdication of Diocletian in 305, Constantius Chlorus became Emperor of the West and apparently made Britain his residence during the greater part of his short reign. In its first year he appears to have penetrated beyond the wall, entered the plains of the Low Country north of it, and defeated the Picts, who are said by one of the panegyrists to have consisted of the Caledones and other nations not named, but in whom we can well recognize those termed by Dio the Meiti. This expedition was probably limited to the territory beyond the wall which had been ceded to the Romans in the peace concluded with the Emperor Severus. In the following year, Constantius died at York, and his son Constantine, having become emperor, left Britain to take possession of the empire. We now hear little of Britain and nothing of the nations beyond the boundary of the Roman province for a period of 50 years, till in the year 360 a new and very important feature in the history of the Roman occupation of Britain manifested itself. This was the commencement of those formidable and systematic inroads of the barbarian tribes into the province, which were not merely temporary expeditions for plunder, but evidently aimed at the subversion of the Roman government in Britain, and though checked at intervals, were ever again renewed till the Romans finally abandoned the possession of the island. From the expedition of Severus to the commencement of these formidable attacks, a period of 150 years had elapsed, and the few notices we have of the events in Britain show that the integrity of the province had on the whole been maintained, and that the provincial Britons enjoyed some degree of security within its bounds, while the northern tribes were restrained from making incursions beyond their territory by the well-guarded wall, which, with its numerous posts along its line and in advance of it in the ceded district, protected the frontier. The 10 years' independent kingdom under Carausius and Electus had not affected this state of matters. The provincial Britons must have been equally protected, especially under the vigorous government of the former. There are even indications of its influence having extended over the independent tribes, and bodies of them whom Electus had enlisted were found in his army. On the termination of this independent empire, they emerged under a new name, and their defeat and expulsion from the province was a necessary consequence of the renewed union of Britain with the continental provinces under the same authority. During this period of a century and a half, the quiet and prosperity enjoyed by the provincial Britons led to a corresponding advance in wealth and civilization, and Britain became rapidly one of the most valuable provinces of the empire. Instead of being estimated, as Aspian represents it in the 2nd century, as of so little value that the part of the island possessed by the Romans was a mere encumbrance to them, it is now described by Eumenius in the end of the 3rd century as a possession whose loss to the empire under Carausius was severely felt. So productive, says he, is it in fruit, and so fertile in pastures, so rich in metals and valuable for its contributions to the treasury, surrounded on all sides with abundance of harbors and an immense line of coast. The cultivation of grain and the amount its produce had so greatly increased that it had become of importance as an exporting country, and during the reign of Julian it had formed his great resource, from whence he drew a large supply of corn during the great scarcity on the continent. A change had likewise taken place in its government by the arrangement introduced by Diocletian and confirmed and established by Constantine. The Roman Empire was divided into 4 portions to correspond with the 2 emperors and 2 Caesars. Each of these dioceses, as they were called, was placed under a great officer termed the Praetorian Prefect. The diocese of the west consisted of Gaul, Spain, and Britain, and the latter country was governed by a vicarius or vicar. Roman Britain, which from the time of Severus had consisted of 2 provinces, termed Upper and Lower Britain, was now divided into 4 provinces: Maxima Cirensis, Flavia, Britannia Prima, and Britannia Secunda, 2 former or new provinces being apparently named after his father, who had been Caesar and was the founder of the Flavian family. In the absence of any direct indication of the position of these provinces, the natural inference certainly is that each of the former provinces had been divided into 2, and that while Upper Britain now consisted of Britannia Secunda and Flavia, Lower Britain was represented by Britannia Prima and Maxima Caesarensis. Each of these provinces had as governor either a consul or a president. The troops were under the command of the Dux Britanniarum and the Comus Tractus Maritimi. Under the former were the troops stationed north of the line drawn from the Humber to the Mersey, following the course of the River Don, and on the Roman wall between the Solway and the Tyne, and those under the latter along the maritime tract, exposed to the incursions of the Franks and Saxons, extending from the Wash to Portsmouth. The former appears, therefore, to have been the military leader in the 2 northern provinces, while the functions of the latter were exercised within the 2 southern. The first serious attack upon the province took place in the year 360 and proceeded from 2 nations. The one consisted of that union of tribes which had now become generally known by the name of Picti or Picts, the distinctive appellation of the independent tribes beyond the northern frontier after Britain had been recovered from the usurpation of Carausius. But along with them appear, now for the first time, as actors in the scene of British war, a new nation of people emerging from Ireland and known to the Romans under the name of Scotti. Having broken the agreed-on peace, they ravaged, to use the words of the historian who records it, the districts adjacent to the limits of the province, and filled the provincial Britons with consternation, who dreaded a renewal by this formidable combination of the incursions which had now for so long a time ceased. We learn from the account given by the historian of their eventual recovery that the districts ravaged by the Picts were those extending from the territories of the independent tribes to the wall of Hadrian between the Tyne and the Solway, and that the districts occupied by the Scots were in a different direction. They lay on the western frontier and consisted of part of the mountain region of Wales on the coast opposite to Ierne, or the island of Ireland, from whence they came. The Emperor Julian was unable to render effectual assistance, and Lupicinus, whom he sent, appears to have been unable to do more than maintain the provinces from further encroachment. During 4 years, the invading tribes retained possession of the districts they had occupied and were with difficulty prevented from overrunning the province. But in the 4th year, a more formidable eruption took place. To the 2 nations of the Picts and Scots were now added 2 other invading tribes, the Saxons, who had already made themselves known and dreaded by their piratical incursions on the coasts, and the Atticati, who we shall afterwards find were a part of the inhabitants of the territory on the north of Hadrian's wall, from which the Romans had been driven out on its seizure by the independent tribes. They now joined the Picts in invading the province from the north, while the attack of the Saxons must have been directed against the southeastern shore, and thus assailing the provinces on 3 sides, the Saxons making incursions on the coast between the Wash and Portsmouth, afterwards termed the Saxon shore, where they appeared to have slain Nectarides, the count of the maritime tract, the Picts and Atticots on the north, placing Phalofotis, the Dux Britanniarum, whose duty was to guard the northern frontier in extreme peril, and the Scots penetrating through the mountains of Wales. The invading tribes penetrated so far into the interior, and the extent and character of their ravages so greatly threatened the very existence of the Roman government, that the emperor became roused to the imminence of the danger, and after various officers had been sent without effect, the most eminent commander of the day, Theodosius the Elder, was dispatched to the assistance of the Britons. He found the province in the possession of the Picts, the Scots, and the Atticots, who were ravaging it and plundering the inhabitants in different directions. The Picts, we are told, were then divided into two nations, the Ticadoni and the Victurones, a division evidently corresponding to the twofold division of the hostile tribes in the time of Severus, the Caledonii and the Mattii. The similarity of name and situation sufficiently identifies the first-mentioned people in each of the twofold divisions. The Meiti had been obliged to cede a part of their territory to the Romans, so that part of the nation had passed under their rule, and a part only remaining independent probably gave rise to the new name of Vectuorinus. The Atticati, we are told, were a warlike nation of the Britons, and the epithet applied to the Scotti of ranging here and there the shows that their attacks must have been made on different parts of the coast. Theodosius landed at Rutupii, or Richborough, where he had appointed the rendezvous of the troops, and marched upon London. When arrived there, he divided his men into several bodies so as to attack different parties of the enemy, who were ravaging the country and returning laden with booty. These he defeated, and wresting from them their plunder, returned to London and sent to the continent for reinforcements. As soon as the expected troops arrived, Theodosius left London at the head of a powerful and well-selected army, and speedily succeeded in driving the invaders from the provinces and restoring the cities and fortresses. He then directed his attention to the restoration of the province to its wonted condition of security. The northern frontier was again protected by the stations along the line of the wall between the Firth and Clyde, which he renewed, and part of the recovered provinces were formed into a new and separate province, which he termed Valentia, in honor of the Emperor Valens. Such is the narrative of the historian Ammianus, but as the panegyrists threw light upon the expeditions of Constantius, so now the poet Claudian, in his panegyrics upon the illustrious general, supplies further details of the character of his exploits. The Picts, says he, drove into their own region, to which he gives the poetical name applied to Caledonia of Thule. The Scots he pursued across the sea to the country from whence they proceeded, the island of Erne, and the Saxons he indicates had formed their headquarters in the islands of Orkney. These stations, restored by Theodosius on the frontier, he identifies as separating the province from Caledonia by his allusion to the latter word, and it may further be inferred that he had again occupied the castella or outpost with which the Romans garrisoned the territory beyond the wall ceded to them in the campaign of Severus. The inhabitants of a part of the province had joined the invaders in their second invasion under the name of Atticati, and their territory was now again taken possession of by the Romans. They had exhibited even greater ferocity than the independent tribes, and these he now formed into Roman cohorts and enlisted as a part of the army. What part of the recovered provinces he formed into the new province of Valentia cannot be determined with certainty. It is usually assumed to have consisted of the territory between the walls, but this assertion, though now accepted as almost a self-evident proposition, dates no further back than the appearance of the spurious work attributed to Richard of Cirencester, and rests upon his authority alone. Horsley, who wrote before his date, considered that his part of Roman Britain belonged to the province of Maxima Caesariensis, and is borne out by the distribution of the troops as given in the Notitia Imperii. The whole of those stationed from the Humber to the southern wall and along the line of the wall, which evidently guarded the northern frontier, being placed under the same commander, the Dux Britannicii, that it was a part of the recovered provinces and not new territory, is certain, and equally so that it was on the frontier. But it is more probable that the new province was designed to protect Roman Britain against the new invaders who had appeared for the first time under the name of Scots, and who directed their attacks mainly on the west coast, and this is confirmed by the appearance of the Notitia of new military commander called the Comus Britanniarum, who had under him 3 bodies of infantry, one of which is called Britanniani Junioris, and 6 bodies of cavalry, one being placed at a station on the north of the Don, and another transferred to the Saxon shore, which would place his command south of the Humber and Mersey. As the Comus Littoris Saxonici protected the southeastern coast, and the Dux Britanniae the northern frontier, this new military functionary was probably created for the protection of the western frontier exposed to the Irish Channel. This position also corresponds with the order in which the provinces are enumerated in the Notitia. In the absence of any trustworthy authority as to its position, and looking merely to the slender indications from which any inference may be drawn, we do not hesitate to pronounce that the true Valentia was that part of the province most exposed to the attacks of the Scots, and afterwards called Wales. Although Theodosius for the time effectually repressed the invasions of the hostile nations and restored the province in its integrity, his success left no permanent result behind it. And within 40 years after the re-establishment of the province, the Romans were notwithstanding obliged finally to abandon the island. This arose from two causes: the yearly increasing pressure of the barbarians upon the military resources of the empire required the withdrawal of the troops from those distant provinces which were less easily maintained, and the same cause which concentrated the attention of the emperor upon the defense of the nearer frontiers, and led him to neglect those more remote, rendered the assumption of the imperial authority almost the inevitable consequence of an isolated command, and a temptation too great to be resisted. Had these usurpers been content to remain in possession of Britain alone, they might, in the distracted state of the empire, have been able to have maintained their position, and an insular dominion been founded which would have greatly affected the future history and fortunes of Britain. But they aimed at the possession of the whole of the western diocese of Gaul, Spain, and Britain, and in grasping at too much effected their own ruin. Their ambition led to the troops no sooner proclaiming their general emperor than they were withdrawn from Britain and conveyed into Gaul to support the usurper's ambitious aim, and the province was thus left undefended to the incursions of the hostile nations. The first of these insular emperors after the War of Theodosius was Clemens Maximus, an Iberian or Spaniard by birth, who had served under Theodosius in Britain and was now 12 years later in command of the Roman army there, taking advantage of the unpopularity of the Emperor Gratian with the army owing to favors shown to the Alans, and jealous of the elevation of the younger Theodosius to a share in the empire. He excited the army in Britain to revolt and was proclaimed emperor in the year 383. In the following year he repressed the incursions of the Picts and Scots and forced hostile nations to yield to his power. He then crossed over to Gaul with the army of Britain, slew the Emperor Gratian, and after maintaining himself in Gaul for 4 years, he entered Italy and was finally defeated and slain by the Emperor Theodosius at Aquileia in the year 388. The withdrawal of the Roman troops from Britain by Maximus left the province exposed to the incursions of their old enemies, and the two nations of the Picts and Scots, the one from the north, where the regions beyond the Firth and Clyde formed their seat, the other from the west, where lay the island of Erne, whence they proceeded, continued to harass the provincial Britons for many years with their piratical incursions, which they were the less able to resist, as the usurper Maximus had drained the province of the young and active men who could be trained as soldiers as well as withdrawn the army. The Britons at length applied to Stilicho, the minister of the young Emperor Honorius, and a legion was sent to Britain, which for the time drove back the invading tribes and garrisoned the wall between the Forth and the Clyde. The recovery of the territory at the northern frontier was on this occasion, as well as when Theodosius repelled the invaders from it, followed by a part of the nation of the Atticots being enrolled in the Roman army, where they bore the name of Honoriani in honor of the Emperor Honorius. The Roman historians affording us little information regarding these renewed incursions of the Picts and Scots. Their place is now supplied by the British historians Gildas and Nennius, while the allusions to these events in the poems of Claudian enable us to assign to the somewhat vague and undated accounts of the British historians to their true period. They tell us of this eruption of the Picts and Scots, and of the arrival of the legion to the assistance of the Britons. The poet Claudian connects this with the name of Stilicho. He alludes to the legion which bridled the Scot or the Saxon. He describes it as guarding the frontier of Britain, as bridling the Scot, and examining on the body of the dying Pict the figures punctured with iron. He depicts Britain as saying that Stilicho had fortified her by a wall against the neighbouring nations, and that she neither feared the Scots crossing from Ierne, nor the Pict, nor the Saxon ravaging her coasts. This fixes the date of the expulsion of the barbarians and arrival of the legion at the year 400, and Stilicho appears on this occasion to have also enrolled bodies of Atticots and in the Roman army. 4 years later, the legion was recalled from Britain in consequence of the Gothic War and the attacks of Alaric, and left the island, having, as we are informed by Nennius, appointed a leader to command the Britons. They had no sooner gone, however, than the old enemies of the provincial Britons, the Picts and Scots, again broke into the province and renewed their ravages. After 3 years, Stilicho sent assistance to them. He appears to have feared the total loss of Britain to the Romans, and apparently desirous to make a great effort for its permanent recovery on this occasion. He restored the army of Britain to its usual strength, consisting of 3 legions, the 2nd, the 6th, and the 20th, by whom the province was effectually freed from the invaders and garrisoned by Roman troops. As long as this army remained in Britain, the province was protected in its full extent to its frontier, at the Firths of Forth and Clyde. But the position of the army, as indicated in the Notitia Imperii, sufficiently shows the imminence of the danger which now threatened the province in Britain, and the quarter from whence it was dreaded. The 3 legions which now protected the frontiers of this distant portion of the empire, in the last notice which we have regarding the Roman troops in Britain, are found stationed in greatest force along the wall which extended from the Tyne to the Solway, and in the garrisons between that barrier and the Humber, and likewise in those that protected what was now termed the Saxon shore. Extending from the Wash to Portsmouth, the Comus Britanniarum guarded the western frontier of the 2 Britons, where the new province of Valentia had probably been formed, with troops which may have been stationed at Caerleon and Chester, the old headquarters of the 2nd and 20th Legions, and the interior of the country is comparatively ungarrisoned. The doom of this great empire was now, however, rapidly approaching, and the withdrawal of the troops from the remote frontiers to protect the seat of power precipitated the fate of the frontier provinces. The great invasion of the Vandals, with the Alani and Suevi, which took place in the year 406, and was the first of those fatal inroads of the barbarians into the very heart of the empire, which led to its final ruin. All armed the troops which remained of the army in Britain, who, on the irruption of the barbarians into Gaul, found that they would be cut off from the other forces of the empire and exposed alone in their insular position to the attacks of the enemy, and led them to resort to the step which had now become the habitual tendency of a Roman army so placed, to proclaim an emperor. Accordingly, they terminated their 4 years' residence in Britain by revolting, and selected Marcus as emperor. He was soon slain by Gratianus, who assumed the imperial authority, and after a 4 months' enjoyment of it, was in his turn slain by the soldiers. A soldier named Constantine was then chosen, owing his elevation mainly to his name being that of the celebrated emperor, and this new Constantine no sooner assumed the purple than, with the fatal policy of his predecessors, he resolved to strike a blow for the possession of Gaul, and Spain likewise. Before withdrawing the troops from Britain, however, he counselled the provincial Britons to abandon the districts between the walls, a territory now barely and with difficulty maintained by them, and to protect the remainder of the province by maintaining garrisons on the southern wall. At the same time, the valleys on the north side of the Solway Firth appeared to have been protected by an earthen rampart and fosse, and extends from the shore of the Firth opposite the western termination of the wall across the upper part of the valley till it terminates at Loch Ryan. On the south coast, where the province had been exposed to the piratical descents of the Saxons and had hitherto been protected by the Roman vessels, he erected towers at stated intervals. Having thus taken the best measures in his power to enable the provincial Britons to protect the province, Constantine crossed over to Gaul with the army, and the Roman legions left Britain never again to return. They had no sooner been withdrawn than the old enemies of the province occupied the district as far as the southern wall, to which Constantine had withdrawn the frontier. But although the Roman troops had left the island, the civil government of the Romans still remained in force, and the provinces of Britain continued to form an integral part of the empire. The events, however, connected with the usurpation of Constantine speedily led to the termination of the Roman government in Britain and its final separation from the empire. Constantine had no sooner landed in Gaul than an engagement took place between the British army and the barbarians who had entered Gaul by the passes of the Alps, in which the former were successful, and a great slaughter of the enemy took place. The Roman troops in Gaul submitted to Constantine, and he thus obtained possession of the whole of that country. In the meantime, intelligence having reached Rome of Constantine's successful usurpation, and that the provinces of Gaul had become subject to him, Stilicho returned to Rome from Ravenna, and sent Sorus in command of an army against him. Justinian, one of Constantine's generals, was encountered and slain. Nevi Augustes, another, was put to death by treachery, and Sarus proceeded to besiege Valentia, where Constantine then was. The usurper now appointed Edovincius and Gerontius, a native of Britain, his generals, and Sarus, dreading their military reputation, retreated from Valentia, which he had invested for 7 days. The new generals followed and attacked him, and it was with difficulty he reached the Alps and escaped into Italy, having had to bribe the Bogadi, or armed peasantry, who were in possession of the passes, by giving up to them the whole of his booty to permit his army to pass through. Constantine now placed garrisons in the passes of the Alps, and likewise secured the Rhine, in order to protect the territory he had acquired from invasion. Being now in undisturbed possession of Gaul, he created his eldest son Constans, who had been a monk, Caesar, and sent him into Spain to wrest that country likewise from the government of Honorius. Constans proceeded accordingly to Spain, having Terentius as his general and Apollonarius as prefect of the Praetorium, and was encountered by the relatives of Honorius, who commanded there, and who surrendered to him after a battle in which Constans had the advantage, and an unsuccessful attempt to destroy him by arming the peasantry. Having thus become possessed of two of the relations of the emperor, Varianus and Didymus, Constantine sent messengers to Honorius, entreating forgiveness for having allowed himself to accept the empire, and stating that it had been forced upon him by the soldiery. The emperor was in no position to contend with Constantine, and being afraid of the fate of his relations, acceded to his request and admitted him to a share in the imperial authority. Constans in the meantime returned from Spain, bringing with him Varianus and Didymus, having left there Gerontius the Briton as general, with the troops from Gaul, part of which consisted of the British nation of the Atticots, who had been enlisted in the Roman army by Stilicho, to guard the passes through the Pyrenees. The unfortunate relatives of Honorius were no sooner brought before Constantine than they were put to death, and an embassy was sent to Honorius in the person of Jovius, a distinguished orator, to excuse the death of his fellow relatives and to request that the peace might be confirmed. The plea was that they had been put to death without his consent. Jovius prevailed with Honorius by pointing out to him that he was in no condition to act otherwise, and by promising him assistance from Constantine's army in quelling commotions in Italy and Rome. Termination of Roman Empire in Britain. Constans had in the meantime been sent back to Spain, and took with him Justus as his general. This gave great offense to Gerontius the Briton, who probably only waited for a pretext to endeavor to overturn the government of Constantine. and having gained over the soldiers in Spain, who being principally Atticots, were probably more accessible to the influence of their countrymen, he incited the barbarians in Gaul to revolt and invited those beyond the Rhine to enter the provinces. The latter ravaged them at pleasure, the main attack having been upon those of Britain. This took place in the year 409, and that part of the barbarians who were thus invited and encouraged to attack the provinces of Britain were, we know from other sources, their old enemies, the Picts, Scots, and Saxons. The civil government of the Romans still continued in Britain, but Honorius, being unable to afford them assistance, wrote letters in the following year to the cities in Britain, urging them to look after their own safety. This was equivalent to an abandonment of the imperial authority over Britain and the provincial Britons, who, no doubt, in common with the inhabitants of the other provinces, groaned under the intolerable weight of the Roman civil government, rose against them, and having by one unanimous and vigorous effort freed their cities from the invading barbarians, drove out the Roman prefects likewise, and shook off the Roman yoke. In the following year, Honorius, finding that the existence of the opposing tyrants, Constantine and Gerontius, had prevented him from opposing the barbarians, and led to this defection of Britain and Amorica, resolved to make an effort for their destruction, and sent Constantius into Gaul with an army, who shut Constantine into the town of Arles, took it, and slew him. Gerontius, at the same time, no doubt, at the possession of Britain for himself, followed up his proceedings by slaying Constans at Vienne, and setting up Maximus, said by one author to have been his son, in his place. Gerontius was shortly after slain by his own soldiers, and Maximus, stripped off the purple, fled into exile among the barbarians in Spain. The death of Gerontius thus prevented him from reaping the fruits of his designs, whatever his object in precipitating the barbarians again upon the provinces of Britain may have been. No attempt was made to recover Britain. It no longer formed a portion of the Roman Empire, and the Roman legions never returned to it. This great and momentous change in the political and social condition of the island took place in the year 410, and thus terminated the Roman dominion in that island, which for good or evil had so long endured and so powerfully influenced the fortunes of its inhabitants. Such is the narrative of the Roman occupation, so far as it affected the northern portion of the island. Such the knowledge of Romans had attained, and the record their historians have left us, compressed in few facts, and accompanied by meager details of the position, character, and habits of the northern tribes occupying the barren regions of Caledonia, who, though often assailed and sometimes with temporary success, preserved their independence and remained in hostility to the Roman government throughout the whole period of their dominion in the island. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Britain after the Romans. The termination of the Roman dominion in Britain produced a great and marked change in its political position and destinies. It ceased to form a part of the great European empire, and for the time lost the link which connected it with the civilization of the West. It no longer took part in the common life of the Western nations, and isolated from all that created for them a common interest, or unconsciously combined them in a common struggle, out of which the elements of a new historical world were to emerge. It seemed to relapse into that state of barbarism from which the influence of the Roman dominion had for the time extricated it. The British Isles seemed, as it were, to retire again into the recesses of that western ocean from which they had emerged in the reign of the Emperor Claudius, and a darkness which grew more profound as their isolated existence continued settled down upon them and shrouded their inhabitants from the eye of Europe till the spread of that great and paramount influence which succeeded to the dominion of the Roman Empire, and inherited its concentrating energy. The Christian Church took Britain within its grasp, and the works of its monastic and clerical writers once more brought its fortune within the sphere of history. When the page of history once more opens to its annals, we find that the barbaric nations whom we left harassing the Roman province till the Romans abandoned the island had now effected fixed settlements within the island and formed permanent kingdoms within its limits. South of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, we find her containing a Saxon organization and tribes of Teutonic descent hitherto known by the general name of Saxons in full possession of her most valuable and fertile districts, and the Romans of the old British provincials confined to the mountains of Wales and Cumbria, the western districts extending from the Solway to the Clyde and the peninsula of Cornwall. North of the Firths we find the barbaric tribes of the Picts and Scots, which had so often harassed the Roman province from the north and west, formed into settled kingdoms with definite limits, while Hibernia, or Ireland, now appears under the additional designation of Scotia. So little was known of Britain during this interval of upwards of a century and a half, so undefined were the notions of the continental writers, that Procopius, writing from Constantinople in the 6th century, describes Britain as extending from east to west and consisting of two islands, Brittia and Britannia. Brittia lay nearest Gaul and was divided by a wall, the country to the east of which, or that nearest the continent, he believed to be inhabited, fertile, and productive, and to be occupied by three nations, the Angiloi, Frisones, and Britones, synonymous with the isle. But the region to the west of the wall, by which he indicates Caledonia, or the districts north of the Firth and Clyde, he only knew as a region infested by wild beasts and with an atmosphere so tainted that human life could not exist. And he repeats a fable derived, he says, from the inhabitants, that this region was the place of departed spirits. The country south of the Humber he considered a separate island, named Britannia. Stephanus Byzantinus, writing from the same place half a century earlier, considered Alban, Brettia, and Britannia separate islands, inhabited respectively by the Albaones, Bretonoi, and Bretonoi. Even Gildas himself, of British descent, and writing from the neighboring shore of America, takes his description of the size of Britain from the Cosmogony of Ethicus, written 2 centuries earlier, merely qualifying it by the addition, except where the headlands of sundry promontories stretch farther into the sea, apparently referring to Caledonia, but he evidently considered the country north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde as a separate island from the rest of Britain. He applies the same epithet of transmarine to its inhabitants and to the Scots from Ireland. He calls the region between the walls of the extreme part of the island, and he writes of its transactions as if he had no personal knowledge of them, but had received them by report from a distant land. For he says he will relate his history so far as he is able, not so much from the writings and written memorials of his native country, which either are not to be found, or, if ever there were any of them, have been consumed in the fires of the enemy, or been carried off by his exiled countrymen, as from foreign report, which, from the interruption of intercourse, is by no means clear. In order to realize thoroughly the cause of this darkness and confusion which appear to have settled upon Britain and its affairs, and after the departure of the Romans, we must consider its real position towards Rome as viewed from thence. During the period of the Roman dominion, it resembled a distant colony exposed to the incursions of frontier tribes whom no treaties could bind and no defeats subjugate, requiring a large military force for its protection, the accounts of whose proceedings reached Rome at distant intervals and only attracted more than a passing attention when a crisis occurred in her affairs, which must have been considered rather as a vexatious interruption in matters of nearer and more engrossing interest than a subject of general attention. When the Roman government was withdrawn, she resembled such a distant colony, with all connections severed between her and the home government, abandoned to the incursions of her enemies, and left to protect and rule herself. How completely such a change would, for the time, blot out a distant colony from the map of the civilized world may be readily conceived, and when she again remerged in the form of a political state, containing once more the elements of civilization and of common interest with the rest of the world, the intermediate period of confused and uncertain knowledge would appear almost analogous to that dark age of barbarian life in which precedes the birth of infant states, and on which the dim light of tradition and the lays of the rude people engaged in internecine war alone throw an uncertain ray. So it was with Britain, deserted almost entirely by the continental historians and deprived of the clue which any connection with European events would afford. We are left for the history of this interval to the uncertain guide of tradition, and although it necessarily fails in affording us the means of obtaining a connected and trustworthy history, yet by discriminating between what is tradition or fable and what may fairly be accepted as history, and by combining the indications which traditional accounts derived from different sources afford, with the scattered notices contained in writings contemporary, or nearly so, with the events, we may yet be able to present the salient features of the history of this period with some confidence in their reality and in something like chronological order. These sources of information, uncertain as they are, and faint as is the light which they throw upon the history of the country during this interval, yet reveal very distinctly indications that to the rule of the Romans in the island there succeeded a fierce and protracted struggle between the provincial Britons and the various barbarian tribes to whose assaults they had been exposed for so many years, till it terminated in the settlement of the latter in the country, and the formation of 4 kingdoms, embracing these several races within definite limits. They tell us also something of those races, and of their character and relation to each other. The contest which succeeded the departure of the Romans was one not merely for the possession of the Roman territory, but for the succession to her dominion in the island. The competing parties consisted, on the one hand, of the provincial Britons who had just emerged from under the Roman rule, and on the other of those independent tribes, partly inhabitants of the island and partly piratical adventurers from other regions, who had so frequently ravaged the Roman province and now endeavored to snatch the prize from the provincial Britons and from each other. The races engaged in this struggle were 4: the Britons, the Picts, the Scots, and the Saxons or Angles. The 2 former were indigenous, the 2 latter foreign settlers. With regard to the former, so many years of Roman dominion in the island could hardly fail to have produced in some respects a deep and lasting effect upon the native population, but it did not leave, as might have been expected from the existence of the Roman province for so long a period, a provincial people speaking the Roman language and preserving their laws and customs. The tendency of the Britons was to throw off the stamp of Roman provincialism with the civil government against which they had rebelled, and to relapse into their primitive Celtic habits and modes of thought. This arose partly from the character of the Roman civil rule, partly from the different effect produced by it in different parts of the country, the distance of Britain from the seat of government, its fertility, and the uncertainty of the Roman tenure of the island caused it to be regarded less as a valuable portion of the empire than as a distant mine from which every temporary advantage ought to be drawn at whatever cost to the natives. The Roman civil rule was harsh and oppressive, the British provinces a field for exaction from which everything it could be made to yield was extracted and carried on without remorse. The effects, too, of the Roman rule were various. On the provincials of the fertile, accessible, and completely subjugated districts, they were more deep and lasting. To a great extent they lost their nationality and became Roman citizens. With it went also their natural courage and either the desire or the spirit to resume an independent position, and they became enervated or effeminate. On the inhabitants of the northern and western portions of the province, the effect must have been lighter and more ephemeral in its character. They were more in the position of native tribes under a foreign rule than of the civilized inhabitants of a province. They were exposed to the continual incursions of the barbaric tribes beyond the bounds of the Roman Empire, and as they had in a greater degree preserved their peculiar habits and national characteristics, the withdrawal of the Roman army and civil government was more the removal of a restraint which left them at liberty to resort to their old habits and resume their independent existence as best they might. Even upon the barbarian tribes who had remained in hostility to the Roman rule, it exercised an indirect influence. It created union among them, the gradual combination of small communities into larger associations under a general name, and the molding of a warlike barbarian people into a social organization in advance of what they had been. But the great legacies of Rome to Britain were the idea of monarchy, the centralization of authority, and the municipal government, the position of the civitas, or city, as the center of local authority to the surrounding territory. In provincial Britain, the local government, under the civil staff of the Romans, was vested in the cities with their senate or curia, the decuriones, which composed it, and the magistrates elected by them. It was to them Honorius addressed his letters, and when the Roman civilians were driven out, they succeeded to their authority, each city forming the center of a small territorial rule. Of the provincial Britons, we find clear indications of a marked distinction between these two classes, the first consisting of those who considered themselves more peculiarly Romans and bore the impress of their language and habits, among whom were also to be found the descendants of the Roman soldiers who had become naturalized prior to the termination of the Roman government in Britain, and remained in the island. There were, in fact, three descriptions of persons who might be termed Romans. There was first the Roman army, consisting to a great extent of barbarian auxiliaries, parties of whom remained stationed at the same places during the greater part of their occupation of the island. There was secondly the civil government, which from the time of Constantine, if not from that of Diocletian, had been distinct from the military organization, and had imposed upon the provinces a numerous and oppressive body of civil officials, principal and subordinate. And there were, thirdly, the descendants of those of the military who had received benefices or grants of land, or had connected themselves by marriage with the natives, and were thus naturalized among them. The Roman troops had been withdrawn by the various usurpers who assumed the purple in the island. The civil government had been expelled by the people by whom, in common with all the provincials of the Roman Empire, it was detested and reluctantly submitted to. But the third class remained, and naturally became the leaders of those provincials who had become, as it were, Romanized. The class of the provincial Britons would be found mainly in that part of the province longest subjected and most easily accessible to Roman influence, and bounded by the Humber and the Severn, and in the eastern and more level portion of the territory between the Humber and the Firths of Forth and Clyde, where the proper frontier of the province existed. The second great class of the provincial Britons consisted of those who had been later conquered, and occupying the wilder and more secluded regions of the north and west, retained less of the impress of the Roman provincial rule. These, on the departure of the Romans, fell back more upon a British nationality, and while the former fell an easy prey to the invader, the latter, retaining their British speech in its integrity and possessing more of the warlike habits of a people inhabiting mountainous and pastoral districts, after the first paralyzing effect of the absence of their usual protectors, the Roman troops had passed away, took part in the struggle which ensued with vigor and animation. Gildas, the British historian, alludes plainly enough to these two classes when he says that this discomfited people, wandering in the woods, began to feel the effects of a severe famine, which compelled many of them without delay to yield themselves up to their cruel persecutors to obtain subsistence. Others of them, however, lying hid in mountains, caves, and woods, continually sallied out from thence to renew the war. And then it was for the first time they overthrew their enemies who had for so many years been living in their country. Such were the provincial Britons when the great contest commenced, but we are here mainly concerned with those who occupied the western districts extending from the river Derwent, which falls into the western sea at Workington in Cumberland, to the river Clyde on the north, forming one of 4 subsequent kingdoms under the name of Cumbria. Among the barbaric tribes who likewise entered into the struggle for the prize, the first in order were the Picts. The accounts of them given by Gildas, Nennius, and Bede vary considerably. Gildas first mentions them as taking a part in the irruption of the barbarians into the Roman province after the departure of Maximus with the Roman army, but he calls them a transmarine nation and says they came from the northeast. He tells us that after the withdrawal of the frontier to the southern wall, which we have seen took place on the departure of Constantine in 406, they occupied districts up to that wall as natives, and that when finally repelled by an effort of the provincial Britons, they then for the first time settled down in the extreme part of the island, where they still remained at the time he wrote his history. The natural inference from his language is that he considered that Picts were a foreign people who first obtained a settlement in the island in the beginning of the 5th century, unless he regarded the region north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde as a separate island, and considered that it lay north-northeast from the standpoint from which he wrote. The gloss which Bede puts upon his language, then by transmarine he merely referred to their crossing the Firths, seems a forced and narrow construction of his language. Nennius, too, viewed the Picts as a foreign people who settled in the island, and says that they first occupied the Orkney Islands, whence they laid waste many regions and seized those on the left-hand or north side of Britain, where they still remained, keeping possession of a third part of Britain to his day. But then he placed their settlement as early as the 4th century before the birth of Christ. Bede says that at first this island had no other inhabitants than the Britons, but that when they, beginning at the south, had made themselves masters of the greatest part of the island, it happened that the nation of the Picts from Scythia, as is reported, putting to sea in a few long ships, were driven by the winds beyond the shores of Britain, and arrived on the northern shores of Ireland, where, finding the nation of the Scots, they desired a settlement among them, and this being refused by the Scots, they sailed over to Britain and began to inhabit the northern parts of the island. He adds that, having no wives, they applied to the Scots, who gave them on condition that when the succession came into doubt, they should choose their king from the female royal race rather than from the male, a custom which he says it is well known is observed among the Picts to this day. Bede does not say at what time this settlement took place, but it is obvious that he is reporting a tradition, and that Nennius's account is also traditionary, while Gildas does not seem to be aware that any tradition of their origin or their original seat was known to the Britons. When we turn to the classical writers, we find that under the name of the Picts they clearly understood the aggregate of tribes who, throughout the entire occupation of the provinces of Britain by the Romans, were known to them as the barbarians who dwelt beyond the northern wall. Those ancient enemies of the Romans who had so frequently harassed them in the quiet possession of Britain, from the beginning of the 3rd century, the older names by which many of the barbarian tribes beyond the frontiers of the empire had been known to the Romans appear to have given way to new appellations embracing a larger combination of tribes, and as in Germany, the new generic names of Alemanni, Franki, Thuringi, and Saxons now appear, the constituent elements of which combinations can be identified with the tribes bearing the older names, so at the same period the name of Pict designation as a destination of the barbaric tribes in Britain. It is first mentioned by Eumenius the panegyrist in the year 296, as the Picts seemed at first destined to carry off the prize, and although eventually obliged to confine themselves to their ancient limits, formed the groundwork of the future kingdom of Celtic Scotland. It will be necessary, with a view to the main object before us, to trace their characteristics with somewhat more minuteness of detail. When Agricola first penetrated beyond the Solway Firth and extended his conquests over a hitherto unknown country as far as the Tay, his biographer records the tribes he encountered as new nations, and in his general description of the inhabitants of the island, he discriminates between the tribes whom Agricola first made known to the Romans, and whom he calls inhabitants of Caledonia, and the rest of the Britons. That they were the same people who had been known to the Romans by a report not long before as Caledonii Britanniae, there can be little doubt. They possessed, it is true, no diversity of language or of manners sufficient to attract the attention of the Roman historian, but still there were some distinctive features which led him to consider them as not identical with the provincial Britons, and to give that part of the island occupied by them a separate name. There was one physical mark of difference that at once attracted his observation. They were larger in body and limb, and less xanthous. In the following century we learn more regarding these new nations. We find that in the reign of Hadrian they consisted of 14 tribes, and extended from the districts between the Solway and the Clyde to the extreme north of Scotland. A closer examination of these tribes shows evident indications of a different degree of civilization and of advancement in social organization among them. In this respect they fall naturally into 3 groups, and they are likewise geographically divided into the same groups by 3 leading tribes extending entirely across the island from sea to sea. The most southern of these was the tribe of the Damnonii, in itself representing with the tribe of the Novanti in Galloway one of these 3 divisions, and extending from the Firth of Forth to the great estuary of the Clyde, and from the mountains of Dumfriesshire to the river Tay. A line drawn from the head of Loch Long to the Moray Firth separates the tribe of the Caledonii from that of the Vagomagi, each extending parallel to the other from southwest to northeast. The entire platform of these 14 tribes thus naturally falls into 3 not very unequal portions. The number of the tribes, however, are more unequally distributed. In the northern and more mountainous portion were no fewer than 9 out of the 14 tribes, the great tribe of the Caledonii joining the frontier people on the southeast. In the more lowland districts, from the Moray Firth to the Firth of Forth, were only 3 tribes, of which the Vacomagi extended along the northwest boundary, and the fertile plains from the Tay to Galloway were entirely possessed by one great tribe, the Damnonii. While the Novanti occupied Galloway, this very plain points to a more advanced social organization as we proceed south, and the same fact is further indicated even more clearly by the existence of the towns, among some of them only. Among the 3 tribes extending from the Forth to the Moray Firth, we find what the geographer Ptolemy calls towns, but not very numerous, and placed on the frontier of each tribe, so as to show they were organized for the defense of the community. Among the tribes in the more northern portion there is no trace whatever of the existence of such towns, while in the great southern tribe of the Damnonii there are enumerated no fewer than 6, as many as are to be found in the 3 tribes north of the Forth, and we likewise find them placed more in the interior of the territories of the tribe, while the Novanti in Galloway possesses 2. Not many years after this account of the tribes, the Roman wall was constructed between the Firths of Forth and Clyde, through the heart of the territories of the Daemonii, thus dividing the nation into two parts, one of which was included within the province and subjected to the Roman government, while the other remained beyond the boundary of Roman Britain. Of the towns enumerated by Ptolemy, 3 were now within the province, and the other 3 were situated north of the wall. When the Roman classical writers again furnish us with any particulars of these tribes, we find that the progress of social organization had advanced a step further, and that they were now combined into 2 nations, the Caledonii and the Meiti. The historian Dio expressly states that these were the 2 divisions of the hostile nations beyond the Roman province, and that all other names of tribes beyond the wall had merged into these 2 denominations, of which, he adds, Meiti were next the wall. The name of Caledonii identifies the nation with the group of northern tribes, of which the Caledonii were the leading tribe, while the Meiti must have included those extending from the Caledonii to the wall. The Meiti, soon after they first appear under that name, were obliged to yield up a considerable portion of this territory to the Romans. The ceded district must have been that nearest the wall, and if, as we have seen, it consisted of the plains extending from the wall to the Tay, it included exactly that portion of the nation of the Daemonii which lay on the north side of the wall, who now passed under the Roman influence, as well as the southern portion of that nation. At the time, the independent tribes of the north are thus described as consisting of 2 nations, the Caledonii and the Meiti. It is recorded of them as a characteristic feature that they retained the custom of painting their bodies by puncturing with iron the figures of animals or on the skin, and when the inhabitants of these northern regions next appear on the scene, after the interval of nearly a century, we find the whole aggregate of these tribes bearing the general name of Picti. Then this name, afterwards so well known and so much dreaded, first appears as their designation after the fall of the insular empire of Carausius and Allectus, in whose armies they seem to have been largely enrolled. They are said at this time to have consisted of the Caledonis and the other Picts. 50 years later, when the first of those great and systematic eruptions into the province by the simultaneous action of several barbarian nations burst forth, the Picti are more accurately described by the historian as now consisting of 2 nations, the Dicaledoni and the Vecturones, while the occupation of the Roman territory nearest them during the first 4 years brought to their assistance in their more extended attack upon the Roman province a part of its population under the new designation of the Attacati. We thus see that prior to the extension of the Roman province under Antoninus, the people known to the Romans by report as the Caledonian Britons, and described by Tacitus as a distinct people under the designation of inhabitants of Caledonia, consisted of 14 independent tribes, that a part of the largest of the southern tribes having been cut off from the rest by the Roman wall, the tribes remaining independent combined into 2 nations, the Caledonii and Meiti, that the Meiti having to cede a part of their territory, the remainder of the nation lose that name and appear under that of Vecturiones, the Caledonii or Caledonis being now termed Dicaledoni, inhibiting the northwestern regions bounded by the Deucaledonian Sea, while the combined nation bore the name of the Picti. Such seems the natural inference from the successive notices of the northern tribes by the Roman historians, and while they give no hint that they did not consider them the same people throughout, and while the identity of the northern division at all times is sufficiently manifest by the preservation of the name of the Caledonians under analogous forms, the poets clearly indicate that they considered the Picts the indigenous inhabitants of Caledonia. For while they consider Ierne or Ireland as the homen of the Scots, and the Orcades or Orkneys as the position from whence the Saxons issued on their expeditions. They assigned to the Picts as their original seat the same Thule which the earlier poets had applied as a poetical name for Caledonia and the home of the Caledonian Britons. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Britain after the Romans. The same twofold division of the Pictish nation existed among them till at least the 8th century, when Bede wrote his ecclesiastical history of the English nation, for he tells us that the provinces of the northern Picts were separated by high and lofty mountains from the southern regions of that people, and that the southern Picts had their seats within that mountain range, alluding probably to the range of the so-called Grampians, which formed the southwestern boundary of that division of the nation which throughout bore the name of Caledonians. This distinction, too, between the two branches of the nation must have been still further increased by the fact recorded by Bede, that the northern Picts were only converted to Christianity by the preaching of St. Columba in the year 565, while the southern Picts had long before embraced Christianity through the preaching of St. Ninian, who, he tells us, built a church at Candida Casa, or Whitthorne, in Galloway, which he dedicated to St. Martin of Tours. Elred probably repeats a genuine tradition when he says in his Life of St. Ninian that he was building this church when he heard of the death of St. Martin, which happened in the year 397, so that the southern branch of the Pictish nation was at least nominally a Christian people, while the northern Picts remained pagan for a period of upwards of a century and a half. The Irish equivalent for the name Picti was Cruithni, and we find during this period a people under this name inhabiting a district in the north of Ireland, extending along its northeast coast from the river Newry and from Carlingford Bay to Glenarm, and consisting of the county of Down and the south half of the county of Antrim. This district was termed Ulad, and also Dalarid, Latinized Dalaradia, and its inhabitants were the remains of a Pictish people believed to have once occupied the whole of Ulster. South of the Firths of Forth and Clyde we find the Picts in two different localities. Gildas tells us that after boundary of the province they occupied the northern and extreme part of the island as settlers up to the wall, and this probably refers to the districts afterwards comprised under the general name of Londania, or Lothian in its extended sense, comprising the counties of Berwick, Roxburgh, and the Lothians. In the northwestern part of this region they appear to have remained till a comparatively late period, extending from the Carron to the Pentland Hills, and known by the name of the plain of Manow or Manan, while the name of Pentland, corrupted from Pedland or Pictland, has preserved a record of their occupation. The name of Picti was likewise applied to the inhabitants of Galloway, comprising the modern counties of Kirkcudbright and Wigtown, till a still later period, and survived the entire disappearance of the name as applied to any other portion of the inhabitants of Scotland, even as late as the 12th century. This district was occupied in the 2nd century by the tribe termed by Ptolemy the Novante, with their towns of Rara, Gonium, and Lycophibia, and there is nothing to show that the same people did not occupy it throughout and become known as the Picts of Galloway, of which Candida Casa or Whitthorne was the chief seat and occupied the site of the older Lycophibia. The oldest record connected with the Picts is the Pictish Chronicle, apparently compiled in the 10th century, of which two separate editions are preserved, one of which probably emerged from Abernethy and the other from Brechin. It contains a list of kings of the Picts who are supposed to have reigned over them from their origin to the termination of their monarchy. The earlier portion of this list is, of course, mythic, and the reigns of the supposed kings are characterized by their extreme length, but the latter part must form the basis of their history after the Picts became settled and assumed the form of a kingdom within definite limits. The earlier part is mainly useful for philological purposes. The last of these shadowy monarchs is Drust, son of Erp, who is said to have reigned 100 years and fought 100 battles, and it is added that in his 19th year St. Patrick went to Ireland. This places him about the time of the repeated incursions of the Picts into the Roman province. His successor, Tolori, is said to have reigned only 4 years, but with the reign of his brother Nectan Morbid, to which 24 years are assigned, we probably have something historical. A calculation of the reigns of the subsequent kings in the list, tested by the dates furnished by the annalists from time to time, would place the commencement of this reign in the year 457 and the termination in 481. The Chronicle tells us that Nectan had been banished to Ireland by his brother, and that in consequence of a prophecy by St. Bridget that he would return to his own country and possess the kingdom in peace, he, in the 3rd year of his reign, received Dar Lugdach, address of Kildare, and 2 years after founded the Church of Abernethy in honor of St. Bridget. But this tale is inconsistent with the date of St. Bridget, whose death is recorded in 525. It, however, appears to connect Nectan with the territory in which Abernethy was situated. A strange tale is related of him, too, in the Acts of St. Boethius, or Bruite, or Minister Buet in Ulster, whose death is recorded in 521, to which likewise connects him with the same part of the country. St. Buet is said, on returning from Italy with 60 holy men and 10 virgins, to have landed in the territories of the Picts, and to have found that Nectan, the king of that country, had just departed this life, on which he restores him to life, and the grateful monarch bestowed upon him the fort or camp in which the miracle had been performed, that he might found a church there. If he entered the Pictish territories by the Firth of Tay, it is probable that the place formerly called Dun Nectan, or the Fort of Nectan, and now corrupted into Dunnichin in Forfarshire, is the place intended, and that the name of Boethius or Buite is preserved in the neighbouring church of Kirkbuddow, situated within the ramparts of what was a Roman camp. Of the 2 next kings we know nothing but their names and the length of their reigns. We then come to 2 Dress or Drust, son of Garum, and Dress, son of Woodrost, who reigned together for 5 years, from 523 to 528, and here again we find some legendary matter connected with one of them. In the Liber Hymnorum, or Book of Hymns of the Ancient Church of Ireland, edited by the Reverend Dr. J. H. Todd, there is a hymn or prayer of St. Mugent, and the scholiast in the preface narrates the following tradition. Mugent made this hymn in Futurna. The cause was this: Finan of Magbal went to Mugent for instruction, and Rioch and Talmach and several others with him. Drust was king of Breton and had a daughter, viz. Drustich was her name, and he gave her to Mugent to be taught to read. It is unnecessary to add the adventure which followed. Dr. Todd considers that Futurna is manifestly Wittenner or Wittern, the WH being represented by F, and that the Drust was the legend is one of these 2 Drusts who reigned from 523 to 528. As Finan's death is recorded in 579, the date records with the period when he may have sought instruction. O'Clery, in the Martyrology of Donegal, quotes a poem which refers to the same legend. Druist, king of the Free Bay on Strand, had one perfect daughter. Dustric she was for every good deed renowned. This trust is therefore clearly connected with Galloway, and we thus learn that when two kings appear in the Pictish Chronicle as reigning together, one of them is probably the king of the Picts of Galloway. The Drusts are followed by two brothers of Drest, son of Garum, Atalig, and another Drest son, Munate, and then we find ourselves on firm historic ground when we come to Bridi, son of Malachu. He is said to have reigned 30 years and to have been baptized in the 8th year of his reign by St. Columba, as that saint is recorded to have come from Ireland to Britain in the year 563. This places the first year of his reign in the year 556 and the termination of his reign in the year 586. His death is, however, recorded by Tigernach in the year 583. Bede terms him Bridius, son of Melachon, a most powerful king reigning over the Picts, and says that St. Columba converted his nation to Christianity in the 9th year of his reign, having preached the word of God to the provinces of the northern Picts, and Adamnan places his fort and palace on the banks of the river Ness. The Pictish Chronicle states that Gallum Cenulf reigned 1 year with Bridi, and Tigernach records the death in 580 of Cendale Locke, king of the Picts. He too was probably a king of the Picts of Galloway, and traces of his name also can be found in the topography of that district. We have now traced the history of the Picts down to the last half of the 6th century, when we find ourselves on firm ground and leave them a Christian people, united in one kingdom under the rule of a powerful monarch. But if the word Picti was a term applied to the native tribes beyond the northern frontier of the Roman province, and the future kingdom of the Picts was formed from a combination of them, it is equally clear that the term Scoti first appears as an appellation of the inhabitants of Ireland. Gildas tells us that the Scots assailed the province from the northwest, which from his standpoint indicates Ulster as the region whence this band of Scots had emerged, and when he describes the Picts as settling down in the extreme part of the island, where they still remain to his day. He adds that the shameless Irish robbers, as he terms the Scots, returned home at no distant date to reappear. By this expression he appears to indicate that there was a subsequent settlement of them in the island, but he makes no further allusion to it. Nennius, after giving an account of the traditionary settlement of the Scots from Spain in Ireland, adds a notice of their later settlements in Britain, but the text of this part of his work is unfortunately corrupt, and seems to have been so from an early period, as the Irish translation of it in the 11th century contains obvious marks of its being an attempt to explain what was obscure to the translator. He appears to indicate settlements in North and South Wales and in Dalriata. Bede's account is more consistent. He says that in course of time Britain, after the Britons and Picts, received a third nation, that of the Scots, into that part of the country occupied by the Picts, who came from Ireland under their leader Ruda, and either by friendly arrangement or by the sword acquired those seats among the Picts which they still possess, and that from their leader Ruda they were termed Dalrudiina. He adds that Hibernia, or Ireland, was the native country of these Scots, and that their new settlement was on the north side of that arm of the sea which formerly divided the Britons from the Picts, and where the Britons still have their chief fastness, and the city called Alclith. There is no doubt that Alclith is the rock in the Clyde on which Dumbarton Castle is situated, the Firth of Clyde, the arm of the sea in question, and that Bede correctly describes the position of the Scottish settlement in his own day, as well as its name of Dalriata, from which he deduces his Ruda as their eponymous. The notices of the Scots by the Roman writers are quite in harmony with these traditionary accounts. They make their first appearance in 360 when they joined the Picts and the Saxons in assailing the Roman province. It is true that an expression of the Roman historian may be held to imply that they had first appeared on the scene 17 years earlier, in the year 343, but that part of the Ammianus's work is lost, and we have no distinct account of what took place when Constans visited Britain in that year. When Theodosius drove back the invading tribes after their 8 years' occupation of the province, we are clearly told by Claudian that the Scots were driven back to Ierne or Ireland, and throughout all the subsequent incursions in which the Scots took part, he implies that it was from thence they were made. The oldest document connected with the history of their settlement in Britain will be found in the Synchronisms of Flan Main Stretch, compiled about the reign of Malcolm II in the early part of the 11th century. We are there told that 20 years after the Battle of Ucha, the children of Erk passed over into Alban or Scotland. The Battle of Ucha is a celebrated era in Irish chronological history, and was fought in Ireland in the year 478, which places this Irish colony in the year 498, and Tigernach, the annalist who died in 1088, is quite in accordance with this when, under the year 501, he has Fergus More, son of Erk, held a part of Britain with the tribe of Dal Rada, and died there. A district forming the northeast corner of Ireland and comprising the north half of the county of Antrim was called Dal Riada. It appears to have been one of the earliest settlements of the Scots among the Picts of Ulster, and to have derived its name from its supposed founder, Cabra, surnamed Rigflada or Riada. It lay exactly opposite the peninsula of Kintyre, from whence it was separated by a part of the Irish Channel of no greater breadth than about 14 miles. And from this Irish district the colony of Scots, which was already Christian, passed over and settled in Kintyre and in the island of Isla. The earlier settlements indicated by the traditionary accounts of Nennius and Bede no doubt refer to the incursions of the Scots in the 4th century and their temporary occupation of Britain during 8 years. The circumstances which enabled a small body of Scots to effect this settlement among the Picts cannot now be ascertained, and they appear to have extended themselves over a considerable portion of territory during the first 60 years of their kingdom, without meeting with much difficulty during the reigns of 3 of their petty kings, Domangart, son of Fergus, and his 2 sons, Comgall and Gabran, till Brud, son of Michaelchu, termed by Bede a powerful monarch, became king of the Picts, when a few years after he commenced his reign he attacked the Dalriads and drove them back to their original seat in Kintyre, slaying their king Gabran. He was succeeded by Conall, the son of Comgall, who appears to have remained with diminished territories in Kintyre, and it was during this period when the Scottish possessions were reduced to that part of Argyllshire which extends from the Mall of Kintyre to Loch Crinan, the whole of which was originally comprehended under the name of Kintyre, that St. Columba came over from Ireland on his mission to convert the Picts, a mission prompted possibly by the hazardous position in which the small Christian colony of the Scots was placed in close contact with the still pagan nation of the northern Picts under their powerful monarch Brud. Something like this seems to be expressed in that remarkable poem in the 11th century called The Prophecy of St. Berchan, where it is said of Columba, "Woe to the Cruth nigh, to whom he will go eastward. He knew the thing that is, nor was it happy with him that an Erenach should be king in the east under the Currith nigh." The death of Conall, son of Comgall, king of Dalriada, in the 13th year of his reign, is recorded by Tigernach, and he adds that a battle was fought in Kintyre at a place called Delgon in that year, in which his son Duncan and a large number of the tribe of Gabran were slain. This battle seems to have been a further attack by the Picts with the view of suppressing them altogether, as the same poem thus alludes to it. 13 years altogether, against the hosts of the Cruadni, Mild the illustrious. When he died, he was not king, on Thursday in Kintyre. The death of Conall opened the succession to the children of Gabran, according to the law of Tanistry, and so far as we can gather from a statement in Adman's Life of St. Columba, it fell to Eoganan to fill the throne, but St. Columba was led by a vision to prefer his brother Aidan, whom he solemnly inaugurated as king of Dalriada in the island of Iona. It is more probable that he was led to prefer Aidan from his possessing qualities which pointed him out as the fittest man to redeem the fortunes of the Dalriads, and took this mode of giving a sanction to his choice, which Aidan appears soon to have vindicated, as he is termed in the Albanic Duan, king of many divisions, that is, of extended territories. The Dalriads seem as yet to have been considered as forming a part of Irish Dalriada, and as a colony from them to have been still subject to the mother tribe. But St. Columba resolved to proceed a step further and to make him an independent king. Accordingly, he, along with Aidan, attended a great council held at Drumkeet in the year 575, when a discussion arose between him and the King of Ireland as to the future position of Scotch Dalriada towards Ireland, and it was agreed that the Scotch Dalriads should be freed from all tributes and exactions, but should join with the Irish Dalriads as the parent stock in all hostings and expeditions. Aidan thus became, as it were, the second founder of the Dalriadic colony in Scotland, and its first monarch as an independent kingdom. The third of the barbarian tribes who had assailed the Roman province and afterwards effected a settlement in the island, and the second of those who were foreign settlers, were the Saxons. The traditionary account of their settlement is thus given. Gildas tells us that when the Picts and Scots crossed the southern wall in their last invasion of the province and drove the Britons before them, the provincial Britons applied to Aetius, a powerful Roman citizen, for protection. He states that this letter bore the address to Aetius, now consul for the third time, the groans of the Britons, and contained the expression, "The barbarians drive us to the sea throws us back on the barbarians. Thus 2 modes of death await us, we are either slain or drowned." That no assistance being given from Rome, the more warlike part of the Britons overthrew their enemies, who had been for so many years living in their country. That the Picts then settled for the first time in the northern part of the island, and the Scots returned to Ireland. That this was followed by a great plenty in Ireland. That a rumour suddenly arose that their inveterate foes were rapidly approaching to destroy the whole country, and to take possession of it, as of old, from one end to the other. That a council was called to settle what was best and most expedient to be done to repel the irruptions and plunderings of these nations, and that the councillors, along with that proud tyrant, the leader of the Britons, sealed the doom of their country by inviting in among them the fierce and impious Saxons, a race, says the Christian and patriotic Gildas, hateful alike to God and men, to repel the invasions of the northern nations. They arrive in 3 cayules, or long ships, and land on the eastern side of the island, where they settle. They are followed by a larger body of their countrymen who join them. The barbarians, being thus introduced as soldiers and supplied with provisions, become dissatisfied with their monthly provisions, break the treaty, and proceed to destroy the towns and lands till they reach the western sea. Then follows a lamentable description of the ruin caused by them, and of the Britons. Some were enslaved, some fled over the sea, and others took arms under a leader of the Roman nation. Ambrosius Aurelianus attacked their cruel conqueror and obtained a victory. A war then follows, in which sometimes the citizens and sometimes the enemy have the advantage, till the year of the siege of the Baden Mount, which was also the year of his birth. Such is a resume of Gildas's narrative and of the settlement of the Saxons in Britain, and to it only 2 dates can be attached. There is no question that the letter which was sent to Aetius belongs to the year 446, when he was for the third time consul, and the siege of Baden Hill took place, according to the Annales Cambrii, in the year 516. Procopius, who wrote at the same time as Gildas, tells us that 3 very numerous nations possessed Brittia, over each of which a king presides, which nations are named Angoloi, Frisones, and those surnamed from the island Britones. He thus considers that those whom Gildas calls generally Saxons consisted of 2 nations, the Angles and the Frisians, but he tells us nothing as to their settlement in the island. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Britain after the Romans. The same twofold division of the Pictish nation existed among them till at least the 8th century, when Bede wrote his ecclesiastical history of the English nation, for he tells us that the provinces of the northern Picts were separated by high and lofty mountains from the southern regions of that people, and that the southern Picts had their seats within that mountain range, alluding probably to the range of the so-called Grampians, which formed the southwestern boundary of that division of the nation which throughout bore the name of Caledonians. This distinction, too, between the 2 branches of the nation must have been still further increased by the fact recorded by Bede, that the northern Picts were only converted to Christianity by the preaching of St. Columba in the year 565, while the southern Picts had long before embraced Christianity through the preaching of St. Ninian, who, he tells us, built a church at Candida Casa, or Whitturn, in Galloway, which he dedicated to St. Martin of Tours. Elred probably repeats a genuine tradition when he says in his Life of St. Ninian that he was building this church when he heard of the death of St. Martin, which happened in the year 397, so that the southern branch of the Pictish nation was at least nominally a Christian people, while the northern Picts remained pagan for a period of upwards of a century and a half. The Irish equivalent for the name Picti was Cruithni, and we find during this period a people under this name inhabiting a district in the north of Ireland, extending along its northeast coast from the river Newry and from Carlingford Bay to Glenarm, and consisting of the county of Down and the south half of the county of Antrim. This district was termed Ulad, and also Dalarid, Latinized Dalaradia, and its inhabitants were the remains of a Pictish people believed to have been once occupied the whole of Ulster. South of the Firths of Forth and Clyde we find the Picts in 2 different localities. Gildas tells us that after the boundary of the province they occupied the northern and extreme part of the island as settlers up to the wall, and this probably refers to the districts afterwards comprised under the general name of Londania, or Lothian in its extended sense, comprising the counties of Berwick, Roxburgh, and the Lothians. In the northwestern part of this region they appear to have remained till a comparatively late period, extending from the Carron to the Pentland Hills, and known by the name of the plain of Manow or Manan, while the name of Pentland, corrupted from Pedland or Pictland, has preserved a record of their occupation. The name of Picti was likewise applied to the inhabitants of Galloway, comprising the modern counties of Kirkcudbright and Wigtown, till a still later period, and survived the entire disappearance of the name as applied to any other portion of the inhabitants of Scotland, even as late as the 12th century. This district was occupied in the 2nd century by the tribe termed by Ptolemy the Novante, with their towns of Rara, Gonium, and Lycophibia, and there is nothing to show that the same people did not occupy it throughout, and become known as the Picts of Galloway, of which Candida Casa or Whithorn was the chief seat and occupied the site of the older Leucopibia. The oldest record connected with the Picts is the Pictish Chronicle, apparently compiled in the 10th century, of which 2 separate editions are preserved, one of which probably emerged from Abernethy and the other from Brechin. It contains a list of kings of the Picts who are supposed to have reigned over them from their origin to the termination of their monarchy. The earlier portion of this list is, of course, mythic, and the reigns of the supposed kings are characterized by their extreme length, but the latter part must form the basis of their history after the Picts became settled and assumed the form of a kingdom within definite limits. The earlier part is mainly useful for philological purposes. The last of these shadowy monarchs is Drust, son of Erp, who is said to have reigned 100 years and fought 100 battles, and it is added that in his 19th year St. Patrick went to Ireland. This places him about the time of the repeated incursions of the Picts into the Roman province. His successor, Talori, is said to have reigned only 4 years, but with the reign of his brother Nectan Morbit, to which 24 years are assigned, we probably have something historical. A calculation of the reigns of the subsequent kings in the list, tested by the dates furnished by the annalists from time to time, would place the commencement of this reign in the year 457 and the termination in 481. The Chronicle tells us that Nectan had been banished to Ireland by his brother, and that in consequence of a prophecy by St. Bridget that he would return to his own country and possess the kingdom in peace, he, in the 3rd year of his reign, received Dar Lugdach, address of Kildare, and 2 years after founded the Church of Abernethy in honor of St. Bridget. But this tale is inconsistent with the date of St. Bridget, whose death is recorded in 525. It, however, appears to connect Nectan with the territory in which Abernethy was situated. A strange tale is related of him, too, in the Acts of St. Boethius, or Buite, of Mainster Buit in Ulster, whose death is recorded in 521, which likewise connects him with the same part of the country. St. Buit is said, on returning from Italy with 60 holy men and 10 virgins, to have landed in the territories of the Picts, and to have found that Nectan, the king of that country, had just departed this life, on which he restores him to life, and the grateful monarch bestowed upon him the fort or camp in which the miracle had been performed, that he might found a church there. If he entered the Pictish territories by the Firth of Tay, it is probable that the place formerly called Dun Nectan, or the Fort of Nectan, and now corrupted into Dunnichin in Forfarshire, is the place intended, and that the name of Boethius or Buite is preserved in the neighbouring church of Kirkbuddow, situated within the ramparts of what was a Roman camp. Of the 2 next kings we know nothing but their names and the length of their reigns. We then come to 2 Dress or Drust, son of Garum, and Dress, son of Woodrost, who reigned together for 5 years, from 523 to 528, and here again we find some legendary matter connected with one of them. In the Liber Hymnorum, or Book of Hymns of the Ancient Church of Ireland, edited by the Reverend Dr. J. H. Todd, there is a hymn or prayer of St. Mugent, and the scholiast in the preface narrates the following tradition. Mugent made this hymn in Futurna. The cause was this: Finan of Magbal went to Mugent for instruction, and Rioch and Talmach and several others with him. Drust was king of Breton then. He had a daughter, viz. Drustich was her name, and he gave her to Mugent to be taught to read. It is unnecessary to add the adventure which followed. Dr. Todd considers that Futurna is manifestly Wittenner or Wittern, the WH being represented by F, and that the Drust of the legend is one of these 2 Drusts who reigned from 523 to 528. As Finan's death is recorded in 579, the date records with the period when he may have sought instruction. O'Clery, in the Martyrology of Donegal, quotes a poem which refers to the same legend. Truist, king of the free Bay on Strand, had one perfect daughter. Dustric she was for every good deed renowned. This trust is therefore clearly connected with Galloway, and we thus learn that when two kings appear in the Pictish Chronicle as reigning together, one of them is probably the king of the Picts of Galloway. The Drusts are followed by two brothers of Dress, son of Garum, Atalig, and another Dress, son, Munate, and then we find ourselves on firm historic ground when we come to Bridie, son of Malachu. He is said to have reigned 30 years and to have been baptized in the 8th year of his reign by St. Columba, as that saint is recorded to have come from Ireland to Britain in the year 563. This places the first year of his reign in the year 556 and the termination of his reign in the year 586. His death is, however, recorded by Tigernach in the year 583. Bede terms him Bridius, son of Melachon, a most powerful king reigning over the Picts, and says that St. Columba converted his nation to Christianity in the 9th year of his reign, having preached the word of God to the provinces of the northern Picts, and Adamnan places his fort and palace on the banks of the river Ness. The Pictish Chronicle states that Gallum Cenalf reigned 1 year with Bridie, and Tigernach records the death in 580 of Xendale Locke, king of the Picts. He too was probably a king of the Picts of Galloway, and traces of his name also can be found in the topography of that district. We have now traced the history of the Picts down to the last half of the 6th century, when we find ourselves on firm ground and leave them a Christian people, united in one kingdom under the rule of a powerful monarch. But if the word Picti was a term applied to the native tribes beyond the northern frontier of the Roman province, and the future kingdom of the Picts was formed from a combination of them, it is equally clear that the term Scoti first appears as an appellation of the inhabitants of Ireland. Gildas tells us that the Scots assailed the province from the northwest, which from his standpoint indicates Ulster as the region whence this band of Scots had emerged, and when he describes the Picts as settling down in the extreme part of the island, where they still remain to his day. He adds that the shameless Irish robbers, as he terms the Scots, returned home at no distant date to reappear. By this expression he appears to indicate that there was a subsequent settlement of them in the island, but he makes no further allusion to it. Nennius, after giving an account of the traditionary settlement of the Scots from Spain in Ireland, adds a notice of their later settlements in Britain, but the text of this part of his work is unfortunately corrupt, and seems to have been so from an early period, as the Irish translation of it in the 11th century contains obvious marks of its being an attempt to explain what was obscure to the translator. He appears to indicate settlements in North and South Wales and in Dalriata. Bede's account is more consistent. He says that in course of time Britain, after the Britons and Picts, received a third nation, that of the Scots, into that part of the country occupied by the Picts, who came from Ireland under their leader Ruda, and either by friendly arrangement or by the sword acquired those seats among the Picts which they still possess, and that from their leader Ruda they were termed Dalrudiina. He adds that Hibernia, or Ireland, was the native country of these Scots, and that their new settlement was on the north side of that arm of the sea which formerly divided the Britons from the Picts, and where the Britons still have their chief fastness, and the city called Alclith. There is no doubt that Alclith is the rock in the Clyde on which Dumbarton Castle is situated, the Firth of Clyde, the arm of the sea in question, and that Bede correctly describes the position of the Scottish settlement in his own day, as well as its name of Dalriata, from which he deduces his Ruta as their eponymous. The notices of the Scots by the Roman writers are quite in harmony with these traditionary accounts. They make their first appearance in 360 when they joined the Picts and the Saxons in assailing the Roman province. It is true that an expression of the Roman historian may be held to imply that they had first appeared on the scene 17 years earlier, in the year 343, but that part of the Ammianus's work is lost, and we have no distinct account of what took place when Constans visited Britain in that year. When Theodosius drove back the invading tribes after their 8 years' occupation of the province, we are clearly told by Claudian that the Scots were driven back to Ierne or Ireland, and throughout all the subsequent incursions in which the Scots took part, he implies that it was from thence they were made. The oldest document connected with the history of their settlement in Britain will be found in the Synchronisms of Flan Main Stretch, compiled about the reign of Malcolm II in the early part of the 11th century. We are there told that 20 years after the Battle of Acca, the child of Erc passed over into Alban or Scotland. The Battle of Acca is a celebrated era in Irish chronological history, and was fought in Ireland in the year 478, which places this Irish colony in the year 498, and Tigernach, the annalist who died in 1088, is quite in accordance with this when, under the year 501, he has Fergus More, son of Erc, held a part of Britain with the tribe of Dal Rada, and died there. A district forming the northeast corner of Ireland and comprising the north half of the county of Antrim was called Dal Riada. It appears to have been one of the earliest settlements of the Scots among the Picts of Ulster, and to have derived its name from its supposed founder, Cabra, surnamed Rigflada or Riada. It lay exactly opposite the peninsula of Kintyre, from whence it was separated by a part of the Irish Channel of no greater breadth than about 14 miles. And from this Irish district the colony of Scots, which was already Christian, passed over and settled in Kintyre and in the island of Isla. The earlier settlements indicated by the traditionary amounts of Nennius and Bede no doubt refer to the incursions of the Scots in the 4th century and their temporary occupation of Britain during 8 years. The circumstances which enabled a small body of Scots to effect this settlement among the Picts cannot now be ascertained, and they appear to have extended themselves over a considerable portion of territory during the first 60 years of their kingdom, without meeting with much difficulty during the reigns of 3 of their petty kings, Domangart, son of Fergus, and his 2 sons, Comgall and Gabran, till Brud, son of Michaelchu, termed by Bede a powerful monarch, became king of the Picts, when a few years after he commenced his reign he attacked the Dalriads and drove them back to their original seat in Kintyre, slaying their king Gabran. He was succeeded by Conall, the son of Comgall, who appears to have remained with diminished territories in Kintyre, and it was during this period when the Scottish possessions were reduced to that part of Argyllshire which extends from the Mall of Kintyre to Loch Crinan, the whole of which was originally comprehended under the name of Kintyre, that St. Columba came over from Ireland on his mission to convert the Picts, a mission prompted possibly by the hazardous position in which the small Christian colony of the Scots was placed in close contact with the still pagan nation of the northern Picts under their powerful monarch Brud. Something like this seems to be expressed in that remarkable poem of the 11th century called The Prophecy of St. Berchan, where it is said of Columba, "Woe to the Cruth nigh, to whom he will go eastward. He knew the thing that is, nor was it happy with him that an Erenach should be king in the east under the Currith nigh." The death of Conall, son of Comgall, king of Dalriada, in the 13th year of his reign, is recorded by Tainurnac, and he adds that a battle was fought in Kintyre at a place called Delgon in that year, in which his son Duncan and a large number of the tribe of Gabran were slain. This battle seems to have been a further attack by the Picts with the view of suppressing them altogether, as the same poem thus alludes to it. 13 years altogether against the hosts of the cruel Hidnai, mild the illustrious. When he died, he was not king on Thursday in Kintyre. The death of Conall opened the succession to the children of Gabran according to the law of Tanistry, and so far as we can gather from a statement in Adnam's Life of St. Columba, it fell to Eoganan to fill the throne, but St. Columba was led by a vision to prefer his brother Aidan, whom he solemnly inaugurated as king of Dalriada in the island of Iona. It is more probable that he was led to prefer Aidan from his possessing qualities which pointed him out as the fittest man to redeem the fortunes of the Dalriads, and took this mode of giving a sanction to his choice, which Aidan appears soon to have vindicated, as he is termed in the Albanic Duan, king of many divisions, that is, of extended territories. The Dalriads seem as yet to have been considered as forming a part of Irish Dalriada, and as a colony from them to have been still subject to the mother tribe. But St. Columba resolved to proceed a step further, and to make him an independent king. Accordingly he, along with Aidan, attended a great council held at Drumkeet in the year 575, when a discussion arose between him and the King of Ireland as to the future position of Scotch Dalriada towards Ireland, and it was agreed that the Scotch Dalriads should be freed from all tributes and exactions, but should join with the Irish Dalriads as the parent stock in all hostings and expeditions. Aidan thus became, as it were, the second founder of the Dalriadic colony in Scotland, and its first monarch as an independent kingdom. The third of the barbarian tribes who had assailed the Roman province, and afterwards effected a settlement in the island, and the second of those who were foreign settlers, were the Saxons. The traditionary account of their settlement is thus given. Gildas tells us that when the Picts and Scots crossed the southern wall in their last invasion of the province and drove the Britons before them, the provincial Britons applied to Aetius, a powerful Roman citizen, for protection. He states that this letter bore the address to Aetius, now consul for the third time, the groans of the Britons, and contained the expression, "The barbarians drive us to the sea throws us back on the barbarians. Thus 2 modes of death await us. We are either slain or drowned." That no assistance being given from Rome, the more warlike part of the Britons overthrew their enemies, who had been for so many years living in their country. That the Picts then settled for the first time in the northern part of the island, and the Scots returned to Ireland. That this was followed by a great plenty in Ireland. That a rumour suddenly arose that their inveterate foes were rapidly approaching to destroy the whole country, and to take possession of it, as of old, from one end to the other. That a council was called to settle what was best and most expedient to be done to repel the irruptions and plunderings of these nations, and that the councillors, along with that proud tyrant, the leader of the Britons, sealed the doom of their country by inviting in among them the fierce and impious Saxons, a race, says the Christian and patriotic Gildas, hateful alike to God and men, to repel the invasions of the northern nations. They arrive in 3 cayules, or long ships, and land on the eastern side of the island, where they settle. They are followed by a larger body of their countrymen who join them. The barbarians, being thus introduced as soldiers and supplied with provisions, become dissatisfied with their monthly provisions, break the treaty, and proceed to destroy the towns and lands till they reach the western sea. Then follows a lamentable description of the ruin caused by them, and of the Britons. Some were enslaved, some fled over the sea, and others took arms under a leader of the Roman nation. Ambrosius Aurelianus attacked their cruel conqueror and obtained a victory. A war then follows, in which sometimes the citizens and sometimes the enemy have the advantage, till the year of the siege of the Baden Mount, which was also the year of his birth. Such is a resume of Gildas's narrative and of the settlement of the Saxons in Britain, and to it only 2 dates can be attached. There is no question that the letter which was sent to Edius belongs to the year 446, when he was for the 3rd time consul, and the siege of Baden Hill took place, according to the Annales Cambrii, in the year 516. Procopius, who wrote at the same time as Gildas, tells us that 3 very numerous nations possessed Brittia, over each of which a king presides, which nations are named Angoloi, Frisones, and those surnamed from the island Britones. He thus considers that those whom Gildas calls generally Saxons consisted of 2 nations, the Angles and the Frisians, but he tells us nothing as to their settlement in the island. In our present text of Nennius, we find 3 different accounts of the settlement of the Saxons. The first is thus told us: after the departure of the Romans, the Britons were 40 years in anxiety. Gerthegrin then reigned in Britain, and while he reigned, he was oppressed by fear of the Scots and Picts, the Roman power, and the dread of Ambrosius. In the meantime, 3 Caiules came from Germany, driven into exile, in which were Horus and Hengist. Gerthegrin received them kindly and gave them the island of Thanet. While Gratianus II and Equantius were ruling at Rome, the Saxons were received by Gerthegrin in the 340th year after the Passion of Christ. The 347th year after the Passion of Christ is equal to the 374th year after his incarnation, and in that year Gratianus was consul a 2nd time in conjunction with Equitius. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 4 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Britain after the Romans. The same twofold division of the Pictish nation existed among them till at least the 8th century, when Bede wrote his ecclesiastical history of the English nation, for he tells us that the provinces of the northern Picts were separated by high and lofty mountains from the southern regions of that people, and that the southern Picts had theirs. He then proceeds: after the Saxons had continued some time in the island of Thanet, Gerthegrin promised to supply them with clothing and provision on condition they would engage to fight against the enemies of his country, but is unable to fulfill his engagement, and bids them depart. Hengist then sends for reinforcements, who come in 16 vessels with his daughter. Then follows the well-known incident of the banquet and the cession of Kent. Hengist then proposes to send for his son and his cousin to fight against the Scots, and asks Gerthegrin to give them the regions next to the northern wall. Acta and Ibissa come with 40 Caiules, and circumnavigating the Picts lay waste the Orkneys and occupy several districts beyond the Frisian Sea as far as the confines of the Picts. They are followed by other ships which come to Kent. The second account is this: from the 1st year in which the Saxons came into Britain to the 4th year of King Mervyn, and are reckoned 429 years. The 4th year of the reign of Mervyn, king of the North Wales, corresponds with the year 821, and thus places the arrival of the Saxons in the year 392. The last account runs thus: Gerthegrin, however, held the supreme authority in Britain in the consulship of Theodosius and Valentinian. And in the 4th year of his reign, the Saxons came into Britain, Felix and Taurus being consuls in the 400th year of the incarnation of our Lord. The consulship of Theodosius and Valentinian fell in the year 425, and that of Felix and Taurus in the year 428, which is thus given as the date of the settlement of the Saxons. The geographer of Ravenna, who wrote in the same century in which the work which bears the name of Nennius was originally compiled, reports the tradition thus: in the western ocean is the island which is called Britannia, where the nation of the Saxons, formerly coming from ancient Saxony, with their chief Anchises, are now seen to inhabit. Finally, Bede, in the succeeding century, the historian of the Anglic nation, gives us the traditionary history in the following shape. He repeats in very much the same terms the account given by Gildas of the incursions of the Picts and Scots beyond the southern wall. The letter to Aetius, asking assistance, which he adds he was unable to give on account of the war with Bla and Attila, kings of the Huns, the great famine, and the efforts made by more warlike part of the Britons, the return of the Irish plunderers to their own home, and the quietness of the Picts in the extreme part of the island, the great plenty which followed the alarm of renewed invasion, when they all agreed with their king Vortigern to call over to them and from the parts beyond the sea the Saxon nation. Bede then proceeds thus: in the year of our Lord's incarnation 449, Marcian being made emperor with Valentinian, and the 46th from Augustus, ruled the empire 7 years. Then the nation of the Angles or Saxons, being invited by the aforesaid king, arrived in Britain with 3 long ships, and had a place assigned them to dwell in by the same king in the eastern part of the island, that they might thus appear to be fighting for the country, whilst their real intentions were to enslave it. Accordingly, they engaged with the enemy, who had come from the north to give battle, and obtained the victory, which, being known at home in their own country, is also the fertility of the country and the cowardice of the Britons, a more considerable fleet was quickly sent over, bringing a still greater number of men, which, being added to the former, made up an invincible army. The newcomers received from the Britons a place to inhabit among themselves, upon condition that they should wage war against their enemies for the peace and security of the country, whilst the Britons agreed to furnish them with pay. Bede then tells us that those who came over were of 3 nations, the Saxons, the Angles, and the Jutes, and that from the Angles came all the tribes that dwell on the north side of the river Humber, and the other nations of the English, and that the 2 first commanders are said to have been Hengist and Horsa. He then says, in a short time, swarms of the aforesaid nations came over into the island, and they began to increase so much that they became terrible to the natives themselves, who had invited them. Having on a sudden entered into a temporary league with the Picts, whom they had by this time repelled to a distance by the force of their arms, they began to turn their weapons against their confederates. Bede then takes from Gildas the account of the ravages by the Saxons and their victory by Ambrosius Aurelianus, down to the mention of the siege of Mons Bandonicus, which replaces 44 years after the arrival of the Saxons, or in the year 492. He then narrates the breaking out of the Pelagian heresy, the coming of Germans and Lupus to Britain, the war upon the Britons by the Saxons and the Picts, which he connects with the league he had just mentioned as having been entered into between them, and the victory under the influence of the Germanus, usually called the Alalujatic victory. This part of his narrative he takes from the life of Germanus, written within 40 years of his death by Constantius of Lyons. Such is the form into which Bede had reduced this legendary history. Let us now see how far, by the aid of contemporary notices, we can extract the few really historical facts embedded in it. Though Gildas tells us very distinctly that the barbarians who assailed the Roman province after Maximus, who usurped the empire, had departed with the Roman army, and the British youth consisted solely of the 2 nations of the Picts and Scots, yet certain it is that bodies of the Saxons were joined with them in their incursions, for the fact that they formed one of the barbarian tribes who burst into the province in 360. We have the united testimony of Arminius and Claudian, and the latter authority is equally clear that they formed one of the bands who invaded the province after Maximus and were driven back by Stilicho. Ananias tells us that in 368 the Count of the Maritime Tract was slain, and in the Notitia Imperii we find the same functionary termed Count of the Saxon Shore. In the same document, this designation of the Saxon Shore is also applied to the country about Gernona in Gaul, where the Saxons had established regular settlements. It is therefore reasonable to suppose that the name of the Saxon shore was given to the coast extending from the Wash to the north to near Portsmouth in the south, not because it was exposed to the ravages of the Saxons, but because they had likewise made settlements there. We may well believe, then, that between the year 368 and the date of the Notitia, about the beginning of the 5th century, Saxons who had been assailing the province from the east had effected a settlement on the shores of Norfolk, Suffolk, and Kent, and this accords with the two earliest dates given in Nennius 374 and 392. The settlement of Gildas, that the Saxons came on the invitation of a proud tyrant and leader of the Britons, to whom in the succeeding century the name of Goerthegrin is given, and who is associated with the arrival of the Saxons at these early dates, seems to find its counterpart in the invitation given to the barbarians to invade Gaul and Britain by Gerontius, a count of Britain, in the service of Constantine in the year 407, and in their latter form of the tradition they are certainly identified. Bede tells us that after the arrival of the Saxons in 449, they united with the Picts, whom they had driven back, and attacked the Britons when they were defeated in the Alalujatic victory. But Constantius, from whom this event is taken, and who was nearly a contemporary writer, dates this event in the year 429, thus showing the Saxons in combination with the Picts 20 years before the date assigned by Bede for the arrival of the former. And here again the true date of this event is in harmony with the third date assigned in Nennius for the arrival of the Saxons, viz. The year 428. Finally, we have the testimony of Prosper Aquitanus, whose chronicle was compiled in the year 455, that in 441 the British provinces had already been reduced under the power of the Saxons. 5 years after this, the letter to Aetius was written, and it follows that the barbarians against whom it made that despairing cry for assistance were the Saxons, and to them the expressions quoted from the letter are much more applicable than to the Picts and Scots. The misplacing of this document in Gildas's narrative has given rise to the false chronology which has been attached to it, and we are warranted in concluding that the settlement of the Saxons on the southeastern shore had commenced as early as the year 374, and that Britain was considered as under subjection to them at least 8 years before the date in which Bede places their first arrival. Gildas records no events between the victory which he attributes to the leader of the Roman party, Ambrosius Aurelianus, and the siege of Mountbatten in 516. Nennius, who connects Ambrosius with the Roman power, and alludes to the discord between him and Gitolin, of which he gives no particulars, but which he places in the year 437, fills up this interval with the exploits of Arthur. The Arthur of Nennius was, however, a very different personage from the shadowy and mythic monarch of the later Welsh traditions and of the Arthurian romance. He is described by Nennius as merely a warrior who was a military commander in conjunction with the petty British kings who fought against the Saxons. The Saxons referred to were those whom Nennius had previously described as colonizing the regions in the north under Acta and Nabissa, and it is to that part of the country we must look for the sites of the 12 battles which he records. The first was fought at the mouth of the river Glyne, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and on another river called Dubglas in the region of Linnaeus, and this brings us at once to the Lennox, where 2 rivers called the Douglas or Dubglas fall into Loch Lomond. This was certainly one of the districts about the wall called Gaul, which had been occupied by Octa's colony. And Nennius tells us elsewhere that Severus's wall, which passed by Caer Pentaloch out to the mouth of the river Clyde, was called in the British speech Gaul. The 6th battle, Gual. The 6th battle was fought at a river called Bassus, the 7th in the Caledonian Wood, which again takes us to the north for the site of these battles. The 8th in the fastness of Gunion, which is connected by an old tradition with the church of Wedale in the Vale of Galawater. The 9th at the city of the Legion, the 10th on the strand of the river called Trebuit, the 11th in the mount called Agnid, which once more brings us to the north, as there can be no doubt that Edinburgh, called by the Welsh Myned Agnid, is the place meant, and this battle appears to have been directed against the Picts, who were in league with the Saxons. The 12th was the Battle of Mount Badon, in which Nennius tells us that 960 men of the enemy perished in one day from the onslaught of Arthur, and that he was victorious in all of these battles. Nennius adds that while the Saxons were defeated in all of these battles, they were continually seeking help from Germany, and being increased in numbers, and obtaining kings from Germany to rule them till the reign of Ida, son of Eoba, who was the first king in Bernicia, with which sentence he closes his narrative, and this still further tends to place these events in the north. So far we may accept Arthur as a historic person, and this account of his battles as based on a genuine tradition. The chronicle attached to Nennius tells us that he was slain 21 years afterwards in the Battle of Camlin, fought in 537 between him and Madrad. As Madrad was the son of the Lu of Lothian, this battle again takes us to the north for its site. 10 years later, we find the scattered tribes of the Angles and Frisians occupying the districts on the east coast from the Tees to the Forth, and those who had been the opponents of Arthur in most of these battles formed into the kingdom of Bernicia by Ida, son of Eoba, in the year 547. Who placed his capital on the headland not far from the Tweed, where he erected a fort called in British Dingardy or Dinguaroy, and in Anglic Bebanbunch, Birch, afterwards Bamborough. Ida reigned 12 years and died 559, when he succeeded by Ella, who belonged to a different family, and added the districts between the Humber and the Tees, termed De Era, thus forming one kingdom in Northumbria, extending from the Humber as far north as the territory occupied by the Angles reached. The province of Bernicia, however, remained under the rule of Ida's sons, and it is with this province alone that we are concerned in this work. Ida left 12 sons, 6 of whom reigned successively over Bernicia, and it is with these sons that the conflict between the Britons and Saxons in the north was continued. Ada, the eldest, reigned 7 years, and was followed by Clappa 1 year, which brings us to the year 567, when Hassa, the next brother, begins to reign, and we are told that against him 4 kings of the Britons, Erg, Ben, Ricargen, Gualak, and Morkant, fought. One of their kings, Ridurchen, belonged to that party among the Britons who were termed Romans from their supposed descent from either from Roman soldiers or from Roman citizens. The other 3 to the native or warlike party among the Britons. These seem mainly to have belonged to that part of the nation which occupied the western districts, while the so-called Romans were to be found principally in the central regions. Of the result of this war during Hassa's reign we are told nothing, but dissensions seem now to have broken out among the Britons themselves, who formed 2 parties arising from other grounds besides those of supposed descent. The existence in the country of a pagan people like the Angles, and the extent to which they had been subjected, the natives exercised a great influence even over those who were not subject to their power. The Picts, who were either subjected by them or in close alliance with them, were more immediately under their influence, and seemed to a great extent to have apostatized from the Christianity introduced among them by St. Ninian. And a great part of the British population in the south fell back upon a half-paganism fostered by their bards, who recalled the old traditions of the race before they had been Christianized under the Roman dominion. There was thus a Christian and what may be called a pagan party. The so-called Romans mainly belonged to the former, and this Rider Chen or Rider Urch was at their head. The latter embraced the native Britons, whose leaders traced their descent from Coil Hen or the Aged, and their head was Gwendalu. These dissensions now broke into open rupture, and a great battle is recorded to have taken place between them in the year 573, which was to decide who was to have the mastery. It was termed the Battle of Ardurd, and the scene of it was at Arthuret, situated on a raised platform on the west side of the river Esk, about 8 miles north of Carlisle. This name is simply the modern form of the word Ardurd. 2 small hills here are called the Arthuret Nose, and the top of the highest, which overhangs the river, is fortified by an earthen rampart. About 4 miles north of this is a stream which flows into the Esk and bears the name of Carwine-Low, in which the name of Gwendaloo can be easily recognized, and near the junction of the Esk and the Little, at no great distance from it, is the magnificent hill fort called the Moat of Little. Here this great battle was fought, the centre of a group of Welsh traditions. It resulted in the victory of the Christian party and the establishment of Rhydurch as the king of the Cumbrian Britons. We find him mentioned in Adamnam's Life of St. Columba and as reigning at Clyde or Dumbarton, and from the seat of his capital his kingdom came to be called Strathclyde. Adamnan tells us that Robber Rhodocus, son of Tothale, who reigned at the rock of Clw Aeth, Petra Cloith, Alkide, or Dumbarton, being on friendly terms with St. Columba, sent him a message to ask him whether he would be killed by his enemies or not, and the saint replied that he would never be delivered into the hands of his enemies, but die at home on his own pillow, which prophecy, adds Adnan regarding King Roderick, was fully accomplished, for according to his word he died quietly in his own house. Adnan was born only 21 years after the death of Rhydurch. The next brother who reigned over Bernicia was Theodulf for 6 years, but no war is recorded in his reign, but that of his successor Theodoric, who reigned from 580 to 587, introduces us to a new champion for the Britons, an Urbgen, the city-born, the Urian of the Bards, who with his sons is said to have fought stoutly against him, and it is added that sometimes the enemy and sometimes the natives prevailed. This Theodoric is the Flamdwin, or flame-bearer of the Bards. He was succeeded by the last of the brothers who reigned, Ethnology, who, after a short reign of 2 years, was followed in 594 by his son Ethelfred Flusars, of whom Bede tells us that he was a most powerful king and covetous of glory, who, more than all the chiefs of the Angles, ravaged the nation of the Britons. For no one among tribunes, no one among the kings, after exterminating or subjecting the natives, caused a greater extent of their territory to become either tributary to the nation of the Angles or to be colonized by them. During the last 3 reigns another actor had appeared on the scene, and this was Aidan the Scot. Before his accession to the throne of Dalariada in 574, he appears as one of the kinglets among the nations south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, and seems to have had claims upon the district of Manau or Manan, peopled by the Picts. After his accession he allied himself with Baden, son of Carol, who then ruled over the Irish Cruithni and called himself King of Ulster. By him the Saxons were driven out of Manan, and he retained possession of it till his death in 581. 2 years after, Tigernach records the Battle of Manan by Aidan, of which, however, we have no particulars except that he was victorious, and again in 596 the Battle of Churchind, in which 4 of his sons were slain. Adnan evidently refers to this battle, which he calls the Battle of the Meathi, when he tells us in his Life of St. Columba that while the saint was in Iona, he suddenly said to his minister Diormit, "Ring the bell." The brethren, startled at the sound, proceeded quickly to the church, with the holy prelate himself at their head. Then he began on bended knees to say to them, "Let us pray now earnestly to the Lord for his people and King Aidan, for they are engaging in battle at this moment." Then after a short time he went out of the oratory, and looking up to heaven said, "The barbarians are fleeing now, and to Aidan is given the victory, a sad one though it be." And the blessed man in his prophecy declared the number of the slain to Aidan's army to be 303 men. It is difficult to fix the site of this battle, but it was no doubt fought against the southern Picts, who seem to have been still known by the name of Meathi, perhaps the same as Meati. In 603 Rydich appears to have died, and Bede tells us that Aidan came against Edifrid, which a large and powerful army. It consisted, no doubt, of a combined force of Scots and Britons, at whose head Aidan was placed as Gueldic, and he appears to have also had the aid of Irish Picts. He advanced against the Bernician kingdom and entered Edifrid's territories by the Vale of the Little, from the upper end of which a pass opens to the Vale of the Teviot, and another to that of the North Tyne. The great rampart called the Catrail, which separated the Anglic kingdom from that of the Strathclyde Britons, crosses the upper part of the Vale of the Little. Its remains appear at Dunstanburn, whence it goes on to Dostanrig, and here, before he could cross the mountain range which separates Little Liddesdale from these valleys, Aidan was encountered by Aedilfrid and completely defeated, his army being cut to pieces at a place called by Bede Degastan, in which we can recognize the name of Dawstane, still known there. On the part of Aedilfrid, his brother Theobald, called by Dignorec, earned Fraith, and was slain by Maeluma, the son of Baden, the king of Ulster, and the body of men he led into battle cut off. On 9 Stone Rig, opposite Dawstane, there still exists a circle of 9 stones, and on the farm of Wigsgills, some miles lower down the valley, there is an enormous cairn in the middle of an extensive moor, and near it is a large stone set on end about 5 feet high, called the Standing Stone, and at Milnholm on the Little an ancient cross of 1 stone. These are probably memorials of the battle and flight which followed it. It was fought within sight of the ancient hill fort, which we have identified as Corea, one of the cities of the Otedeni in the 2nd century. Bede adds that this battle was fought in the year 603 and the 11th year of the reign of Aedilfrid, which lasted for 24 years, and that from this time forth till his own day, that is, till 731, none of the kings of the Scots ventured to come in battle against the nation of the Angles, and thus terminated the contest between these tribes for the possession of the northern province, substantially in favor of the latter people, who, under Aedilfrid, now retained possession of the eastern districts from the Humber to the Firth of Forth, as far west as the river Esk. End of Chapter 3, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethnology of Britain. Having thus given the traditionary history of that dark interval which intervened between the departure of the Romans from the island of Britain in the beginning of the 5th century and the period when we become once more acquainted with its history in the latter part of the 6th century, and find the barbarian tribes who had assailed the Roman province, now settled in the form of kingdoms with definite limits, and having endeavored to extricate from it a chronological narrative of events based on historic truth, we may pause here to make some inquiry into the ethnology of the races composing these kingdoms. The traditionary writers describe the whole of these 4 nations, the Britons, Picts, Scots, and Saxons, as having been colonies of foreign races who came into Britain at different periods, and in a sense this is true of all of them, though the immigration of the first 2 took place at a very remote period and long before we have any historical record connected with the inhabitants of the island. Archaeology, however, enables us to trace the previous existence of a people of a different race, indications of which are to be found to a limited extent in the earlier notices of Britain and in its topography. a distinguished writer on ethnology, lays down certain propositions which he terms fixed points in British ethnology. His first proposition is this: 1800 years ago, the population of Britain comprised peoples of two types of complexion, the one fair and the other dark. The dark people resembled the Aquitani and the Iberians. The fair people were like the Belgic Gauls. His second proposition is the people termed Gauls and those called Germans by the Romans did not differ in any important physical character. These two propositions we may accept as well-founded. Certain it is that when the Romans entered Britain and became acquainted with its inhabitants in that part of the island nearest Gaul, they do not record any difference in their physical appearance. On the contrary, Tacitus remarks that they resembled each other in every respect. When the war with the Silures, who occupied territories in the southwest, brought them in contact with that people, Tacitus thus records the result of their observation. Their complexion was different and of a darker hue, their hair was curly, and they resembled the Iberians. And when Agricola's campaigns made them acquainted with the inhabitants of Caledonia, the only observation they made was that they were larger limbed and had redder hair, and in this respect resembled the Germans more than the Gauls. At an early period, the Greek writers, in whom we find the earliest notices of Britain, seem to have had a persuasion that the portion of the inhabitants of Britain who were more particularly connected with the working of tin possessed peculiarities which distinguished them from the rest. At first they knew only of islands called the Cassiterides, so called from a word signifying tin, as the quarter from whence tin was brought. They then became aware that tin was wrought in Britain as well, and they came to view the Cassiterides as islands lying between Spain and Britain. Diodorus tells us that they who dwelled near the promontory of Britain, which is called Belerion, Land's End, are singularly fond of strangers, and from their intercourse with foreign merchants civilized in their habits. These people obtain the tin by skillfully working the soil which produces it, this being rocky and has earthy interstices in which working the ore and then fusing they reduce it to metal. And when they have formed it into cubical shapes, they convey it to a certain island lying off Britain, named Ictus, for at the low tides, the intervening space being laid dry, they carry thither in wagons the tin in great abundance. He also says, above the country of the Lusitanians, there are many mines of tin in the little islands called Cassiterides. From this circumstance, lying off Iberia in the ocean, and much of it also is carried across from the Britannic Isle to the opposite coast of Gaul, and thence conveyed on horses by the merchants through the intervening Celtic land to the people of Massilia, and to the city called Narbonne. Though the name Ictus leads one to refer this description to the Isle of Wight, it is more probable that the present St. Michael's Mount is meant. At ebb tide it is accessible from the mainland, and tin is found there in two ways, in streamlets and in mines. By the Cassiterides, the Scilly Islands seem to be intended. Strabo reports of Posidonius that he says that tin is not found upon the surface, as authors commonly relate, but that it is dug up, and that it is produced both in places among the barbarians who dwell beyond the Lusitanians, and in the islands of Cassiterides, and that from the Britannic Isles it is carried to Massalia. And he adds, the Cassiterides are 10 in number, and lie near each other in the ocean towards the north from the haven of the Artabri. One of them is desert, but the others are inhabited by men in black cloaks, clad in tunics reaching to the feet and girt about the breast, walking with staves and bearded like goats. They subsist by their cattle, leading for the most part a wandering life, and having metals of tin and lead, these and skins they barter with the merchants for earthenware and salt and brazen vessels. He mentions that they were visited by Publius Crassus, apparently one of Caesar's officers, who perceived that the metals were dug out at a little depth, and that men, being at peace, were already beginning, in consequence of their leisure, to busy themselves about the sea. The black cloaks and goats' beards seem to be an exaggerated and distorted representation of the darkness of the complexion and the curled hair attributed to the Silures. Pomponius Mela and Pliny in the 1st century both allude to the Cassiterides, so called, say both because they abound in tin, and so does Solinus in similar terms. But the latter also states that a stormy channel separates the coast which the Damonii occupy from the island Silure, whose inhabitants preserve the ancient manners, reject money, barter, merchandise, value what they require by exchange rather than by price, worship the gods, and both men and women profess a knowledge of the future. His description resembles that of Diodorus, and he probably considered Cornwall as an island and connects it by name with the Silures. In the following century we find that the name of Cassiterides has been dropped, and they are now called the Hesperides, while their inhabitants were believed to have been Iberians. Dionysius Perigeta says in the end of this century, but near the sacred promontory, where they say is the end of Europe, the Hesperides Isles, whence tin proceeds, dwell the rich sons of the noble Iberians. In the 4th century, Rufus Festus Avienus calls these islands the Estrymenides. He says that the northern promontory of Spain was called Astramenis, and adds, below the summit of this promontory, the Estrymenic Bay spreads out before the inhabitants, in which the Estrymenic Isles show themselves. Lying far off, and rich in metals of tin and lead, great the strength of this nation, proud their mind, powerful their skill, trading the constant care of all. The broad boisterous channel, with boats and southerly wind, they cut the gulf of the monster-filled ocean. They know not to fit with pine their keels, nor with fir, as use is. They shape their boats, but strange to say, they fit their vessels with united skins, and often traverse the deep in a hide. Then, after mentioning the sacred island of the Hiberni and the island of Albiones, he adds, it is customary for the people of Tartessus to trade in the bounds of the Estrymenides. And Priscianus Perigeta, who flourished in the beginning of the 6th century, calls them the Hesperides, and says that over against the sacred promontory, which men call the end of Europe, lie the Hesperides, full of tin, which the strong people of the Iberi occupy. If these notices show that a persuasion existed among many that the population of the Scilly Isles, Cornwall, and South Wales was Iberian, an examination of the ancient sepulchral remains in Britain gives us reason to suppose that a people possessing their physical characteristics had at once spread over the whole of both of the British Isles. The latest writer on the subject thus sums up the result of the investigation into the character of these remains. The materials for working out the craniology of Europe in prehistoric times does not justify any sweeping conclusions as to the distribution of the various races, but those which Dr. Thurnham has collected in Britain offer a firm basis for such an inquiry. In the numerous long barrows and chambered gallery graves of our island, which from the invariable absence of bronze and the frequent presence of polished stone implements may be referred to the Neolithic age, the crania belong, with scarcely an exception, to the first two of these divisions, the dolichocephali, or long skulls. In the round barrows, on the other hand, in which bronze articles are found, they belong mainly to the third division, brachycephalic, or broad skulls. Although some are orthocephalous, having oval skulls. On evidence of this kind, Dr. Thurnham concludes that Britain was inhabited in the Neolithic Age by a long-headed people, and that towards its close it was invaded by a bronze-using race who were dominant during the Bronze Age. This important conclusion has been verified by nearly every discovery which has been made in this country since its publication. The long skulls graduate into the broad, the oval skulls being the intermediate forms, and this would naturally result from the intermingling of the blood of the two races. Ireland presents precisely the same phenomena. The same writer thus sums up the result of the inquiry. Dr. Thurnham was the first to recognize that the long skulls out of the long barrows of Britain and Ireland were of the Basque or Iberian type, and Professor Huxley holds that the riverbed skulls belong to the same race. We have therefore proofs that an Iberian or Basque population spread over the whole of Britain and Ireland in the Neolithic Age, inhabiting caves and burying their dead in caves and chambered tombs, just as in the Iberian Peninsula, also in the Neolithic Age. Of the Celtic race which succeeded the Iberians in the British Isles, and whose descendants still remain here, the Romans tell us nothing, save that those in the interior of the country were believed to be indigenous, and that those on the regions bordering upon the sea, which divides Britain from Gaul, had passed over from the latter country. But here we have the advantage of possessing an additional element of information in their traditions. These represent, in more or less of an archaic form, the popular notions prevailing among the people themselves and of their ethnology, that their supposed descent and their mutual relation to each other. They usually appear in two different shapes, one in which the tribes inhabiting the same country, but distinguished from each other by national or ethnological differences, appear as successive colonies arriving at different times in the country from distant regions, founded either upon genuine tradition or artificially upon some fancied resemblance in name or characteristic; the other where each race is represented by an eponymous from whom they are supposed to have been descended and to have derived their name, and these supposed eponymic ancestors are connected together in an artificial family, in which the paternal ancestor represents the race and the maternal the country or city they occupy. An analysis of these legends, then, is an almost indispensable preliminary to any attempt to ascertain their true place in the ethnology of the island. For the oldest forms of the British traditions we must look to Nennius. According to him, the Britons were a colony of Trojans who came from Italy, and were the first inhabitants of the island. Aeneas the Trojan had by Lavinia, daughter of Latinus, king of Italy, besides his son from whom the Romans descended, a younger son Brutus, who was expelled from Italy and came to the islands of the Tyrrhene Sea. From thence he went to Gaul and built the city of the Turonis, called Turnus. At length he came to this island, named from him Britannia, dwelt there, and filled it with his descendants. His account of the colonies of Picts and Scots, which followed, has been noticed in the preceding chapter. He then says that he had learnt another account of these Britons from the ancient books of his ancestors. According to this form, the first man who came to Europe of the race of Japheth was Alanus, with his three sons Hesithio, Armenon, and Negu. Hesithio had four sons, Francus, Romanus, Brito, and Albanus. Armenon had five sons, Gothus, Eulagothus, Geberdus, Burgoandus, and Longobardus. Negu, however, had three sons, Wandalus, Saxo, and Burguarus. From Hesithio are sprung four nations, the Franci, the Latini, the Albani, and the Briti. From Armenon, five, the Goths, Walagoths, Gebedi, Burgons and Longobards, and from Neguas 4, the Boguari, Vandals, Saxons, and Turingi. This is a rude attempt to express in this form the ethnology of Europe. We have the Britons and the people of Albania, or the north, represented by two brothers, Britus and Albanus, and we have the Saxons, affiliated to another ancestor. There is no appearance either in this or the previous form of ethnologic tradition of these inhabitants of Britain having been preceded by the Iberi. The Irish ethnologic legends are found in a prose tract termed the Le Bar Gahala, or Book of Conquests. The legends are supposed to have been preserved by Fintan, who was baptized by St. Patrick and gave him an account of everything he remembered himself. It was reported that he had lived before the flood and had been miraculously preserved in order that the memory of these events should not be lost. The tale is this: 40 days before the deluge, Caesar landed in Erin at Denmark with Fintan, Beoth, and Ledra, and 50 maidens, but they all died before the deluge happened. The first peopling of Ireland after the flood was by Partholon and his colony, who came from Mygdonia in Greece, and took his way through the Muertorian, or Mediterranean, by Sicily, and leaving Spain on the right, arrived in Ireland, where he landed with his 3 sons, Rugrada, Slang, and Langline, and 1,000 soldiers at Inversane in the west of Munster on the 14th of May, but after 300 years this colony was entirely swept off by a plague at the hill of Howth. 30 years after Nemhed landed with a colony in Ireland, he came from Scythia through the Euxine Sea, past the Riphean Mountains to the North Sea, whence he sailed to Ireland with his 4 sons, Starn, R.E.R. Bahanel, Fade, or the Prophet, Ainin, and Fergus, Leithderg, or Redside. After his death, his followers were expelled by a people called the Foam Horug, or sea robbers, and left Erin in 3 bands. One under Simon Briac, son of Starn, went to that part of Greece called Thrace. The second under Iobath, son of Beothug, son of Earbhanel, went to the regions of the north of Europe, and the third under Breotan Maal, son of Fergus Leithderg, to Dabhar and Idobar in the north of Alban, and dwelt there. Nebhid and his race were 216 years in Ireland, after which it remained a wilderness for 200 years, when a people called the Firbolg arrived in Ireland from Thrace. They were descendants of Simon Brick, and the Greeks had subjected them to slavery, obliging them to dig the earth and raise, mold, and carry it in sacks or bags of leather, termed bogs in Irish. Whereupon they came to a resolution to shake off the yoke and make boats out of the leathern sacks in which they carried the earth. They arrived under the 5 sons of Deala, Slang, Rugherd, Gan, Gianan, and Sengan, who divided Ireland into 5 provinces. Their followers were divided into 3 septs: the Firbolg, or men of the bags, who under Gan and Sengan landed at Iorus Donman in Connacht; the Fir Dumhanan, so called from the Dumhin, or pits, they used to dig, landed under Gian and Rughureda, and tracked Rughureda in Ulster; and the Fir Galleon, or men of the spear, so called from the gay, or spears they used to protect the rest at work, under the Slang and Inverslang in Leinster. They founded the monarchy of Erin, and held it 36 years, when under Eocade, son of Eric, their last king, a people called the Tuatha de Danann arrived in Ireland. They were descended from Iobath, son of Beothug, son of Arbanel, the prophet, son of Nebhid, who had taken refuge in the north of Europe. They lived in the land of Lachlan, where they had 4 cities, Phileas, Gorius, Phineas, and Mures. After they had continued a long time in these cities, they passed over to the north of Alban and dwelt 7 years in Dobar and Iardobar, taking with them 4 articles of value: the Leofal, or stone of destiny, from Phalius, the sword of Lughade, Lamphada from Glorious, his spear from Phineas, and the cauldron of Dagda from Mures. After 7 years they left Alban and landed on the Monday, the 1st of May, in the north of Ireland, and sent ambassadors to the king of the Firbolg and demanded the sovereignty of Erin. Upon this a great battle was fought at Mugtured, in which the Firbolg were defeated with the loss of 10,000 men, and the remainder fled to the islands of Arran, Isla, Rathlin, and Inzigall, where they remained till they were eventually driven out of the isle by the Cruitni, or Picts. The Tuatha de Danann remained 197 years in Ireland, when the sons of Meled arrived from Spain with the Scots and wrested the kingdom from them. This Meled was said to have originally borne the name of Golam, and to be the son of Baal, son of Briagon, who took possession of Spain. He had 8 sons, 2 Dan and Er each, Fi Abruad by Siang, daughter of Reflower, king of Scythia, and 6 Eberfion and Amergin, and Kolpa, Arnan, and Arman by Skoda, daughter of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. The Tuatha de Danann were under the rule of 3 brothers, MacQuill, MacKeith, and MacWeen, and had their seat at Oil each Need in the north of Ulster, and from whose 3 wives, Fodla and Bamba, the island had these names given to it. The sons of Meled arrived with their fleet at Inverslang, now Wexford, but were driven from shore by the spells of the Tuatha de Danann, and went round to Skene in the west of Munster. 3 of the sons, Dan, and Aranan, were drowned in a storm, but Imher and his followers landed at Invershane and encountered and with the Tuatha de Danann at Slieve Miss in Ulster, and defeated them. In this battle Scata, the wife of Meled, fell. Aman, with another division of the fleet, landed at Ib-Kulp, now called Drogheda, and was joined by Ibhir there, when they met the rest of the Tuatha de Danann and Tailten in Meath, and slew their 3 kings with their wives. Having thus entirely reduced the island, Araman became their first king. He divided Ireland into 4 provinces. He gave the province of Ulster to Amhir, son of Munster to the 4 sons of Amhir Finn, Connacht to Un and Eodan, and Leinster to Crimthan Scia Thabel of the Fir. In the time of this Crimthan Scia Thabel, king of Leinster, the Cruithni came from the land of Thrace. They were the children of Gleon, Mac Ecor, that is, of Gelonus, son of Hercules, and were called Agathyrsi. They came away with 9 ships and 309 persons, landed at Inverslang under 6 brothers, Solan, Opha, Nectan, Drostan, Aengis, and Lythan, and had passed through France, where they built the city of Pictavis. The king of Leinster offered them a settlement, provided they would drive out a people called the Tuatha Fidbi. This they accomplished. Of the brothers, Lethem died in France, and Drosten, Solon, Nectan, and Ulfa in Ireland. Gub and his son Cathlon acquired great power in Erin, till Ahriman drove them out and gave them the wives of the men who had been drowned with his brother Don. 6 of them remained in the plains of Bregia in Meath. Those that left Erin sailed to Inver Boin to dwell in the country beyond Isle, and from thence they conquered Alban, from Cath to Forchew. An older account of the settlement of the sons of Milad, and that of the Cruithni in connection with it, is probably to be found in a poem contained in the Book of Leinster and attributed to Mael Murra of Othane, who died in the year 884. They are said in this poem to have been Greeks in their origin, and descended from Phineas, who came from Scythia to Nembroth, where he built the great tower and founded a school for languages. This Phineas, Forths said, had a son Nell, who went to Egypt and married Scoda, daughter of Foran, Pharaoh, by whom he had a son, Gaedel Glass, and his people were called Gaedel from him, Feni from Phineas, and Scuth or Scots from Scoda. After Foran was drowned in the Red Sea, they seized his ships and passed by India and by Asia to Scythia, and then by the Caspian Sea to the Slieve Riffi or Riffian mountains. They settled in Golgotha, where they dwelt 200 years. Brath, son of Gath, then left Light for the islands of the Muir Toraine or Mediterranean, and by Crete and Sicily to Spain. His son Briogan conquered Spain and founded Brigantia, or the Tower of Briogan. His son Ith discovered Erin and landed at Bentract or Mach Ith in Leinster, and died at Slemnabith, unknown. The 6 sons of Malid, Don, Colphtha, Amergin, Eber, and Eriman, with Lugid, son of Ith, came to revenge his death with 24 plebeians to attend them, 2 on each chief. Cruithni, son of King, took their women from them, except T, the wife of Eriman. They fought Banba with their hosts at Sly Abmis, Fadla, and Eblin, and Ar at Unij. The Tuatha D sent them forth according to the laws of war over 9 waves. Eriman went with 1/2 of the host to Idbur Koltha, Don with the other half to Imber Skene, but himself died at sea. They spread themselves through Erin to her coast, and made alliance with the Fir-Bolg and the clan of Nemid, their wives having been stolen from them. They made alliance with the Tuatha D, and half of the land was given to them. Ahriman took the north as the inheritance of his race. Eber took the south. Luged, son of Ith, possessed certain districts, and Erin is full of the race of Such is a short abstract of this curious poem. The Milesians are here represented not as driving out the previous inhabitants, but as making alliance with them and obtaining wives from the Tuatha de Danann, their own wives having been taken from them by the Cruithni. Another version of this form of the legend of the Cruithni is that Cuithnecan, son of Kinge, son of Locke, went from the sons of Milad to the Britons of Fortran to fight against the Saxons, and remained with them. But they had no wives, for the women of Alban had died. They then went back to the sons of Melech, and swore by heaven and earth, and the sun and the moon, and by the dew and the elements, and by the sea and the land, that the regal succession should be on the mother's side. And they took 12 of the women whose husbands had been drowned with Don. In the form which these legends of the colonization of Ireland assume in the Book of Conquest, there are 5 successive colonies, but the first 2, those of Partholan and Nemhid, are separated from each other, and from the latter by long intervals, while the last 3, beginning with the Fir-Bolg, are continuous, each succeeding the other without interval. The older form, as continued in Mael Murra's poem, knows nothing of Partholan and his colony names the Firbolg first, and appears to identify the Clanna Nemed with the Tuatha Dea. An unfortunate resemblance between the name of the Firbolg and Caesar's Belgi has led most writers to assume that they were the same people, to the great confusion of the early history of Ireland. There is nothing in the legend, and what we are told of the Firbolg is simply legendary, to warrant this, and the interpretation there given to the names Firbolg and Firdomnan harmonizes very singularly with the legendary accounts of the tin workers of Cornwall and the Tin Islands. It is not difficult to recognize in the tradition that the Firbolg derived their name from the leathern sacks which they filled with soil and with which they covered their boats, and the Firdomnan from the pits they dug, the people who worked the tin by digging in the soil and transporting it in bags in their hide-covered boats. The traditions, too, of the physical characteristics of these early colonists of Ireland lead to the same conclusion. It is thus quoted in the preface to MacFirbis's book of genealogies: "Every one who is white of skin, brown of hair, and bold, honourable, daring, prosperous, bountiful in the bestowal of property, wealth, and rings, and who is not afraid of battle or combat, they are the descendants of the sons of Miled or in Aaron. Every one who is fair-haired, vengeful, large, and every plunderer, every musical person, the professional of musical and entertaining performances, who are adepts in all druidical and magical arts, they are the descendants of the Tuatha De Danann in Aaron. Every one who is black-haired, who is a tattler, guileful, tale-telling, noisy, contemptible, every wretched, mean, strolling, unsteady, harsh, and inhospitable person, every slave, every mean thief, every churl, every one who loves not to listen to music and entertainment, the disturbers of every council and every assembly, and the promoters of discord among the people, these are the descendants of the Firbolg, the Firgallian, the of Leogerne, and of the Firdomnan in Aaron. But however the descendants of the Firbolgs are the most numerous of all these, this is taken from an old book. That there were two distinct types of people in ancient Ireland, one a high-statured, golden-coloured, or red-haired, fair-skinned and blue, or grey, blue-eyed race, the other a dark-haired, dark-eyed, pale-skinned, small or medium-statured, little-limbed race, is very certain, and the traditionary account of the characteristics of the Firbolg identifies them with the latter and with the lowest type of the Irish people. They belong to the same class with the Silures, and may be held to represent the Iberian race which preceded the Celtic. Of the fair-skinned race, the Tuatha De Danann correspond in character with Tacitus' large-limbed and red-haired Caledonians, and the brown-haired Milesians or Scots present a less Germanic type. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethnology of Britain. In this legend of the sons of Miled, too, we can recognize the appearance of the second form in which such traditions usually embody themselves, that of the ethnologic family. Miled was descended from Gadel Glass, the eponymous of the Gaelic race. He was son of Scoda, who was also wife of Miled and represented Ireland under its name of Scotia. His three sons, Heber, Herriman, and along with Ith, son of Breogan, from whom the population of Ireland, which succeeded the Tuatha De Danann, is brought, represent the different races of which it was composed. Bede distinguishes the Scots as divided into northern and southern Scots. The former are represented by Herriman, the latter by Heber, who divided Ireland between them. The descendants of to whom Ulster was assigned, are the Cruithne, who were its inhabitants till confined by the Scots to Delaradea. The small tribes of Ith, son of Breogan, who inhabited a district in the southwest of Ireland, are the people whom Ptolemy calls Brigantes, and places there. The sons of Myled are said in the annals of the Four Masters to have arrived in Ireland in the age of the world 3,500, which according to their computation corresponds with the year 1694 before Christ. And in the following year Ahriman and Emher, or Ahriman and Heber, are said to have assumed the joint sovereignty of Ireland and divided it into two parts between them. Then follows an artificially constructed history in which the name of each successive king, with the length of his reign, the son of Myled, from whom he was descended, and the battles he fought are given with the same minuteness of detail throughout, until we find ourselves at length within what may be termed the historic period of Irish history. It would be out of place here to enter into a critical analysis of these annals or to discuss further the ethnology of Ireland, except in so far as it may tend to throw light upon that of Scotland. But it may so far elucidate the legends which follow if we notice shortly what they tell us regarding the descendants of Ur, to whom Ulster was assigned in the distribution of the provinces of Ireland. About 4 centuries after the arrival of the sons of Myled, the annals place 7 kings of the race of Ur in succession upon the throne of Ireland. These are Olma Foda, who is said to have established the Fias Timrak, or Great Annual Feast, at Tara, and to have appointed a Tashech over every cantred and a Brughaid, or farmer, over every townland. He was called Olam Fodla because he had been first a learned Olma, or chief poet, and afterwards king of Fodla, or Ireland. He was followed by his son Finnachta, so named because snow Snechta fell with the taste of wine, Fiona, and he by another son Slannol, and he by a third son Gede o Gothach, and he by Fiacha, son of Finnachta, and Fiacha by Bernagal, son of Gede o Gothach, and Bergal of by Olio, son of Slannol, when the government of Tara was wrested from the Ultu, or race of Ur. The oldest of the annalists, Tigernach, commences his annals in the year 305 before Christ, with Skimboach, son of Fintain, of this race, who reigned at Eman, or Emania, 18 years, and adds this significant sentence: all records of the Scots before Kimboach are uncertain. From Kimboach, Tigernach gives a succession of Aryan kings reigning at Emania down to Fiacha Aradhi, who was slain in battle in the year 248 by the Harrimonian kings of Tara and Leinster. His people are called by Tigernach Cruithniu, and from him Delarad, or Dalaradia, takes its name. In 254 he mentions that some of the Ultonians were driven by the king of Ireland to Manan, and in 332 he records the battle of Achad Leithderg in Fernmug, in which Fergus Foga, the last king of Emania, was slain by the 3 Colas of the line of Harriman, who, says Tigernach, afterwards destroyed Emhian, Macha, or Emania, and the Ultonians did not dwell in it from thenceforth, and they took from them their kingdom from Loch Neach westward, which became known as Ergiala, now Oriel. The Irons were from this time confined to the district of Delardia, and now appear under the name of Cruithne. An old form of the Irish legend contained in the Acts of St. Cadro compiled in the 11th century, corroborates this account to some extent. According to this legend, the Scots were Greeks from the town of Coruscant upon the river Pactolus, which separates Coria from Lydia. Having obtained ships, they went by Pathmos, Abydos, and the islands of the Hellespont to Upper Thrace, and being joined by the people of Pergamus and the Lacedaemonians, they are driven by the north wind past Ephesus, the island of Melos, and the Cyclades to Crete, and thence by the African Sea they enter the Illyrian Gulf. Then by the Balearic Isles they pass Spain, and through the columns of Hercules to remote Tyle, and finally land at Cruachan Fili in Ireland. On landing and exploring the country, they discover the nation of the Picts. They then attack and defeat the inhabitants of Cloyne, an ancient city on the Shannon. The Corachii, then seeing the land flowing with milk and honey, attack the islanders and take possession of all Macha, their metropolis, and the whole land between Loch Erne and Ethiop. This is clearly the same event as the taking of Amania by the three Colas, and their precursors in the country are here called the nation of the Picts. They then take Kildare and Cork, a city of Munster, besiege and enter Bangor, a city of Ulster. After many years passing over the sea, they occupy the Uian island, now called Iona, and crossing the contiguous sea, enter the region of Rosia by the river Rosas, and take possession of the towns Rigmonthnath and Bella Thor, situated a distance from it, and thus the whole country called after their own name, Corisgia, they now call Scotia, after the wife of a certain son of Aeneas the Lacedaemonian, called Nilus or Nihilus, or was their chief, and obtained an Egyptian wife, Scotta, and in her language, having lost their own mother tongue, in course of years became converted to Christianity by St. Patrick. This legend, in a great measure, appears to refer to ecclesiastical foundations. The only legend which we can connect directly with the Scots who settled in Britain and formed the small kingdom of Dalriada in the West Highlands is that contained in the poem of the 11th century, usually termed the Albanic Duan. It records the successive possessors of Alban, and states that the first who possessed it was Albanus, son of Isacon, and brother of Breutus, and that from him Alban of Ships has his name. He was banished by his brother across the Muir in Icht, or Straits of Dover, and Breutus possessed it as far as the promontory of Fatu Dane. Long after Breutus, the clan Nemahid, or Nemedians, possessed it. The Cruithni then came from Ireland and possessed it. 70 kings from Cathlin, the first king, to Constantine the last, possessed the Cruithnian plain. They were followed by the three sons of Urk, son of Eochaid, the children of Conair, the chosen of the strong Gael, three who obtained the blessing of St. Patrick and took Alban after great wars. The rest of this poem belongs to history. This legend combines the British with the Irish forms. We are Breutus and Albanus, sons of Isacon, as in the ethnologic family given by Nennius, the epimeme of the Britanni and Albani, and the latter representing the first inhabitants of the north. The Nemedian colony is obviously that part of the Irish legend in which one body of the descendants of Nemedius settled in Dobar and Dobar in North Alban, out of which the two Atha de Nanan emerge. The colony of the Cruithni belongs also to the Irish form of the legend, and the settlement of the sons of Urk is historic, except perhaps in so far as in this poem Lough Arn is made to precede Fergus as the first king of Dalriadic Alban. There is no appearance here of the Firbolg, but they are made in the Irish legend to precede the Picts in the Western Isles. Of the Pictish legends, there are still three forms to be noticed, one which may be called the national legend of the Picts, and belongs especially to the whole nation, which possess the country north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde. A second, which is the legend of the Irish Picts of Dallardia in Ulster, and a third connected with the Picts of Galloway. For the first and most important legend, we must look to the Pictish Chronicle, a work of the 10th century. There are two editions of it, one in Latin, but obviously translated from the Gaelic original, and the other in the Irish Nennius, and the first contains a preface mainly taken from the work of Isidore of Seville in the 6th century, a work which formed the basis of Nennius's compilation also. In this preface we have additional facts told us. First, that the Scots, who are now corruptly called Hibernienses, were so called either as Scythians because they came from Scythia and derived their origin from it, or from Scotta, daughter of Pharaoh king of Egypt, who was, it is said, queen of the Scots. The second is that natives of Scythia were called from their fair hair Albani, and that from these Albani both Scots and Picts derive their origin. It then proceeds to tell us that Crudni, son of Kinge, was the father of the Picts inhabiting this island, and had 7 sons, Fib, Fidach, Fadla, Fortran, Got, C, Sursin. The addition in the Irish Nennius adds to this, and they divided the land into 7 divisions, as Columkill. 7 children of Cruithne divided Alban into 7 divisions, Kate, C, Surig, a warlike clan, Fib, Fadach, Fatla, Fortran. And the name of each man is given to their territories. 5 of these divisions can still be identified. Fib is Fife, Fatla is Athfoidal, now corrupted into Athol. Fortran is the district between the rivers Forth and Tay. Sursin, the district of Mearns, a name corrupted from Magurgan, now Kincardinshire, and Kate is Cathanasia or Caithness. It is obvious, therefore, that this legend belongs to the Pictish inhabitants of these 7 divisions. The 7 sons are then followed by Gede o Gothach, whose name is the same as one of the 7 kings of the descendants of Ur, who in the first legend occupied the throne of Ireland. We then have Owen Beacon and O'Fenechta, and the Irish edition tells us that the Onbecan, son of Caith, son of Cruithne, took the sovereignty of the 7 divisions, and that Fenach was lord of Erin at that time, and took hostages of the Cruithni. He also is one of the 7 Arian kings. After 3 more names we have Brood Bont, and are told that from him 30 broods reigned over Albania and Hibernia, or Alban and Erin, for a period of 150 years. These broods have each a name attached to them, and the Irish edition tells us that these names were also names of divisions of the country, and that the account is taken from the books of the Cruithni. It is obvious that this legend views the Picts of Alban and of Erin as forming one people and being in close connection with each other. The legend of the Irish Picts of Dallardia has a close bearing upon this one. It is called Of the Descent of the Dallarad, and is this: twice 18 soldiers of the tribes of Tracia went to the fleet of the sons of Meled to Germany, and they took them away with them and kept them as soldiers. They had no wives, and afterwards took wives of the race of Meled, and when they had cleared their swordland among the Britons, first Mag Fortran and then Magurgan, the succession to the sovereignty was through females. They took with them from Aaron thrice 50 maidens to become mothers of sons, whence Alban in Skene, or the Rock of the Maidens in Dalarada, is called. There were 30 kings of the Cruithni over Aaron and Alban, viz. Of the Cruithni of Alban and of Aaron, that is the Dalaradi. They were from Mahan, from whence comes Olamahan, and Tara, to Fiacha, son of Beden, who fettered the hostages of Aaron and Alban. 7 kings of the Cruithni of Alban governed Aaron at Tara. Then followed the 7 kings of the race of who are said in the Irish legend to have ruled at Tara. The 30 kings of this legend who ruled over Aaron and Alban are surely the 30 kings who bore the name of the brood in the previous legend, who also reigned over Aaron and Alban during 150 years. Inidfanach, or Alffanachta, who precedes them, is said to have taken hostages of the Cruithni. In this legend, the 30 kings are said to have reigned over Aaron and Alban to Fiacha, son of Beden, who fettered the hostages of Aaron and Alban. Beden was a king of Dalarada who died in 581, and Tigernach records in AD 602 the Battle of Call, in which Fiachade, son of Baden, was victorious, and in 608 the death of Fiachach, son of Baden, by the Cruithni. These entries relate surely to the event above recorded, and give us a date between 602 and 608 for the termination of the reign of these 30 kings, and 452 or 458 for its commencement. This event no doubt marks the separation of the Irish Picts, or Cruithni of Dalarada, from all connection with the kingdom of the Picts in Scotland, and their full incorporation into the Irish monarchy. The last of the Pictic legends relates to the Picts of Galloway. It is inserted in the Irish Nennius and follows the account of the final departure of the Romans, when the Picts took possession of the districts extending to the southern wall, and settled there as inhabitants. It is as follows. After this, Saran assumed the sovereignty of Britain, and established his power over the Saxons and the Cruithni. He married Erc, daughter of Lorn, king of Alban, but she eloped from him with Muradach, son of Eugan, son of Naal, to Aaron, by whom she had a son called Mercertach MacCurca, afterwards king of Ireland. Saran then married her sister Babona, by whom he had 4 sons, Lurig and Cairnech and Alan and Camlach, and he died after victory and triumph in the house of Martain. By the house of Martain, the monastery of Candida Casa, founded by Saint Ninian and dedicated to Saint Martin of Tours, is evidently meant, which shows that Saran's Cruithni were the Picts of Galloway. Lurig succeeded him and built a fort within the precincts of the monastery of Cairnech, his brother, that is, of Candida Casa, upon which Cairnech promises Mercertach MacCurca, who was at that time with the king of Britain, that is, Lurig, learning military science, that he should be king of Erin and Britain for ever, if he could prevent Lurig from exercising power against the Church. Lurig, Britain, and Cat, Caithness, and Orkney, and Saxonia, or Lothian. Mercertach then takes the wife of Lurig, and has by her 4 sons, Constantine and Gedelfict, from whom descends the lords of Breton and the kings of Breton or Cornwall, and Nellin, from whom the race of Nellin, and Scandal, from whom the race of Scandal. It is in Erin the descendants of the 2 last are. It is unnecessary to follow the legend further. The kings of Cornwall and the knights of Breton are here said to be descended from Constantine and Gedelfict. Constantine is no doubt the legendary king of Cornwall, who is said to have become a Christian missionary and preached to the Scots and Picts, and the latter is obviously the eponymous of the Picts of Galloway, from whom their lords, here called Ruring Breton, are descended. Such being the legendary matter connected with the Picts and Scots, which appears to contain their popular traditions as to their origin, it remains to add those which tell us of the original home of the Saxons who settled in Britain. Bede says that the nation of the Angles or Saxons who settled in Britain consisted of three peoples of Germany: the Jutes, from whom sprang the people of Kent and the Isle of Wight; the Saxons, from whom came the East, Middle, and West Saxons, that is, those of Essex, Middlesex, and Wessex; and the Angles, from whom came the East and Mid Angles, the Mercians, and the whole race of the Northumbrians, that is, all those nations of the Angles which inhabited the country north of the Humber. He states that the original settlements of these three races were in the Cimbric Chersonese, that the Saxons came from Old Saxony, which seems to have been nearly modern Holstein; the Angles from that country called Angelus, which in his day was nearly deserted, by which the present province of Angel in Sleswick is probably meant, and the Jutes north of them, the Angles being between them and the Saxons. Whether in this Bede is reporting a tradition of the people themselves, or whether it is merely a speculation of his own, he does not tell us. Nennius brings the Saxons from Germania generally, but in the genealogies annexed to his work, which are not much later than the period then Bede wrote, he deduces the pedigrees of the kings of Kent, East Anglia, Mercia, Deira, and Bernicia from four brothers, sons of Woden, so that he seems to have considered these five nations, being Bedes, Jutes, and Angles, as forming one people, whose successive arrivals he describes under the name of Saxons, while he omits Bede's three nations of East, Middle, and West Saxons, who did not arrive in the island till the end of the 5th and the beginning of the 6th century, thus confining his account to those who arrived in the early part of the 5th century. The description which Bede gives of the country from which the Saxons came does not correspond with what we learn of its early history from other sources. The first people whom we read of as inhabiting the Cimbric Chersonese were the Cimbri, the Teutones, and the Ambrones, who assailed the Roman Empire about a century before Christ. The name of the Teutones appears to have passed through several forms into that of Juth or Juti, and the Ambrones seem to be the same people whom Ptolemy places in the southern part of the peninsula, now Holstein, and calls Saxones, and to whom he also gives three islands, now Northstrand, Busen, and Heligoland. The Angles Ptolemy places on the west bank of the river Elbe, somewhat more to the south, in what is now the Duchy of Magdeburg. The name of Saxons, however, in the 3rd century no longer designated a single nation, but had a much wider signification, and was applied to a confederacy of the nations extending along the north coast from the Elbe to the Ems, if not the Rhine. These were the Cauci, Cherusci, and Angrivarii. Between the Ems and Rhine were the Frissii or Frizones. From the Ems to the Elbe were the Cauci, and south of them were the Cherusci and Agrivarii about the Weser, and on the west bank of the Elbe the Teutons and the Angles. It is in this wider sense that the name of Saxons was applied to those people who harassed the coast of Britain in the concluding half-century of the Roman province. It is to the people inhabiting this country that the name of Old Saxons was applied, to distinguish them from the Saxons in Britain. Beyond the Elbe were the original Saxons, and mixed with both were Frisians, one body extending along the coast from the Ems to the Weser, and another beyond the Saxons in Sleswick, where Bede places his Jutes. the islands too, which Ptolemy called the islands of the Saxons, and which lay off the west coast of the Cimbrian Chersonese, appear afterwards as Frisian islands. Whether this was an actual mixture of Frisians with the Saxons, or a mere extension of the name to a part of the Saxons, it is difficult to determine. But although a small district in the east of Sluiswick, extending from the Slay to Flensburg, bore the name of Angeln, there is no record of any people called Angli having ever occupied it. They are placed on the west bank of the Elbe behind the Cauchy, and their name too probably spread much beyond its original limits. Of the Saxons who settled in Britain prior to the year 441, the colony which occupied the northern district about the Roman wall were probably Frisians, as the Firth of Forth is termed by Nennius the Frisian Sea, and a part of its northern shore was known as the Frisian shore, but the great bulk of the immigrants were Angli. Bede gives us the expression of the nation of the Angles for the whole Saxon people. Augustine's mission to Kent was a mission to the Angles. The church he founded there was the Church of the Angles. The name of Anglia was, however, unknown to Bede, and in his Lives of the Abbots of Wearmouth he quotes a letter written by Haubertus, abbot of the monastery of Wearmouth, to Pope Gregory in 716, in which he says his monastery was in Saxonia. The name of Saxons applied in general way to those who settled in Britain prior to 441 seems therefore to have been used in its geographical sense. Procopius was probably right in saying that they consisted of Frisians and Angles, the tribes who arrived much later and founded the petty kingdoms of the East, West, and South Saxons probably alone belonged to the Saxons proper. The bulk of the natives consisted of the Angli, and their national name soon superseded the general appellation of Saxons, though the geographical term Saxonia still remained attached to the most northern part of their territory. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethnology of Britain. Having thus analyzed the legends of the four races, it becomes necessary, before we attempt to draw any deductions from them, to inquire into the relation of their languages to each other. Bede gives us a list of the languages used in Britain in his day. He tells us that at that time in Britain the knowledge of the same divine truth and true solemnity was confessed and studied in the languages of 5 nations, viz., that of the Angles, the Britons, the Scots, the Picts, and the Latins, which latter language, from the study of the Scriptures, has become common to all. None of these languages, of course, represent that of the Iberians, for if we must look to the south of France and Spain, where the Euskara or Basque appears to represent it, it is a peculiar language and has no relation to any of the languages belonging to the Aryan family. Putting it and the Latin aside, we have here the languages of the 4 nations, the Angles, Britons, Scots, and Picts, who succeeded the Iberians, and whose legends we have just analyzed, distinguished from each other. There can be no doubt of the race and language to which the first 3 belonged. We have the remains of their languages still spoken among us, and each possesses a literature which enables us to trace the progress of the language from its older forms to the present day. The language of the Angles was a Low German dialect, resembling most nearly the Frisian, and in its earlier form consisted of 3 varieties, the Southern, Midland, and Northern English. The language of the Britons is still spoken in Wales, but not now in Cornwall, though it lingered there till the middle of the last century. We possess, however, written remains of the Cornish language, sufficient to show that the Cornish and Welsh form 2 varieties of the British language in the island, differing but slightly from each other, and showing a dialectic difference somewhat resembling that between Low and High German. The language of the Scots was undoubtedly the Irish language still spoken there, and which is identical with the Gaelic of the Scotch Highlands and the Manx of the Isle of Man. They form indeed but one language, which may be called Gaelic, and show no greater variety among each other than those which characterize the vernacular speech of different provinces of the same nation. These two languages, the British and Scottish, belong to the same family and are usually, for convenience sake, classed together as forming the Celtic language of the British Isles. But the difference between them is marked and wide, and they must be viewed as two distinct branches of the Celtic language, possessing vital peculiarities of form and structure which distinguish them from each other and the people by whom they were spoken, as forming two distinct races, cognate indeed as the belonging to the same Celtic family, but clearly separated by national and linguistic differences. These two races are known in Irish as Breaton and Gaedhil, and in Welsh as Berthon and Cymry and Gwyddel. To the one belong the Welsh and the people of Cornwall and Britannia, speaking three different dialects varieties of the same language. To the other belong the Irish, the Scotch, Highlanders, and the Manx, who all call their language Gaelic. In the attempt we are about to make to assign to the Picts their proper place among these races, we shall, as the most convenient nomenclature, call the two great divisions of the Celtic language British and Gaelic, and the three varieties of the first, Welsh, Cornish, and Breton, and of the second, Irish, Scotch, Gaelic, and Manx, those Pictic words which obviously belong to either we shall class with them, but where they are peculiar to the Picts and yet have the characteristics of Gaelic, we shall term them Pictic Gaelic. The position of the Pictic language differs from that of the others in this respect, that we cannot point to any spoken language in the island which can be held to represent it as a distinctive dialect, unless we could suppose it to have merged in one or other of the spoken languages of the island. But here we are met at once by difficulty. If Bede, by calling these 5 distinct languages, meant to convey the fact that they were so different from each other as to constitute separate tongues, then the Pictish could not have belonged to the same family with any of the others. It could not have been a German dialect, because it is distinguished from the language of the Angles. It could not, on the same ground, have been British, nor could it have been Irish or Scotch, Gaelic. But Bede's language does not warrant so broad a conclusion as this. He does not say that divine truth was studied in 5 different languages, but in the languages of 5 nations. It implies that the nations were distinct from each other insofar as they formed separate kingdoms, and that the scriptures were studied in the language of each. The differences between them may have been great, or they may have been mere varieties of the same language. So far as any inference from Bede's language is concerned, it might very well be said in a Bible Society report that the scriptures were translated into French, German, Dutch, Danish, and Swedish. Here French is as different from German as Latin from Anglic, but Dutch is a Low German dialect and resembles the Low German more nearly than High German does, and then Danish and Swedish are quite near to each other. The question then to be solved is, where are we to place the Pictic language? Is it a Celtic or a Teutonic dialect? And if either was the same with any of the known spoken dialects, or in what respect did it differ? The answer to these questions will in a great measure show to what race they belonged. The argument for the Pictish being a Teutonic language is merely historic, and is at first sight very plausible. It may be thus shortly stated. Tacitus says that the Caledonians had a German origin. The Picts were the same people as the Caledonians. The Welsh triads say that the Picts came from Leinchlen, which is Scandinavia. The Picts occupied the lowlands of Scotland, and Broad Scotch is the language of the lowlands. It is a Teutonic dialect, and no other language can be traced as ever having been spoken in the same districts which the Picts had occupied. Such an argument as this could only have been stated with any plausibility before the science of comparative philology existed. If the Picts were the same as the Caledonians of Tacitus, of which there is indeed no doubt, and if they were a Teutonic people, they must have left their original country and settled in Caledonia prior to the 1st century. A separation from the original stock for so many centuries must infallibly have led to a great divergence in the language, and their Teutonic speech must have presented marked dialectic differences from that of the rest of the race from which they sprang. The broad Scotch, however, of the lowlands was absolutely identical with the northern English variety of the Saxon, or rather Anglic, which prevailed north of the Humber. Nor is it correct to say that this language was spoken in all the districts occupied by the Picts, for they included in their territories the North Highlands, where the spoken language has been, equally far back, the Scotch Gaelic. Further, Tacitus infers a German origin for the inhabitants of Caledonia, not from their language but from their physical characteristics, the large limbs and the red hair, and it is now quite established that there was no essential diversity in this respect between the German and the Celtic races viewed as a whole. The Welsh dryads which contain the passage referred to may now be regarded as spurious. Are there then any historic grounds which would lead us, irrespective of philological considerations, to consider the Picts as belonging either to the Welsh or to the Gaelic race? The only answer that can be made to this is that there is almost a concurrent testimony of the Celtic inhabitants of Britain to the Picts having belonged to that branch of the race which the Welsh called Gwydl, and the Irish Gaedhil. Throughout the whole of the Welsh documents, the Picts are usually denominated Gwydl Fichti, while the Irish are simply termed Gwydl. Although this word Gwydl is generally used to designate a native of Ireland, and is so translated, this is its modern usage only, and it is impossible to examine the older Welsh documents without seeing that it was originally the designation of the Gadelic race wherever situated, and the Picts are thus clearly assigned to it. This is quite in accordance with what may be called the statement by the Picts themselves. The two races of Cymry, or Brython, and Gwydl are symbolized in the Ethnology family by the two brothers Brytis and Albanus, from whom descend the Britanni and Albani, and the Pictic Chronicle, which may be viewed as their national record, states that the Scots and Picts were two branches of the Albani. The race of the Picts were not, however, confined to Britain. They originally extended over the whole of the north of Ireland, and though eventually confined to the territory on the east of Ulster, called Dalnarade or Dalaradia, they remained there as a separate people under the name of Cruthnai till a comparatively late period. Down to the beginning of the 7th century, they formed with the Picts of Scotland one nation, but during the whole period of their separate existence, the Irish annals do not contain a hint that they spoke a language different from the rest of Ireland. And in the Irish ethnologic family, they are made the descendants of one of the sons of Milesius, whose descent is derived from Gaethel Glass, the eponymous of the Gaelic race. It is true that Adam Nan tells us that St. Columba used an interpreter in his intercourse with the northern Picts, whom he converted in the 6th century, but this is usually stated much too broadly. Adam Nan describes St. Columba as conversing freely with Brud, king of the Picts, with Broach Chan, his magus or druid, and with the king's messengers, without the intervention of an interpreter. On 2 occasions only does he mention that an interpreter was required, and on both occasions it is connected with his preaching the word of life. There is no point on which so much misconception exists as that of the precise amount of divergence between two languages necessary to prevent those speaking them from understanding each other. It is frequently asserted that a Welshman can understand an Irishman, and conversely, and it is invariably assumed that the 3 dialects of British, the Welsh, Cornish, and Breton, are mutually intelligible. But this is not the case, and in point of fact a very small difference is sufficient to affect a mutual ill-intelligibility. A mere change in the vowel sounds, with a difference in the position of the accent, although the vocabulary might be absolutely the same, would be sufficient to render mutual intercourse difficult. And although one might make a shift to follow a conversation or a few sentences of simple import might be understood, no very great dialectic difference would be required to make a formal address unintelligible. St. Columba was an educated man, possessing all the learning of the age, and had to instruct a rude and unlettered people whose vernacular idiom would vary in different parts of the country from the cultivated language of a Christian ecclesiastic. He seems to have had no difficulty with the king and those about him, but of the two occasions when he is recorded to have used an interpreter, one was when an old Pictish chief called Brannan arrived by sea to meet him in the island of Skye, and therefore probably came from some remote island or place still farther north, where the vernacular speech may have had a greater amount of difference from that which St. Columba used. And it may be remarked that the island apparently furnished the interpreter, and its inhabitants undoubtedly spoke a Gaelic dialect, and as they called the spring where Art Brannan was baptized, Dober Art Brannan. The other case was when St. Columba preached the word of life to a peasant somewhere in the province of the Picts, and it may be added that when he preached the word of life to an old man in the Vale of Urquhart, who was apparently of a higher class and lived not far from the headquarters of the Picts, no interpreter appears to have been required. Giving therefore the fullest weight to this consideration, it amounts to no more than this, that the difference between Pictish and Irish may not have been greater than that between Breton or Cornish and Welsh. Legend again comes in to help us here. The tale that the Picts or Cruithni were a colony of soldiers who had no wives, and that they obtained wives from the Irish settlers by force or by agreement, has undoubtedly a linguistic meaning. All legends are in fact attempts to convey a popular explanation of some social or ethnologic peculiarity, the origin of which is lost while the form survives, and when the explanation of one feature has assumed the form that a part of the native population had been a foreign colony from a different country, then the fact of their speaking a native tongue was attempted to be explained by supposing that they had married wives of the native race. This idea is based upon the conception that children learn their language from their mothers, and is conveyed in the popular expression of the mother tongue. Thus, in relating the legendary settlement of the Britons in Armorica, Nennius, in order to explain how the settlers retained their own language, has this addition in some copies. Having received the wives and daughters of the Armoricans in marriage, they cut off their tongues lest their children should learn the mother tongue. In the older form of the Irish legend, the race Miled, who are brought from Scythia, are said on their settlement in Ireland to have married wives of the Tuatha de Danann, whom they found in the country. Contained in the life of Saint Cadro, the country is named by Nell or Neil, in the language of his wife Scoda, his own having been corrupted. As soon, therefore, as the idea was formed that the Picts of Scotland and Ireland were not the old inhabitants of the country, but a foreign colony who settled among them, if their language was at all akin to that of the native population, the popular exclamation must have arisen, and that they had married wives of the native race from whom they learned their languages, and in the case of the Picts of Scotland this would appear the more probable from kind of female succession to the throne having prevailed among them. In the British form of the tradition, they applied to the Britons for wives, and are refused and recommended to apply to the Irish from whom they obtained them. And this may imply that there was a British element in the language of a part of the natives, though that of the main party was Irish. In the Irish traditions they obtained their wives at once from the sons of Miled, who give them the widows of those the Milesian colony, who were said to have been drowned in the attempt to land. In what may be viewed as the legend of the Picts themselves, it is confined that the Irish Cruithni, and does not appear in those of the Picts of Scotland. That it was, however, understood as implying that the language of the Picts was derived from these supposed ancestresses of the race seems to be clear enough. The legend is undoubtedly given in layman's brute in order to explain the language of the Picts, which adds, through the same women who there long dwelt, the folk began to speak Ireland's speech. And in the chronicle quoted in the Scala Chronica, it is said that they obtained wives from Ireland on condition that their issue should speak Irish, which language remains to this day in the Highlands among those who are called Scots. The portion of the Pictish people which longest retained the name were the Picts of Galloway, completely surrounded by the Britons of Clyde and isolated from the rest of the Pictish nation, protected by a mountain barrier on the north and the sea on the west and south, and remaining for centuries under the nominal dominion of the Angles of Northumbria. They maintain an isolated and semi-independent position in a corner of the island and appear as a distinct people under the name of Picts as late as the 12th century, when they formed one division of the Scottish army at the Battle of the Standard. If any part of the Pictish people might be expected to retain their peculiar language and characteristics, it would be the Picts of Galloway, and if that language had been a Cymric dialect, it must have merged in the speech of the British population around them. In one of the legends which seems peculiarly connected with them, Gettle Ficht, or the Gaelic Pict, appears as the eponymous of the race, and Buchanan tells us that in his day, that is, in the reign of Queen Mary, a great part of this country still uses its ancient language. What that language was we learn from a contemporary Buchanan, William Dunbar, the poet, who, in the fighting between him and Kennedy, taunted his rival with his extraction from the natives of Galloway and Carrick, and styles him Ersh Catherine, Ersh Baird, and his poetry as sick eloquence as they in estuary use. This word Ersh was the term applied at the time to Scotch Gaelic, and when Sir David Lindsay says, "Had Sanct Jerome been born into Argyll, into Irich tongue his bucus had done compile." And Kennedy retorts upon Dunbar, "Thou luvest nan Irich, I understand, but it's sold be all true Scottish menace lead, it was the good language of this land." We find, therefore, that in this remote district in which the Picts remained under their distinctive names as a separate people as late as the 12th century, a language considered the ancient language of Galloway was still spoken as late as the 16th century, and that language was Gaelic. The question then remains, are there any fragments of the Pictish language still preserved upon which we can base a proper philological inquiry into its place among the languages of Britain? For such an investigation the materials are slender, but they are not totally wanting. There are a few Pictish names and words preserved by Adamnan, Bede, and other writers, and there is the list of Pictish monarchs, both mythic and historical, preserved in the Pictish Chronicle. This list may be divided into two parts, the mythic and the historical, but a comparison of this list with other chronicles leaves little room for doubt that the proper names throughout the whole are represented to us in their Pictish form, and the occasional occurrence of the addition of epithets to the names aids the inquiry. It is obvious that the mere comparison of a very few words with the vocabulary of other languages can do little to help us in this matter, and a list of proper names still less. But the form of the words affords a very important means of ascertaining the character of a language. This has been shown in a very striking manner in the Teutonic dialects by the operation of Grimm's law, and between the Celtic dialects. There are also phonetic differences equally available for such an inquiry. The interchange, for instance, between Welsh and Gaelic of the labial or dental with the guttural, and the digamma GW with F, and that between Welsh and Cornish of T with Z, supplies us with a clue which can be easily applied to the form of words, however few in number they may be. And in this point of view, the proper names likewise afford us a test of the character of the language. A comparison of Pictish proper names with the Welsh and Irish shows us that they are all constructed on the same principle by the combination of certain syllables as prefixes, with others as affixes in different varieties of connection, and where these syllables show the phonetic differences of the dialects, they furnish as good a means of comparison as the few words of the language which have been preserved. In examining these words and proper names, it will be necessary, however, to endeavor to connect them with that part of the Pictish nation to which they properly belong. It must not be assumed at the outset that the Picts were strictly and entirely homogeneous, and there may have been some dialectic differences in the language of different parts of the same nation. Of a twofold distinction of some kind, indeed, we find evident indication in their history. We have already traced this twofold division among the tribes described by Ptolemy as occupying the country north of the Firth and Clyde, and the forms of their names do certainly indicate something of the kind. Of the 9 tribes who occupy the West District, the names of 6 begin with the guttural or hard C, while of the 3 great tribes which extended to the east coast from the Moray Firth to the Firth of Forth, one name begins with a dental and the other 2 with the Roman V, which represents GW in Welsh and F in Gaelic. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, we find these same people divided into 2 nations, which certainly implies a twofold distinction of some kind. The one appears as Caledones and Dicalodoni with the guttural C, and the other first Meiti and then Vecturionis with the Roman V. So far as we can judge from the forms of these names, the presumption is that the western tribes characterized by the guttural initial belong to the Gaelic race, but there is nothing in the forms of the names beginning with the V to show to which race they belonged. When we proceed to analyze the list of proper names contained in the Pictish Chronicle, we find that they commence with Crudni, son of Kinge, and eponymous of the race. This is undoubtedly an Irish form from Cruith, form or color. He has 7 sons who are said to have given their names to 7 provinces. They are Caith, C, Cernan, Fib, Fidach, Fodla, Fortran, and we can identify 5 of the provinces: Caith representing Caithness, Suricim, Kincardinshire, Fib, Fife, Fodla, Atholl, Fortran, this district between the Forth and the Tay. But in these names we recognize the same distinction. 3 have the initial guttural and 4 the initial F. The latter, however, belong equally to the Gaelic race, to which the initial F is peculiar and represents the Welsh GW. The names, too, are Irish in form. Vidach appears as an Irish name in the annals of the 4 masters. Fodla was the epithet of a king of Ireland. It was also the name of a queen of the 2 Atha to Danann, and was one of the old names of Ireland. And Fortran means an Irish powerful. These 7 sons are followed by 3 kings: Gede, O, Godak, E, Becan, and Ofinecta. 2 of these names, the first and the last, are the same with 2 of the 7 Arian kings said to have reigned at Tara, and we are told in one of the legends that Ain Becan was son of Caith and Ardrig, or sovereign over the 7 divisions, while Fenachta reigned in Ireland. So far, then, we find nothing but Irish forms. The next name in the list is Gudid, Gade Brechach, and this is undoubtedly a Welsh form. In one of the Irish editions, he has the epithet of Breithnac, or the Briton. He is followed by Gest, Gwich, and Workest, and these are Cornish forms. Here, then, we trace the first appearance of a British element. We then have the statement that 30 broods reigned over Hibernia and Albania, or Erin and Alban, for 150 years. In the list of the names, only 28 are given, and they fall into 2 parts, one where each name of brood is followed by a monosyllable, and the other where the same monosyllable has prefixed it to the syllable WR. And one of the Irish editions adds that they were not only names of men, but of divisions of land. It will be remarked that 1/2 of these monosyllabic names have the initial guttural, 3 beginning with C and 4 with G, and the other half, 1 begins with labial P and 2 with F, which seems to point to a twofold distinction similar to what we have already noticed. The name Brood belongs to the Northern Picts, as the first historic king of the name is called by Bede, king of the provinces of the Northern Picts, and it may be viewed as an Irish form. After these broods we have a list of 21 names, beginning with Gilgide and ending with Drust, son of Erb, which brings us to the end of the mythic division. Of these names, some are obviously mythic, as appears from the length of their supposed reigns, and others appear to represent historic persons. The eighth name in this list is Dectortriac Farter Diu or Tiu. The form of the name is Teutonic, and is the same name as Theodric. Nennius terms Theodric, son of Ida, Dectric, and there can be little doubt that he is the king meant. He is called in the Welsh poems Flamdwyn, or the flame-bearer, and here the brother of two Germanic god of war. This portion of the list would appear, therefore, to belong to that part of the Pictish people who occupied the districts up to the southern wall in the year 410, and were subjected by the Angles of Bernicia under Hassa and Theodoric, the flame-bearer, the sons of Ida. The four names which follow have as much a Teutonic as a Celtic appearance, and may also refer to these Bernician rulers. The last 9 names are, however, certainly Celtic. Rue is one of the 30 broods of Gartnaith. Locke, it is said that 4 Gartnaids came from him, and we find just 4 Gartnaids in the historic period. One of these, who succeeded Brood MacMail John, is said to have founded Abernethy, and the legend of Mazota locates him in Forfarshire. And another bears the epithet of Du Ipir, which is rendered in another list, Dives, or the rich. It is the Irish word Seober, which, with the interchange of D for S. Of the names which follow, Gartnaid breath may be either British or Irish. Namet is one of the 30 broods. Cana Tal Chama is an Irish form, and is obviously the Catanolachan, said in one of the Irish legends to be one of the sons of Cathlwyn, who led the Picts to Alban, and one of their champions. Radech Uwclaw is represented in Irish by the name Freadach, and appears to be a Cornish form, and this brings us to the historic names. We find the same names here occur repeatedly. These are Drest, Trust, or Drostan 9 times, Tal Lorcan 6 times, Brood 6 times, Gwart Nade 4 times, Nectan 3 times, and Kinoid, Gallan, Alpin, Ungust, and Regust, each twice. Of these names, Drest is an Irish form, the Welsh form being Gorst or Grist, showing the interchange of D and G. Tal Orcan may be either, though more probably British. Brood, as we have seen, is an Irish form, and belongs to the northern Picts. Gartnaid, Nectan, and Kinneach or Kinoid are Gaelic forms, and these names may be connected with the southern Picts. Gaelan may be either. Alban is represented by Elfin in Welsh, and is a British name in a Gaelic form, showing the interchange of P, FF, and P. And Ungust and Regust are Cornish forms, and belong to the province called Fortren, or the districts of Strathern and Menteith. The results then of this analysis is that the earliest part of the list of Pictish kings is purely Irish or Gaelic in its forms, and that this Gaelic part belongs to the northern Picts, that another part of the list shows Gaelic forms, but more removed from the Irish, with a considerable British element, that this part of the list is more connected with the southern Picts, that the British element is not Welsh but Cornish, and belongs to that part of the territories of the southern Picts which lay between the Tay and the Forth. The explanation probably is that this Damnanoni of Cornwall, and when a part of this tribe was included in the Roman province, the northern part beyond the wall, which formed the boundary of the province, was incorporated into the Pictish kingdom. They were probably the Brno Fortrain, or Britons of Fortran of the Irish legends, and gave kings to its race to the throne, while Skene, which was their capital during the latter period of the Pictish kingdom, was exactly on the frontier between the two populations. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Chapter 4, Part 4 of Celtic Scotland, Volume 1, by William F. Skene. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ethnology of Britain. Another part of the list, which shows a mixture of Welsh, Gaelic, and Teutonic names, belongs to the Picts, who took the eastern districts between the walls from the British population, and were in turn subjected by the Angles. The only names in the list which can be attached to the Picts of Galloway are Drust and Cynddelad, and these are Gaelic forms, the latter showing the Gaelic Cian ahead. Reginald of Durham, who wrote in the latter part of the 12th century, reports one word of the Pictish language of Galloway. He tells us that certain clerics of Kirkcudbright were called in the language of the Picts Scolopthus, and in the title of the chapter he implies that the Latin equivalent was Scholasticus. This word in Welsh, ye scolhec, and Irish scolog, this word does not, therefore, give us the means of discriminating, though it approaches most nearly to the Irish form. Such being the results which we obtain from an analysis of the lists of Pictish kings and an examination of the few Pictish words preserved to us, the meaning of which we can ascertain, there remains one other source of information. The topography of the country furnishes us with a not unimportant element of evidence in endeavoring to ascertain the character of the languages of the tribes which have possessed it, and the linguistic family to which they belong, but this test has hitherto been much too loosely and carelessly applied. It can only be depended upon, if rightly used, under certain conditions, and controlled by definite rules of interpretation and comparison. The oldest names in a country are those which mark its salient physical features, the large rivers and mountains, the islands and promontories jutting into the sea. These usually resist longest the effect of changes in the population, and the introduction of different languages and their primitive names remain attached to them through successive fluctuations in the speech of the people who surround them, while the names belonging to the inhabited part of the soil and places connected with the social life of the people and their industrial occupation give way more readily and are less tenaciously attached to them. The names of rivers and islands are usually rude words, and sometimes so archaic that it is difficult to affix a meaning to them. Those of the mountains and valleys and the townships and homesteads are more descriptive and consist of two words in combination, one which may be termed generic and common to the class to which the physical feature belongs, and the other specific, distinguishing one member of the same class from another by some peculiarity of form, color, or situation. In countries where the topography obviously belongs to the same language with that spoken by the people who still possesses it, though perhaps in an older stage of the language, it presents little difficulty. It is only necessary to ascertain the correct orthography of the names and apply the key furnished by the language itself in that stage of its forms to which the words belong. This is the case with the greater part of Ireland and with the Highlands of Scotland, where the local names obviously belong to the same Gaelic language, which is still the vernacular speech of its population. It is the case, too, with Wales, where the people still speak that form of British to which its topography belongs, and with Cornwall, where the language was spoken to the middle of the last century, but in that part of the country where the Saxon, or rather the Anglic, has superseded the Celtic as the language of the people. The case is different, and great caution must be used in applying this test. This is the case in the northeastern lowlands of Scotland, and in the whole country south of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, including Galloway, where the people speak what is usually called Broad Scotch, and is the same with the old Northumbrian English. There is no difficulty in distinguishing the names which have been imposed by the Angles themselves and which have superseded the older Celtic names. there is one broad distinction between the Anglic and the Celtic forms. In the latter, the generic term precedes the specific, and in the former it follows it. But in order to ascertain what Celtic races occupied these districts before they were superseded by the Angles, we must examine the older stratum of Celtic names which still remain and compare them with those of the districts in which the language is still spoken by the people. The usual mode in which this has been done has been either to assume that wherever a Celtic name in the one district is also found in the other, it affords proof that the Celtic people who occupied the two districts belonged to the same branch of the Celtic race, or else to take the modern form of the word and to interpret it by such words in the different Celtic dialects as appear to come nearest to it in sound. There is, however, a great fallacy in both methods. In the first, because there is a very considerable number of words which are common to both branches of the Celtic language, and this number was greater formerly than it is now, and the words approached more closely to each other in form. But some words which were once common to the both are now obsolete in one and preserved in the other, and the form of the same word has sometimes become differently modified in each so as to have less resemblance. When the name therefore belongs to this class, it affords no test of difference or similarity of race. There is also in people belonging to the same race a capricious preference by one of one synonym and by the other of another, which shows an apparent difference of nomenclature when none really exists. The only true test in a comparison of this kind is to limit it to those words in the form of which the phonetic differences between the two different dialects must be apparent. The fallacy in the other mode is that when the population of a country speaks a different language from that to which its topography belongs, the names of places undergo a process of corruption and change still till the modern form diverges very much from the original word, and in order to ascertain its true meaning, or to make it the means of affording a genuine comparison with the topography of those districts where the language still remains, it is necessary to trace back the word historically to its oldest form and interpret it by the language in its then stage of progress. In examining, then, the Celtic topography of those districts in which the people and language have been superseded by the Anglic, we ought first to look to those names of places which have been preserved by writers contemporary with the existence of the four kingdoms as separate states. And before doing so, we may remark that in the river and island names, which are the oldest, there are one or two archaic words which we may venture to recognize as Iberian or Basque. A common appellation of rivers is the Celtic word for water. Uge in Gaelic and Wigs in Welsh furnish the s and houses which we find here and there. So do dabar in Gaelic, dwerfer or dur in Welsh, as well as gwai, which signify water, and give us the doers and the wise. The Basque word for water is ur, and analogy would lead us to recognize it in the rivers called Aur, Ur, Ur, Uri, Oren, and Or. The syllable il, too, enters largely into the topography of the Basque countries, and the old name for the island of Isla, which was Isle, and which legends tells us was occupied by Furbolg, is probably the same word as are the rivers of that name in Banff and Forfar, and the Uli in Sutherland, known to Ptolemy as the Isla. Tacitus furnishes us with 5 names in this part of Britain: Caledonia, the Travers estuary, the Clota or Clyde, the Bodotria or Firth or Forth, and the Mons Grampius. Of these names, 2 only are genuine survivals to the present day, the Travius estuary and that of Clota. There is little doubt that the former takes its name from the Gaelic word tam, smooth. The Welsh equivalent is taw, from which the name of the Welsh river, the Twy, is formed. Ptolemy, besides the Tava, Bodotria, or Bodaria, as he calls it, and the Clota or Clyde, has of the islands the names of which still survive, Malleus or Mull, and Scetis or Skye, and of the rivers the longest, which corresponds with the river in Argyllshire, called the Ad, and in Gaelic the Alban, Abhain Fada, or Long River, the Diva or Dee in Aberdeenshire, the Lochsa or Lossie in Kelnias or Cullen, the Deva or Dee in Galloway, and the Tinna or Eden in Fife. Of these, the Diva comes more nearly to the Gaelic dub, black, than to the Welsh dew. Gildas in the 6th century mentions only the Mons Badanus, which, if it is rightly placed in the north, affords no criterion. In the following century, the geographer of Ravenna gives us a large collection of local names, many of which are obviously corrupted forms of those in Ptolemy. Although the exact position of each name is not defined, yet they are obviously placed in geographical groups, 3 of which belong to the region with which we are dealing. One group, consisting of 48 names, is placed between the Roman wall extending from the Solway to the Tyne, and what the geographer describes as where Britain is discerned to be most narrow from sea to sea, by which the narrow isthmus between the Firths of Forth and Clyde is obviously meant, and includes the stations on the wall, the second with 10 names placed upon this isthmus, and the third with 27 names beyond it. In the first group we can recognize 2 Welsh forms in the names placed together and next to Carbantium, which must be Carbantogrigium, the town of the Selgovi, Tredoritan, and Maporitan. In the second group we have the 6th name, Medionebaton, which latter word is surely the Irish Nebbit, a sanctuary. When we enter the third group we come at once upon Gaelic forms. The 4th name, Sindocelum, is obviously compounded of the Gaelic Cian, a head, and the name of the Achel range. Besides these 3 groups, we have a small group of 8 names termed places Locke, by which districts seem to be meant, as the last 4, Taba, Mannavi, Sigolo, Yais, and Dononi, are obviously the district about the Tay. Manau, or Manan, the district occupied by the Selgovi, or Dumfriesshire, and that occupied by the Damnani, or shires of Ayr, Renfrew, and Lanark. There is then a list of rivers in British generally, and another of islands, which need not be adverted to. Most of the names furnished by Adamnan in the 7th century belong to the Western Isles, among which he mentions Ilia, Malia, Aegea, and Skea, and to the territories of the Scots, but a few belong to what he terms the province of the Picts, and some of these he gives only in their Latin equivalents. There is the Stagnum Aporicum, or Aporum, in which we recognize Lochabar, the river of Nessa, the lake called Lochadii, and the district of Ardebmorcall and Bay of Arthcambus are obviously Gaelic forms. He also mentions the Petra Cloth, or Rock of Cluith, by which Alcuith is meant. Eddy, who wrote about 720 in his Life of Wilfrid, gives us 2 names in the district of Lothian, Goldlesburg, now Coldingham, and Dinbar, now Dunbar. The former is Saxon, but the latter unmistakably Gaelic, and much belonged to the Picts, who superseded the British Ottadeni and formed the population of that district during the 5th and 6th centuries. Bede, in the same century, gives us in one chapter of his work an important group of names. In describing the Firths of Forth and Clyde, he says that the former has in the middle of it the city of Guidi, and the latter on the right bank the city Alcloth, which he says signifies the Petra or Rock of Cluth. Guidi belongs to the Welsh form, and Ale is the Welsh for a rock. Then, in describing the northern wall, he says it begins at a place 2 miles west of the monastery of Abercurnig, in a place called in the language of the Picts Penfohel, but in the language of the Angles Peneltum and terminates near Alcuith. The place meant can only be the village of Walton, which is exactly 3 English miles from Abercorn. Now these names belong to that district in which the territories of the 4 kingdoms met, and which we have termed the debatable land. Its original population consisted of a part of the tribes of the Damnonii. It was overrun by the Picts and was occupied by Octus colony of Frisians or Angles. We learn from a passage added to Nennius that the British name of this place was Bengual. And just as we might expect where there is a mixed population, the Picts adopt the name in the form of Pian Fahel, retaining the pen but altering the British gu to the Gaelic f, while the Angles, likewise retaining the pen, omit the gu and add the Anglic ton, a town at the end. It no more follows from this passage that the first syllable pen was a Pictish form than it was Anglic, and when in the same passage of Nennius it is said that the Scotch name was Canail, the writer seems to have mistakenly identified the place with Kinnail, which is 3 miles farther west and 6 miles from Abercorn. Abercurnig may be either British or Pictish Gaelic, and Alcowith is, as we have said, a British form. Bede gives us also a few names in Lothian. These are the city of Coludi, Maelros, Degastan, and Incanengin. These are all Anglic forms except Maelros, which seems to belong more to the Gaelic form. The name Incuningum has been supposed to mean the district of Cunningham in Ayrshire, but Bede distinctly says that it was in the region of the Northumbrians, which is quite inapplicable to any part of Ayrshire, which was in the kingdom of Strathclyde, and though for a time subjected to the Northumbrians, had recovered its liberty in 686, while the king of Northumbria is recorded in 750 to have been then only added Cyril and the adjacent regions to his kingdom. The place meant is more probably in East Lothian. The Irish Nennius gives us 3 words as the 3 old names of Ireland, Ire, Fodla, and Banba, derived from 3 queens of the Tuatha de Danann. According to the legend, however, these Tuatha de Danann came to Ireland from Alban, or Scotland, where they inhabited a territory called Dobar, and Ir Dobar, obviously of Gaelic form. And in the northeastern lowlands we find these 3 words entering into the topography. On the south shore of the Moray Firth we have the river Arun, now the Fidhorn, and Banb, now Banff. The word Fadla enters into the name of Athol, and in Perthshire we have again Banb or Banff, and Irian, now the river Erne. Having thus passed rapidly under review the local names reported to us by these early writers, we come now to deal with the topography of these districts as it presents itself in the present day, and to consider what light we may derive from it as to the race and language of those who imposed these local names. Here, at the outset, we are met by the argument which is usually urged and popularly considered to be conclusive. It may be thus stated in the words of Mr. Isaac Taylor: Inver and Aber are also useful test words in discriminating between the 2 branches of the Celts, the Cymric and the Gaelic. If we draw a line across the map from a point a little south of Inverary to one a little north of Aberdeen, we shall find that with very few exceptions the Invers lie to the north of the line, and the Abers to the south of it. This line nearly coincides with the present southern limit of the Gaelic tongue, and probably also with the ancient division between the Picts and the Scots. This would be a plausible view if it were true, but unfortunately there is no such line of demarcation between the 2 words. And though it may be true that it would nearly coincide with the present southern limit of the Gaelic, it is historically false that it was the ancient division between the Picts and the Scots. When we examine, however, the real distribution of these words, we find it very different from the representation of it given either by Mr. Kemble or by Mr. Taylor, south of Mr. Taylor's line. There are, in Aberdeenshire, 13 Abers and 26 Zinvers. In Forfarshire, 8 Abers and 8 Invers. In Perthshire, 9 Abers and 8 Invers. And in Fifeshire, 4 Abers and 9 Invers. Again, on the north side of this supposed line, there are 12 Abers extending across the west coast, where they terminate with Abercrossan, now Applecross, in Rossshire. In Argyllshire alone, which was occupied by the Dalriadic Scots, there are no Abers. The true picture of the distribution of these two words north of the Firth, or Forth and Clyde, is this: in Argyllshire, Invers alone; in Invernessshire and Rossshire, Invers and Abers in the proportion of 3 to 1 and 2 to 1, and on the south side of the supposed line, Abers and Invers in about equal proportions. But the distribution south of the Firths must not be overlooked. It has a material bearing on this question. If these words afford a test between British and Gaelic, we might naturally expect to find as many Abers in what was the Strathclyde kingdom as in Wales. But there are no Abers in the counties of Selkirk, Peebles, Ayr, Renfrew, Lanark, Stirling, and Dumbarton, occupied by the Damannaí, 4 Abers in Dumfriesshire, and 6 in Lothian, occupied by the Selgovie and Tendinee, and none of them in Galloway, occupied by the Picts. And when we proceed farther south, we find nothing but Abers in Wales, and no appearance of them in Cornwall. These words, therefore, afford no test of dialectic difference, and do not possess those phonetic changes which would enable us to use them as a test. There were, in fact, 3 words used to express the position of rivers towards each other, or towards the sea: Aber, Inber, and Cumber, or Kimmer, which were commonly common to both branches of the Celtic language. They obviously come from the same root, bear, and they do not show any phonetic differences. These words are severally retained in some dialects and become obsolete in others. Aber and Inver were both used by the southern Picts, though not quite in the same way, Inver being generally at the mouth of a river, and Aber at the ford, usually some distance from the mouth. Aber has become almost obsolete in Cornwall, part of Strathclyde, and among the northern Picts, where we can almost see the process by which it passes over into Apple or Ober in Scotland, and into Apple in Cornwall. In Ireland, Inver seems undergoing a similar process, being once very numerous, but now reduced to comparatively few names. The same remarks apply to the group of generic terms which enter largely into the topography of these districts, and are popularly supposed to be peculiar to the Welsh, but are in reality common to both dialects, such as Caer, Clan, Strath, Tor, Glass, Eagles, and others. In order to afford a proper test, we must take words which contain the phonetic interchange of consonants, such as P and C in Pan and Cayan, Gui and F in Gwyn, and F and Finn, or words that similarly show dialectic differences. That Mr. Taylor attempts to apply this test, he says in Angleshire and the northern parts of Scotland, the Cymric pen is ordinarily replaced by the ben or ken, the Gaelic forms of the same word. The distinctive usage of pen and ben enables us to detect the line of demarcation between the Cymric and the Gaelic branches of the Celtic race. The Gadeli ken, a head, is another form of the same word. Accepting this statement, when we examine the real distribution of these words, it is fatal to the author's argument. There is not a single pen north of the Firths of Forth and Clyde, and the districts occupied by the Picts abound with bens and kens of kins. We find, however, in these districts 4 root words that are peculiar to them and are met with nowhere else. These, therefore, may be considered as Pictish. The first is pit, the old form of which is pet. It is not to be found in Wales. It appears to signify a portion of land, and is used synonymously with both an dwelling and bale, a town. The other 3 are Archer, For, and Finn. Octor is obviously the Gaelic O actor, and as such we have it in Ireland. It is not in Wales. The old forms of for and fin are forther and forthen. They do not occur in Wales and are obviously Gaelic forms from the initial consonant F. In Galloway there are no pens. The root bar enters very largely into its topography. It is also very common in Argyllshire, and is also to be found in Ireland. It is the Gaelic bar, the top or point of a thing. Ar and Airy also appear frequently in Galloway and Argyllshire. It is, in Gaelic, arid, a hill pasture. The Celtic topography of these districts thus resembles a palimpsest in which an older form is found behind the more modern writing, and the result of an accurate examination of it leads us to lay down the following laws. First, in order to draw a correct inference from the names of places as to the etymological character of the people who imposed them, it is necessary to obtain the old form of the name before it became corrupted, and to analyze it according to the philological laws of the language to which it belongs. Second, a comparison of the generic terms affords the best test for discriminating between the different dialects to which they belong, and for this comparison it is necessary to have a correct table of their geographical distribution. Third, difference between the generic terms in different parts of the country may arise from their belonging to a different stage of the same language, or from a capricious selection of different synonyms by separate tribes of the same race. Fourth, in order to afford a genuine test for discriminating between dialects, the generic terms must contain within them those sounds which are differently affected by the phonetic laws of each dialect. And fifth, applying these laws, the generic terms do not show the existence of a Cymric language in the districts occupied by the Picts. End of Chapter 4, Part 4.